squad was put together for. Falcons rising! Falcons champions!
The people players though.
That is swinging with the charge up rapid, doing a billion damage.
Even as a duo, to output defense balls!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the ALGS Regional Finals. You know what that means? It's match point. So we do not end until somebody wins. We're going to 50, and we're possibly going to 11 because EMEA stunned us all. They brought out the heat, they brought out the action, but they continue to surprise us with a knife's edge battle on who would go to our midseason playoffs. Now only one region stands to tell us who will be the remaining teams to join in our bonanza that is occurring at EWC in just under a month. It's North America's turn to qualify their teams and also declare a winner after this first split. All the action is here. I'm your host, Rain Day, and excited to be riding it with you. And of course, we've got some amazing talent along for the ride as well. Vicky Kitty will be joining us and, taking the second game and a big part of this. But right now in front of you, it's Onset and Gaskin joining me yet again, Mark. Mia, it's really hard to think that something on a day as great as today, it's Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all of you who are watching, but it's impossible to think that North America can somehow up into Mia. But I don't know. I got a feeling that there's just something special in the air. We might see it happen in North America too today.
I believe what you're doing there is called foreshadowing, if I'm not mistaken,
yes.
Which means that you are wanting something similar to happen. And why wouldn't you, right? 11 games in EMEA before we had our champions, and Go Next became those champions who auto-qualified for the mid-season playoffs at EWC. A huge achievement for them, but it was an epic. It really was an epic. And now we get to do it all again here with the Americas.
I couldn't have really made my decision at the top of show about who would end up qualifying, Dan. It got so mixed and mashed and muddled over the course of 11 games. Teams were in the lead, and then some teams famously, as we just talked about last broadcast, kind of sat in that lead for too long and then ended up not making it. Is there a right way to go about this, or you just got to seize every moment as if it's your last?
Honestly, I think anything can happen in match point. That's what makes it so fun. Yes, you will have the teams who are more consistent and should be able to qualify, but I think there's going to be the same here in Americas, where one team is going to catch us off guard and maybe steal away one of those placements away from the teams that might have thought they were just going to scrape through.
Well, North America, a little bit of a different story than EMEA. EMEA, not a lot of spots, a lot of people who want a spot. Here in North America, as we kind of set the table and look at the stakes for what is occurring, we've got other teams who are, maybe in a position in EMEA where they would have been saying, well, there's no way we're going to make it. Americas has those slots, 16 qualification slots. We had Falcons win the Open. We had incredible performance from them. They've pretty much been the most consistent, most dominant region in ALGS history, which has allowed them to have double the spots of EMEA. And so those teams that were battling it out, they would have been fully secured here in Americas. Match point obviously is today, so you got to cross over 50 points. Then you got to win a game. There's, however, more points allocated for the placement. Aside from the 6 teams that are already locked in, meaning we're going to qualify 12 more teams, the points are really a big story here, Mark. It means, yes, of course, if you win, you're in, and we saw that with Go Next earlier in EMEA. They jumped the standings just because of that. Had nothing to do with points. But if you're second, right, those 29 points, that's more important than winning any of the other weeks. It's because of how stacked this lobby is and the weight of what winning in this lobby would mean.
Yeah, and it's just a couple of points difference between each of the placements as well. It's the extra point or so that you can get just by placing 6th and 7th, for example, and that can be the difference between qualification or disappointment, and also where you end up placing in the overall standings for this split of Pro League. So it really is interesting to keep in mind the regular season points and regional finals points do vary a little bit, and it can influence massively who is going to go to those mid-season playoffs.
And it's really on that top end too as well. I mean, 16th, 17th, if that's where you're landing, you're not going to make much of a difference. But if you hold 5th and 6th, those are 6-7 extra points, as you had mentioned. That is maybe enough to push you over the edge. Big overview, Dan. What do we got here? A lot of great teams, a lot of teams from Group B as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the cream of the crop, isn't it? You got some of the best teams, if not the best teams in the world competing here, so it's hard to pick a winner. I know there are a few standouts, your Falcons that you're going to be looking at that people will expect to be performing, but don't count out some of these other rosters that have been built to catch up the likes of Falcons.
Yeah, and that's kind of the dynamic that we've experienced in North America. There have been some surges from rosters that maybe aren't Falcons, and you look at the top, they're not in the lead. We remember over the past match days that there are a couple of tiebreakers. We'll get into them when we need them, but that's why NRG is over Falcons. They hold the tiebreaker, I believe, of overall points in the series that they've won. 97, though, leading the tops. Shopify Rebellion right behind. NIP, All Gamers, TSM, 100 Thieves. All of these teams, when you really look at the rosters, they're people who we've considered as potential winners overall in the ALGS history when they've all competed. So now they get to show and prove in this lobby that they are the best in the world, especially after EMEA has certainly just put on a stellar performance for all of us to get excited about. The same stakes, though, do apply whether you're on the bubble or whether you're on the cusp. We just expanded a little bit in North America. So let's keep with the themes and talk about those teams that are in those situations. And Mark, I want to lead with you. What is the story with a team that's probably going to be okay heading into this?
Let's talk ones to watch then. There's teams to keep our eye on, right? And these are the teams that should, and I say that after what we saw in EMEA, be safe, right? This is if they have a decent enough performance today, they will be qualifying for EWC. They will be qualifying for those mid-season playoffs. And Twisted Minds and Rock are going to be those two teams. Twisted Minds, who I think really did impress on land back at the ALGS Open. I think they showed a lot of things that they can not only be proud of, but also a lot that they can build upon as well as a squad and keep moving forward, keep evolving, and become a real powerhouse in the region. We've seen some really impressive moments from them throughout this split. This one in particular, where it felt like they had absolutely no right to win this fight. Well, they ended up winning it, and they ended up winning this game. And winning games is something we're going to talk so much about today, of course, with the fact that we do have match point. But one thing you got to keep in mind with Twisted Minds, and the same with Rock as well, is just a little bit of inconsistency. It feels like it's either good or bad when it comes to their points totals. Looking across what they've put on the board throughout the weeks, 6 points first time, then 18, then 7, then 21, then 12, and then 9. So it seems like it's a little bit up and down for them at the moment. If they can find a middle ground here, then they should be absolutely safe. So Twisted Minds, just about consistency today and holding on to the spot that they have. Next up, though, we're going to talk about Rock Esports, because ROC have been pretty much a similar story, right? It's been a little bit up and down. 12 points, 1 point, 8 points, 25, big win in that week, then 12 and then 9. So a little bit more consistent in output, but the big one for me is that game week that they managed to take away, that they managed to pick up first place, because match point, going to keep saying it, all about taking home first place, getting to 50 points first. And if you've shown you can do that and you can win multiple games in a match day, you're going to be in a great spot to perform. And I think that they're going to be a team who, if they continue to do what they've been doing, will certainly be at those mid-season playoffs. So keep your eyes on Twisted Minds and ROC. Barring a collapse, you would expect to see them both qualify today, and then it's going to be how they finish in the overall standings when it comes to the end of the standings and when it comes to the end of the games today. We'll take a look at the match day standings as well to see exactly how they did get on. We mentioned the points, but it was 14th for Twisted Minds in match day 1, then 3rd, then 13th, then 2nd, then 8th, and then 11th. So across the board, there's a little bit of a middle ground to be found, a good average to be found. And on the other side, we look at Rock 8th, 19th, 12th, 1st, that big first that I was talking about, then 10th and 6th. So they cannot afford to have one of those poor weeks like we saw on match day 2. Otherwise, they might be worried a little bit. Dan, who are you looking at, my friend? Who have you got your eyes on today?
Well, it's hard not to look at Furia, because they are kind of one of those bubble teams that are there or thereabouts would get to mid-season playoffs, but there's a few teams that are around the same as well. You've got the likes of Virtus.pro also there. But I think Furia are a team that we have to look at because they had such an impressive match day, I think it was 7, where they put 21 points on the board. But then in latter weeks, they started to lose a little bit of their flair. They started to lose a little bit of that action. And I think being on the decline is always a scary factor when you get to the regional finals, because you wonder what kind of form you're going to be coming into this particular set with. Will you be the Furia that had that success those weeks ago, or maybe has the meta just developed in a point where you're struggling? I'd like to think this team has what it takes to break through, because it would feel weird not to have Furia at mid-season playoffs, considering they are one team that seems to always be there or thereabouts, or at least the organization. And then you look at the names I mean, these are players who are trialed and tribulated. They are teams that have played in every single scenario that you could possibly throw at them. So I'm expecting Furia to make it today. We can look back at some of their placements as well, just so I can reassure you guys of how I've been like noticing how things have been going about them as well, because such a good team, but things did start to decline. I mean, match day 1, match day 3, match day 4, meh. But then match day 6 it was where they really showed us what they are capable of. But then again, it started to go down in match day 7 and in match day 9. And the real question is, which Furia is going to turn up today? And are they going to leave it a little bit too late? You can see clearly they've struggled a little bit with Broken Moon. So perhaps Stormpoint is going to be a key to their victory today if they are going to find success. But a team definitely to keep our eye on. And if we learned anything from Amir, it's that anything could happen rain day.
Absolutely. And Furia, they are not safe. There is no team here that's going to be safe till that final whistle blows or that final match is won. And in the same way that Furia need to make sure they perform, so does Liquid Alienware. This is a team that we know has had a history of kind of being a juggernaut, yet not setting themselves outside of the pack in terms of any clear favorite. They're always a team mentioned in the top 5 in North America. At least they had been for years. But sudden changes, things like you losing Yanya, his journey, and then now his journey coming back to Liquid Alienware, to me, has given them a new breath of life. This roster has a lot to prove, and though they are some of the most experienced, they still are searching for that title, that vindication that they deserve to be here. The other element about it too that I think is really important is that they won their last match day, and it was in a lobby where NIP was in it. The last match day 9, when Liquid Alienware wasn't in there, NIP ended up winning. So looking at two teams in form, and when you could put Yanya, Niazul, and Jaguares in form, there's not a lot of teams that can beat them. Also, you can tell, not a big point sponge day with 66 points being the winner. We've had teams get 73 points and still get second. So overall, if it's going to be contested, if it's going to be a tight lobby like we expect it to be, Liquid Alienware have shown that they can get the job done. And specifically, going into Niazul and Yanya, these are two guys that, to me, we've kind of focused on Yanya the entire time we've watched and talked about Liquid Alienware. But Niazul needs his credit. He is playing lights out. He had to step up into a bigger role with Yanya absent and has maintained that sense of ownership of this team ever since then. If he can be that guy that's outperforming Yanya, almost as if Unlucky can come in on Alliance and outperform Effect a few games, and then you could just have Effect in the background, well, this team becomes super, super dangerous. But again, a lot to prove from Liquid Alienware, and on the bubble, not where you want to be. On set, let's talk about one more team. I'll pass it over to you to close us out.
Well, a team who needs to find a little bit of magic today is going to be CTE, who I'm focusing on. But you could say the same about LG. You could say the same about Team Orchid. And I think out of all of those teams that we're kind of highlighting here, LG would certainly be the surprise to many people to find in this situation. But CTE, the worry for them was the slow start to the season, which has left them with so much to do here, where they essentially have to win regional finals today to book a spot at EWC. One little bit of hope for them, though, is their recent performances, which have been their best. The last 2 game days that they had, the last 2 match days that they had, they put 15 and 16 points on the board respectively, which in comparison to what they had done previously was night and day. So they've shown that there is a little bit of hope for them. And in the same way that they probably watched a little bit of Amir earlier and were thinking, hey, we've kind of seen that anyone can do anything in these kind of situations, and these lobbies where the pressure is on those match point teams, they've got to take that same kind of, I think, ideology into today and think that, hey, if we get out to a good start here, we put a high kill point game on the board for early, then maybe, just maybe, we can be the Cinderella story of today. But CTE certainly do have a lot to do today. They have to essentially win the whole thing as we take a look at their results. And yeah, match day 1, 15th, 10th, 19th, 13th. We'll forget about those ones. We'll focus on 7th and 8th. 5th and 4th, shown there's life. And I think if you can show that there's life, you give yourself a chance. So CTE, keep your eyes on them. It would have to be something special. But these are the results from match day 9, by the way. 1st, 16th, 13th, 18th, 1st, and 8th. So they've shown they can win games as well here, Rain Day. And if you can win games, you can win regional finals.
That's exactly what it means to be in a situation like this. You found a way to be successful and separate yourself in the top 20. But if you can also have that special something extra and do what maybe we saw FaZe do in that last couple of games to push it in, but do it a little earlier, keep that momentum and the confidence in the lobby where, granted, you know, you're going up against people who have won millions of dollars here and lifted tons of trophies. You know, CTE has to have that from the very beginning if they're going to have a chance. And by the way, that's a great story to watch. All these stories really good to watch, really entertaining. And you might have connected to one that we talked about that, and there might be one that we didn't talk about that you want to follow along with. That's why we want to let you know about Face It Watch. If you want to watch the ALGS your own way, where, hey, you love our broadcast, but you want a map feed. You also want to maybe watch CTE, or maybe you're like, listen, you guys didn't talk about Falcons because we all know Falcons. They won the Open. They're the guys that everyone is kind of trying to make sure doesn't do what they're supposed to do. I want to follow along with them. You can do it on Face It Watch, whether it's on mobile, on your triple monitor setup, on your sextuple monitor setup. I mean, yeah, it could be that crazy. I've seen some streamers.
What now?
I know you guys get, yeah, that's what it is. Watch it, control it, faceit.com/watch. All right, guys, it's been so fun getting ready to go into this. North America, you've got a lot to prove. We'll see how it goes here, especially after Mia. And chat, what do you guys think? We're going to have some fun guests at halftime and some fun opportunities to listen to your comments and interact with them on the broadcast. If you want to be a part of it, you may not, but if you do, make sure to connect with us at Play Apex Esports on X, or type in the chat on twitch.tv/playapex or youtube.com/playapex-esports. Also, if you're interested in predictions, we want to hear who you think is going to be the qualified teams. We already have 6 teams who are guaranteed to be going already. You've seen them highlighted. Here's a little bit of a sneak preview of who we think are going to end up making it overall. Some of us went with, hey, what we've seen so far, this is what we expect. Some of us went, hey, I think there's going to be a little bit of a spicy show up today that's going to change the way this lobby feels and kind of knock off the order of who should be going to EWC. Either way, it's going to be a great day of Apex Legends, and you got to earn it if you're going to get there. Of course, let's kick things off. The players are ready to start earning it right now as game 1 is close to getting underway. So with that, let's send it over to Onset and Gaskin.
Let's get this thing going then. The Americas seems like it's ready to go. EMEA certainly was an incredible show earlier on. I think it took everybody by surprise just how intense those final games really were, and what felt like the final game wasn't the final game. We just kept going and going and going. Dan, Americas has got a lot to live up to here. Do you think he can do it?
I think that we will go to 18 games. No, I think that Americas might see a shorter day just because of how calculated some of these teams are in the match point format and how successful they've been in the past. But this is the lay of the land. It's the same as EMEA if you're watching EMEA. If not, this is the map layout. So we start at Storm Point, go to Broken Moon. We put E-District in the middle, and then we go back with a little snake order. But this is the POI draft. Falcons prioritizing Storm Point, and that is a key factor here because yes, it's game 1, but it is also match 6. And with it being match 6, there is a high likelihood that Falcons could be on match point by that time, and we know that Storm Point has been historically quite good for this roster.
Also very, very strong POI, as you can see, for Falcons as we head into game number 1. Now, I am fully fueled up. I have eaten my food. I have drunk a coffee at nearly 1 a.m. local time. I am ready to go here, everybody. Match number 1 of the Americas Regional Finals is live.
It's live, and I know everyone has been absolutely waiting for the Americas to get underway, really, because this region never disappoints. Always such peak Apex, like the best of the best when it comes to this region. You always know every single match is going to be competitive, and yeah, we'll have to see really who comes out on top. And with so many spots available for mid-season playoffs as well, even those teams that are down in the bottom 10 at the moment, like, or out of these 20 teams, still have a really good opportunity of making it to mid-season playoffs.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. There's a lot of chance to make it, but there's also going to be those who are still heartbroken. That's the great thing, right? When you have qualification spots, when you have that jeopardy, it makes every move that you make as a team, as a player, and certainly as an IGL, put under that microscope in a way that not many other opportunities do give you. Now, let's take a look at the zone. We are going up towards Down Beast, probably pulling out towards the watery depths just to the north of it.
Yeah, Virtus.pro up in North Part will have a good chance to move early, as well as all gamers, of course, at Downed Beast, depending on whether they have ring consoles. I can see Virtus.pro do have a ring console available to them. if they are also playing a ring console character, which they have Fuse. So as long as they get him up to blue, they will be okay. Now, in terms of teams that have been performing well on Stormpoint throughout the season in Americas, Shopify Rebellion, actually the #1 Stormpoint team here with 114 points across the board, averaging about 6 kills per map, which, you know, across a season is pretty impressive. Yeah. Aside from that, NIP, NRG, and Falcons follow behind them. I mean, you can name half these guys, and they are just powerhouses across the board. I think that's what's so exciting about this region.
Yeah, I think it's a real chance for everybody in the region as well to put a little bit of a marker down ahead of EWC, ahead of the mid-season playoffs, because understandably, everyone's looking at Falcons to win. They always are the barometer, the bar, whatever you want to call it, for how well everyone else is playing. And if you can knock them off their perch at this point, no pun intended, by the way, then it really does make them second guess themselves ahead of EWC. It makes everybody feel a little bit more confident who can overcome Falcons. And if they can't, then Falcons will go in with all sorts of confidence.
I thought they were being dropped on then. I panicked for a second, but it was just Max joining the rest of the team.
Silence said a million words.
I mean, how many times in ranked when you just hear that noise above you and you're like, well, we're in for a ride here, folks. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Falcons, I think even if Falcons didn't win this, I think they would come in with confidence, because they ooze confidence. They're that kind of team. But on the flip side, if someone can take down Falcons here, then that would also say a lot to this region and kind of how competitive it's going to be in mid-season playoffs. We know it's going to be anyway, but we kind of want a precursor to that to see what happens when it is just region-specific, because everything changes once you get on the international stage. There's also something I wanted to talk about earlier in EMEA as well, because when you look back at APAC South, I think Ash didn't get banned until like match 8, or didn't get banned at all. Whereas if you go into international scrims, Ash will be gone in the first 3. So it really does change things. As elsewhere, you can see Zach Mazur's just got a knock on to Guild.
The Guild from NRG, the first player to fall in the lobby, hasn't been finished off quite as yet. Sentinels up on the top of the waterfall area in the respawn beacon, looking to put a bit of damage onto VP, who are looking to rotate through that tunnel. And from the looks of things, it looks like they're going to try and shatter them here. Or have they got them trapped in this rock formation, the little cave pathway towards it? It looks like VP did make it through.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
And it's going to be Sentinels now who will be able to continue on their way. So a little bit of a exchange of fire, but Sentinels will be able to continue pretty much uncontested through to the checkpoint side.
There's a lot of respect being shown in match 1. I think that's to be expected in this region. It's a very well-practiced region, and that is no disrespect to EMEA. I know that EMEA scrims plenty as well, but we know full well that North America has a little bit of an extra oomph when it comes to the kind of scrim dedication. So they've all done this. They know what the match point scrims are kind of being like, and they know how important it is to kind of respect areas and not unnecessarily get aggressive. And in scrims, it plays completely differently as well, because there's nothing on the line. But now, with regional finals on the line and a spot at the mid-season playoffs, suddenly that risk you might have taken in scrims is not necessarily going to be taken in this one, as LG will be happy to sit here for now. This is a really good position, because, as you say, it could pull out to the water. And if it does, they can just hold this down and not only be in a good spot for the end game, but also could pick up some KP from here as well.
And I've got the Newcastle and the Catalyst in the composition as well, so I've got a lot of defensive capability should they get pushed and should they need to find somewhere to play a little bit later on. On the Thieves, interestingly though, playing up on the top of North Pad at the moment. Maybe they think this one's going to pull in a little bit later, or they're going to play for that survey beacon and see where everybody else is playing up on zone close. Liquid Alienware though, long way away from zone for now, and the reason being they're being held out. Jaguares tries to hit a few nice 30-30 shots, as it's Godrock versus Godrock.
I think Liquid Alienware, are they the only team not running Alter as well? I think they have 19 Alters in the lobby, if I counted correctly. My stats portal was being a bit weird, but yeah, 19 Alters. I mean, we know who's getting banned next game, that's for sure, but it also shows how important... Good, you win. It also shows how important people feel Alter is here on Stormpoint. Just the reset capability and the fact that you can get a little bit aggressive but have that fallback if necessary. Now, of course, with the minor changes of being able to portal through when the other team opens that portal for you, it means that it is a little bit quicker. You do have to reset a lot faster and be prepared for someone to follow you as well.
Well, Liquid have got that next zone information. You can see that as well. So they know where the zone is going, but just have to be a little bit careful here because Furia is still holding them out and Sentinels are playing in the spider cave as well. So Liquid Alienware might be waiting for a little bit of a fight to break out where they could potentially third party. Speaking of which, you can see Furia in those buildings and the spider cave is owned by Sentinels for now. That's where the zone is going to be going. So it's pulling right into down Beast at the moment. As the only real engagement that we're going to see in the next few moments looks like Falcons and Flat, who are kind of having a little poke at each other over at Cascade Falls.
Yeah, everyone else is either there and situated or just kind of not near each other at the moment. And the winner of that fight, if it happens, could just travel up north and then try and enter through checkpoint. Might get held out. If not, they'll go through the north side. But again, 100 Thieves are going to be there as well. And either way, you're going to have to fight your way into this zone now as the latest rotator.
Yeah, looks like Falcons, if I'm not mistaken, have a trident that they're playing with at the moment. So they're going to be able to zip away from where they are needed. Yes, indeed, there is that trident. Flat are trying to chase them, but as fast as their little leggies will go, that trident's always going to beat them in that race. Even pop ballistic ult to try and catch up, but still, quads aren't quite developed. So the fast twitch fibers don't match the pure power of the trident.
You know what could have changed that? Octane. That's all I'm saying. But Shopify Rebellion are making their rotation. They also have a trident. Let's jump into a listening with Shopify Rebellion and see what their thoughts are of this zone.
No, I think it was you. I don't see him. I
2
don't see him.
seconds. Can you look behind, Sani?
Yeah, I can.
Running. Oh, coming. Nice, come on. Can I have your cross?
Running me, wait. I'm dead.
Oh, come on. That's all.
Can you give it, buddy? Can you get car quick? Can you get the car and boost down?
Run a car.
They're chasing, hard chasing. They don't know where you are. They do not know where you are. Go to Bing. Just go to Bing.
You get out. Great.
Go all the way to Sino.
Go see that. We're gonna play together there, bro. We don't show the win roof. You have TP, Quinn? Do you have TP?
No, I don't.
Okay, I need to die.
That's fine. We reset. Just go to Sino.
I can get it down if you live.
I'm done now.
No, just go Sino. It's fine. We reset here. Doesn't matter. Shit, that's my bad. I mean, I didn't expect them to be.
Well, Shopify Rebellion, we heard it from the listening. The push did not succeed, and Koiful has to go all the way into Sonoya Cave here to get the craft, to get those banners, and to get Shopify back in the game. It's going to be a tough rotate for Shopify. I mean, they drop all the way over at the exact opposite side of the map, so it's a tough rotate for them full stop. It's not too surprising that they're going to have to maybe take a few bumps along the way.
Yeah, a few little hurdles, but I think they'll be all right and they should be able to get over it. But we are going to see quite an exciting endgame already as everything's transitioning and moving over towards Down Beast, as are all the teams, as Falcons and Walty scouting out the area right now, and also might be able to hit a little cheeky survey beacon on his way.
Neither of us are ever getting hired for
yeah, I think yours was better,
effect.
Honestly. Yeah,
You think?
Mine was bad. After I heard actually how it sounded, it was bad. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Well, Falcons have managed to make their way into the bunker and through the trenches, at least, so they have some sort of access to where this zone is going to be going, but they have a lot of teams in front of them. Flat also joining the trenches. 100 Thieves are over at Northpad, and then before they even get to zone, they've got to go through LG, TSM, and NRG. Now, those teams will have to move when that zone moves towards zone 3, but for now, Falcons safe. But we are going to see some action surely on that side of the zone as they try and move in a little bit later. Maybe a little bit earlier than we thought.
Yeah, here they come. Again, that void pass is just allowing you to pass through some walls. Maybe you shouldn't have been able to, or at least wouldn't have before, but Falcons have lost how. Maybe they're going to have the chance to potentially portal back here. The void nexus is available there for them, but I think they reconsidered. They felt like they could reset.
Look at this damage coming in from Waltzy, by the way. He is last alive, though, as Zero has gone down. The worry is, where is that port? Where is that void nexus? Because there's Flat in the area. There's multiple teams in the area who might just be waiting on the other side of this. Flat now trying to push in. Falcons will finally be eliminated as QZ will get the final kill onto Waltzy. But what happened to 100 Thieves here? Have they managed to escape?
Well, it's not the dream start for Falcons. And maybe that just gives an edge to the rest of the lobby to try and get ahead of them before they start to find their pace. As, well, Phony came up, but he quickly got sent back down.
He certainly did. Nano's just knocked Jen Burton as well. So 100 Thieves tried to get aggressive. Flat put them on their back. 19 squads remaining. Still one player alive, I believe, on the 100 Thieves side. That's Virtus, who should be... Ooh, they're going to take the Void Nexus. Always a little bit of a scary thing to do. Oh, wait. They got Phony back up. Virtus is still here, by the way. Never take the Void Nexus. Ever. I don't care who you are.
That's what I was saying, though. It's shorter now, the time in which it takes for that to pop up, so you can be more aggressive on it. But even so, when there's a Newcastle involved, probably a bad idea to take it and try and be aggressive on someone.
The amount of times I've done that, and I'm like, I should have done that.
Yeah.
And when I say the amount of times I've done it, yeah.
You feel it mid-portal, and you're like, oh, I wish I hadn't taken it.
Just landed
you suddenly see the 3 people on the other side.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, hey, guys. Oh,
hey guys, can I go back through? Oh wait, no I can't.
Sorry, I was not invited. Anyway, LG are going to use an evac to try and get in towards down beast. Shopify Rebellion, thanks to the recovery work of Koifel and some skillful driving, have managed to get back in the game, and more importantly, managed to get a place to play in zone as well on this cannon. Trident's going to provide them a little bit of extra cover as well, which will be indestructible. And almost indestructible. It's going to be that Newcastle wall as well. Going to take a lot of damage to take that one down.
I'm so excited for this end game already. I see some circles and the way that teams are playing, and I already know this is going to be hectic. It's going to be enjoyable, but now we're also getting mid-game fights as well. NIP have been able to take a real fight here against Sen. Flat have also been eliminated.
Yeah, Flat learning that you don't go through the Void Nexus. They will be completely eliminated by the team that they did chase. Sentinels also been eliminated as well. TSM are starting to do a little bit of damage on the 100T, but for NIP, the problem for them is that SR are waiting. They are making sure they hold down this choke, and they've already lost one. Vayne and Kurev are going to be the last ones alive here, as one player has already been taken down. McLovin is on his back, not finished off yet. But that bolt is going to slow down Zainu, but not for long. I mean, that's an R9. He's just absolutely ripped away the shields of Kurev.
Nice tracker dart, though. Kurev is going to be able to get a lot of information for the rest of the team, but Shopify Rebellion still pushing regardless. Oh. Kurev will answer back. It's not done here. I'll tell you what.
Kurev, with the bow check, just absolutely destroyed someone. Shopify Rebellion will go, and so will Ninjas in Pajamas. LG, the third-party timing is perfect from them. It felt like Shopify just got a little bit hungry for those kills there.
Perhaps they felt like their hand was slightly forced, judging by what was around them and with the amount of teams already in the zone, so they just tried to get that KP as they maybe chalked this game up as being done. Now, teams who haven't chalked this game up are those who are at the back of Down Beast, because that's where the zone is going. All Gamers, VP, they're already right at the very back and in 2 of the best positions right now. And then you've got ROC and CTE who are kind of on and under the Beast, and then everyone else is on the other side.
Team Liquid Alienware, who need a very, very good day today if they want to qualify. They're outside of the qualification spots. Excuse me, they're inside of the qualification spots, but one of those teams that, with a really bad day, could see themselves overtaken. ROC in a great spot, though. This zone is going to be pulling towards where they find themselves right now, by the way. All Gamers are going to be at the back with them, and VP. All of them playing this back platform. Orchid just in the cannon to find their way inside of the zone, and will find a place to play as well.
Oh, I like this route. I like this route from Team Orchid. Are they going to be able to actually get away with it, though? Yes, the answer. This is another reason why Alter is fantastic. You can use it as an entry point to the zone, and they've got the Newcastle wall. I tell you what, they should be able to reset here and should be okay.
Furia just been eliminated. In the meantime, 100 Thieves under pressure, as well as NRG try and force their way into zone. First player that was knocked in this game was Guild. Well, unfortunately for NRG, the second player who's going to be knocked for them is going to be Sykes, as we go over the POV now of All Gamers, who were above Orchid, trying to flush them out. And I think they want to swing on this.
Yeah, they will try and swing, and they want to take this position off of them. Now, All Gamers were having the back of Down Beast for quite some time, and they do bully Team Orchid, who get eliminated. NRG also have fallen. 12 squads now remain. As All Gamers say, well, we'll go back up. We'll make sure no one's going to be behind us. This is our area and could be their game to win. Honestly, with where the zone's going, they're in a fantastic spot. As long as no one kind of lands on them and takes a weird fight, they should definitely get to the end game here.
Just means to get that loot that was delivered to them by Orchid. You also see them defeat a couple more teams, taking a lot of damage. Twisted Mind's going to be inside of the Beast right now with a gold Devo. Enemy's going to be very interested in taking some 1v1s with anyone who dares to swing his way. Inside is going to be CTE. They need more of the Miracle Day. in comparison to Twisted Minds, who just need some consistency. 11 squads remaining now. Under Thieves still alive, by the way. One player, solo player, is in one of the little trenches just where this zone is going to be pulling. And if they can survive for long enough, all these teams here are going to fall. And they might be able to scrape out a few extra placement points here.
Speaking of trenches, TSM are in the metaphorical trenches at the moment. They are going through it down there, being literally looked at by like 3 different teams, and Liquid Alienware above them. Oh, I mean, they are poking, they're prodding, but they just can't quite get the kills. But eventually it works out, and TSM do get eliminated. And it was Liquid who have the top of down beast, which can often reward you with a lot of KP. But they will still have to transition to the backside here. So it's not job done for them. They're not guaranteed to win this game like sometimes down beast zones can be for the team on the top.
Well, Abrelot has found himself a Peacekeeper. Also, he's got a turbocharged Devo, and I'm pretty sure they might have 2. 100 Thieves have been eliminated, so Phony wasn't able to scrape out any extra placement points, but Villainous have been eliminated alongside them, as we now see Liquid Alienware making a play for the back of this platform. It's Movistar who are in front of them at the moment, and that Inception pylon has been a little bit of a nuisance to play around, and Liquid will not win that fight. It's a great hold, and that is the power of Watson in those situations.
Oh, but now all gamers say, remember, the backside is ours, and they take it off of Movistar as well. They're eliminated. 6 squads now remain, and again, AG will hold one of the prime positions, and they continue to fence off these areas as well, playing fantastically at the moment as Fusion go down, as ROC and Twisted Minds are fighting as well.
Crook should go down here, the final member of Twisted Minds. Deeds is going to try and stick the res here, but he's getting pressurized, trying to buy a bit of extra time. Sorcerer, the last player alive here for Rockers. All gamers try and move in to clean this fight up as well. Drop goes in through the Void Passage, but escapes, having realized it was too risky a situation to commit to and find themselves down to 2. So Drop showing a little bit of experience there.
So ROC trying to reset just in that small building. AG trying to deny it from them as well. All the meanwhile, VP and CTE are on the other side, kind of looking at each other. And VP just trying to utilize everything they can, as all gamers still trying to pressure this one. And they will eventually be rewarded. And they have done it without VP pushing up. So they will still hold their position.
VP now wrapped to bang center zone. They do have still that Void Nexus down, AG, so they can return to that original spot that they've been playing. So we see essentially more space now just being taken on the side of all gamers. They now control that little building, as well as about 30% of this zone. A third of it certainly belongs to them, or even more than that. Zach gets absolutely blasted by something, and he's going to have to take the time to heal.
3 different compositions, by the way. We've got Fuse on the side of VP, where the Motherload could really make a difference here to just try and absolutely trap a team, which might happen right about now.
Lou's trying to line it up, but is he going to save it? He knows this team is down on the low ground. Knuckle Clusters will go in to try and flush them out and do a little bit of extra damage, but doesn't get the ticks that he's requiring here. But they are going to have to move from this low ground here, CTE.
I love that he felt like the Motherload wasn't needed then, but now it finally comes out.
He was just trying to think about holding it for endgame, but they might realize that this is a second place opportunity for them. First place might be a bit too big of an ask with the distance they have to go to. CTE have been eliminated, and they do a pretty good job of staying healthy here, VP. They've got a charge. This is a straight 3v3. Zap with that PK, though, could be the difference maker, and that is the difference maker. Big shot coming in from Skill Cakes with the Sentinel as well. Slayer goes down. It's a 1v2. Slayer left on his own, and that is all gamers being its champions here in game number 1.
All gamers all day at the back of Down Beast, and it wasn't just given to them. They worked so hard for it. As soon as anyone came within a certain radius of their area, they said, no, you are not allowed in here. They denied it instantly. They got aggressive when they needed to, and they also stopped teams resetting. They were brave enough. They made sure they utilized the altar portal to be going back if they needed to, and they stopped teams from resetting. They stopped teams from getting too close, and they always held the back of Down Beast.
Yeah, I love the way that they played that game in general. They had, yes, great access to the zone. They had priority position, but again, I always say it's one thing to have the position, but the more space that you can command around it and the KP that you can pick up when you overextend, using that Void Nexus to return if things get a little bit dicey. All gamers, an absolute masterclass in how to play Apex Legends and play that particular zone. 15 KP means 27 points for them.
That is an absolute massive game to start us off here in North America, in the Americas, excuse me. I apologize, South America. First, second, and third, you've got ALGS, Virtus.pro, and CTE. Remember, we mentioned CTE at the start of this one. Could they do it today and make their way to the mid-season playoffs? But you spoke about Zap with that Peacekeeper mark, and I'll tell you what, he was chunking. We've already seen the Peacekeeper and Amir hit 150 damage from about 7 million yards, but he was getting up close and personal with it this time.
Yeah, you were certainly paraphrasing. It was, but 10 kills overall, 5 assists alongside it as well, 11 knocks, and a huge amount of kills go alongside. I mean, you can't ask for more from a player like Zap. That's the role that you want him to be performing for the team, and he's doing exactly that. And I think it just felt like the perfect game from AG.
Yeah, I think it was literally that. I don't see an error that they made at any point. They were constantly making sure they held prime position for them. But that's match 1 done. It is a huge game for them, but can they do it again in match 2? There's only one way to find out. We'll see you after the break.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome everyone to the ALGS America Regional Finals. We've seen the action. I got a kidnap gasket while Onset takes a quick break. But already, all gamers out of their own POI landing in down Bs. They take the dub and they take it with 15 KP. Already understanding the assignment that this is match point finals.
Yeah, no kidnaps from all gamers like you, but a couple of attempted abductions. They certainly were putting Alter to full use. And as was the majority of the lobby, 95% pick rate. Only Team Liquid Alienware did not have Alter for that game. But what that does mean is Liquid Alienware don't have to change going into match 2. But of course, every other team now will not have Alter available to them. But this was the final circle, Vicky. I mean, Lou was saving that motherload for quite some time. One of our producers actually pointed out, I think they actually void passage through it anyway, so it didn't even matter. But they also did die, but it did allow AG just to push up and then pressure Virtus.pro here. And this was an interesting swing here from VP. That from Zach Mazer was wild. I'm just going to put it out there. Dia, maybe look back at that one. I know he'll be doing some VOD review, but it just allowed all gamers to simply wrap that one up, Vicky.
Yeah, also with Skittles with like the Sentinel shot too, just to catch Zach in the middle of the slide. I think it's also very interesting to note that those last 3 remaining squads are all teams that land on the west side of Storm Point there. So they had a pretty easy rotation to get there faster than a lot of the other teams that were just stuck, like TSM on the low ground at one point too. You saw that with Team Liquid, watching them from the high ground over by down B side. It was really difficult for the teams to have taken their time to rotate into a final zone like like that. Even better, though, for AG to take the dub with 15 KP once again. You need to hit 50 points to be considered at match points. Will we be going the distance is the question, as you highlighted, Dan. 19 picks on the altar, so altar will not be available going into game number 2 as we transition onto Broken Moon.
Well, and I think you know what that means. It means we're moving over to Ashe, maybe a little bit of Wraith as well. They are naturally sometimes the replacements. It used to be Ashe going first, and then Altar would come in a little bit later, but Storm Point seems to be an Altar just haven, as everyone sees how important she's going to be. But Broken Moon's where we head now, and it means no Altar rotations through the middle of the map, which is also very important to take into account here for this draft as well. NRG went for Quarantine Zone. This is where they're hoping to pick up the most amount of points. But interestingly, Vicky, Falcons are the team that's had the most points on Broken Moon throughout the season in the Americas region, averaging around 11 points per match and 6.6 kills per match on this map, which is pretty insane.
And that's their POI over by Stasis Array too. So seeing a lot of northern pools on Broken Moon could benefit them. Although today, I will say, we've been seeing a lot of zones. If you've been paying attention to EMEA, we saw one at one point by Quarantine Zone. We saw one pull towards the outskirts of Production Yard. So mostly benefiting the like southwestern quadrants of Broken Moon. I'm wondering how that's going to play a hand going into the Americas region here. First time we get to see Broken Moon here for the Americas. Game number 5. It's been high octane action thus far. I think it's been very interesting to see how Matchpoint has influenced the Legend ban pick system that we have now brought into the ALGS from the very start of this Pro League season. And it's great because we also have a team already trying to navigate their way through the rest of the pack. Speaking specifically of all gamers with already 27 points, soaking up a good amount of KP after that first game alone.
High octane action, but still no octane for us. No. Don't think it'll happen here in Americas either. Even with the Legend bans, unless we get to like match 14 or something crazy. Yeah, we've seen Americas in particular has been a region that have been pretty much in agreement of what they want to play throughout this process. I think if you look back through scrims, you could probably quite easily predict who's going to get banned each match. Other regions, however, has been a little bit more all over the place, which will shake things up when we get to international competition.
I think it's always really funny where we were taking a look at Apac's Legend bans and what Ashe made it all the way to like game number 7 or so.
Yeah, it didn't get banned.
North. Yeah, was it APAC North or APAC? I think it was APAC South,
South,
actually, specifically. Yeah. And didn't get banned. Meanwhile, I want everyone to take a look at your screens. How many Ashes do you see right there? Because Ashe will be that second Legend that we won't see when we go on to game number 3. But so far, a lot of our teams here are going to be able to take advantage of the Ashe on Broken Moon as we take a look at where that zone pool is. This is what I was highlighting before. When I was taking a look at scrims a lot within the Americas, I noticed it did pull a lot towards Alpha Base. We've seen it on the outskirts of Stasis as well. So Falcons not only having that zone advantage, but they're already getting set on their move. They had those 2 survey beacons, having to take that evac tower as Furia slowly make their way towards their POI.
Falcons did have a ring console there as well, and they do have a Watson, so they are able to get that ring console information as well as the Sparrow information with the survey beacon. And the thing I love about Sparrow, and I think this is something that I maybe didn't highlight when we heard about what Sparrow could do, was doing those survey beacons from distance. It's another reason why Crypto was so successful, but just being able to get those lineups and ping those survey beacons from distance can be incredible for your team. But also, his ultimate is basically nuts and probably will receive a nerf at some point, let's be completely honest. As now Falcons have moved to find somewhere to call home, as have Sentinels.
It's been very entertaining to see a lot of our pros master the lineups to be able to get that remote tracker dart activated just to get that scan from afar. It's been insane. Even watching Hockey's stream, being able to master those lineups have really come in clutch. Hal here being on that Sparrow himself as Falcons try to play the late game, looking at their composition with that Watson, with the Ashe. We know the Ashe very good at getting out of trouble in case the team needs to get a reset entirely. Of course, with other teams now also running the Ashe, they're just going to be sitting here predicting that the zone is going to continuously pull in this direction.
You speak about the Sparrow lineups. I was playing ranked with Graceful, and I missed like 3 in a row on a somewhat easy survey beacon, and he was just like, bro, come on, like, you have one job. And I was like, you kept pinging it, and your icon was covering up the whole survey beacon, bro. But I got there in the end. The 4th one was fine, so that's okay.
Mastering lineups is always really fun. That's actually something else that I considered. You know, obviously Alter not here, but Alter being able to get these great rotates always comes in clutch. A CETE being careful. Jay having to navigate away those 30-30 shots from afar before having to pop the Newcastle ult. They also have the circle scan, so they know where this zone is going to be pulling. But with that quick Newcastle wall, it was kind of expended because not risking getting knocked with those 30-30s, taking a zipline where you're literally just sitting in place to get shot in.
Oh, it's starting to get busy in this area now. So many early movers. Not really surprised. As soon as you get the ring console information, people are like, this is a zone where if you arrive late, you are pretty screwed. So it makes sense to be moving fast. We've got, what, 8 teams outside of this zone. So already 12 that have found their way into zone 2, which is pretty impressive. And Team Orchid being one of them. But they're still moving at the moment. They're not happy with just residing within the next circle. They want to actually get into a more secure location they can work with and maybe make use of the Watson that they're playing as well.
The goal is to be in that final zone positioning. They have that scan already. You could hear the pings right at Team Orchid's feet. There are so many other teams, though, within the vicinity. It's not just the team right below them that could possibly be TSM, but also Koi or over to their left side. You could already see the moves being made by Luxford just to get information. Maybe a kidnap, and he gets it. Lux gets the kidnap. Get ready to go. As they try to get the knock here, they get some damage done, but they cannot finalize that pick here. Not a knock, but it was a nice little jump scare for the opposing player that's on the other side of that portal.
All I'll say is it was Rambo's fault for not having any fences down. Otherwise, they probably would have got the kill. So, you know, great kidnap, but his teammate just didn't do the job. Also, how awesome is it to see kidnaps again? It feels like forever since we've seen good kidnaps. They were all over the place back in the day. And a nice attempt, but sadly doesn't accumulate to anything.
It's crazy, too, because then you have Wraith with the old run animation there, too. Good old times now. As we make our way back to LG. One of the teams rocking the Ash Catalyst and Sparrow. See the pings from up ahead, too. Well, they do take this round of rotation here. It's nice to note that they're going to be trying to prioritize these Servant Beacons, the Evil Harvesters, kind of like side questing here just to boost up those Evo Shields.
This is the most played composition as well, by the way, in the lobby. Only 4, but still, that's 20% of the lobby is playing Ash Catalyst and Sparrow. I love it. I think this is a really solid composition. Gives you a little bit of everything. Gives you mobility, gives you information, and gives you the ability to lock down and cross areas. So yeah, I think it's the perfect for match 2 when ult has been bad.
It's a little bit of everything as they look to their backs because Fusion actually coming up from right behind them are going to be taking a much more northern rotate. I wonder if they want to just hang out in Alpha Base. Yeah, to get that ring console for sure. Other teams that want to prioritize that ring console, I'm thinking about NIP, Shopify, who are currently having a poke battle over by Divide for that ring console that's to the south side. Unless NIP, if they haven't already scanned that Terraformer ring console, they will be able to try to wrap around there too. But it's about taking that rotate, the pathing into that next zone where your backs are completely cleared. And 100 Thieves will be waiting for them to try to gatekeep them.
Oh, Shopify Rebellion. Are they under siege or the ones sieging? It was hard to tell as we joined, but either way, definitely damage being done on both sides. NIP just able to reset here. Looks like Shopify Rebellion have taken more damage on the opposition side. And NIP looking to try and push up and try and find Koiful here.
Having to be careful, though. The third party is in the distance. 100 Thieves wanting to clear their backs. Maybe not even wait to gatekeep. Want to get involved in the fight that was happening here between NIP and Shopify.
100 Thieves just watching out on this one from the southeast side, but they have NIP and Shopify Rebellion ahead them as well. Let's jump into a listen for 100 Thieves and see what they think of these two teams just behind them.
I probably should definitely try to kill left line.
Yeah, we all calm different people right there.
Yeah.
Right, I said I was going southeast from the beginning before you guys even got up to me. Then you guys like just started shooting left.
The guys on the roof were low-key free.
Yeah, the guy on the right was literally free as fuck too. Alright, we just have to set up a Newcastle wall and get ready to fight the Sparrow team. I'm gonna try to see if I can play split, okay?
Yep.
I can play middle here. That doorway's taken, there's a cat team there. They just took zip here, I'm pretty sure.
I'm looking.
Let me put a wall here in the south room, I think. I could do the roof.
I don't see anything right now. So it's still fucking slow-mo.
Batting. If they climb roof, I'm dead. Gene out. The spot's horrible. Careful, I'm taking height.
The calm, collected comms phony after getting hit once and losing nearly all his health, literally leaving him one shot. Dang. Well, while being calm and being able to reset here, we get to look at another fight happening. It is Fusion who get the finishing blow onto enemy from Twisted Minds.
I like this position for Fusion as well, actually. If there were more teams transitioning from this side, could be a lot of kills. Sadly for them, not really going to be many teams transitioning from this side. It does give them a kind of awkward rotation into zone, though. Maybe they can go up and through. Either way, it's going to be tough. That right now, it's just focusing on Twisted Minds, so you just need to think about what's happening afterwards. Anyway, Liquid Alienware, they are amongst the thick of it here on the southern side. It's going to be 100 Thieves on the other side of this. Shopify Rebellion will be joining this shortly if this isn't finished up quickly.
My Vamos Liquid fans here that are rooting for Team Liquid Alienware. The Santeria has been brought out to give them their energy, but with Nizul going down first, Koi being able to find that from Shopify, holding onto the high ground by the cliffside. Zainu on the other side to enable Koi, taking a different angle as Jaguares stuck inside of the building. Koipo's trying to force their way in.
Sometimes it doesn't hurt being the latest to the party. Shopify Rebellion, they bided their time. They waited for the engagement to happen, but now they finally say, Jaguares with the beam and a half. It's probably going to end in his demise anyway, but he's going to take someone with him. And it looks like Shopify Rebellion just will have to go as a 2 now and try and get Koi back on his feet.
It was hard too because other teams have now made their way on their rotate to the southern side. We saw 100 Thieves in the kill feed. Team Orchid now looking at 100 Thieves while Shopify Rebellion uncontested on that southeastern side.
Yeah, this is going to be action-packed after, I think, Zone 3. Because a lot of these teams are on the edge of Zone 2 at the moment. You see 100 Thieves still without Jen Burton as well, looking to try and find a Moby to get him back. All they need really is a crafter, and then they could do it as well, having the Newcastle available to them, but it's going to be about just focusing on getting into the zone at the moment for 100 Thieves. I do like that, especially at this level, some teams still trust in their ability to perform as a duo and don't hard commit to trying to get their third back too often. Obviously, as a solo, sometimes you kind of have to, but as a duo, we've still seen teams win.
You know, I think it's also really hard with Sparrow being included and being able to get those remote lineups, being able to have that information from afar, and even calling out a team that's a duo could be scary. Sometimes you're just forced to have to play like that. Even if you get to look at where 100 Thieves, that they were able to call in the Moby, by the way, because they had already gotten that banner. But can they pull it off is the question when over to their north is Rock. They're still playing on the edge of zone. That's going to be the hot zone while Movistar Koi make their way to from the survey beacon, and then TSM over to their south side. So let's see here if they are able to get that res.
When we looked at that overhead, Villainous were actually in arguably the best position at the moment from their move into the Eternal Gardens. Twisted Minds on the edge. Falcons have also found themselves in a good spot on the northern side with Sentinels just next to them. But LG have been seen out. Oh my god, he said, get back there, boy. We ain't going up here.
The melee right out of the tether too comes in clutch. It really helps you try to get out of there even better as the catwall is forced out because from a distance LG are getting focused. There's another team looking at them. Then they have to worry about the squad that's right above them while Koipo's the last one alive for Shopify.
Can still do a lot. Not going to be enough though. 18 squads now remain. I said Shopify Rebellion, one of our better teams on this map, but they've been taken out in 18th place. LG still struggling here, kind of being focused by many a team and have energy above them. Really hard to reset when you're being peppered like this, and it looks like LG are likely to fall here.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Going down right before the Ash portal could come out. Although Shubi is still able to try to get the res with Keon being on the other side. Furia now a taste of their own medicine while they look behind them. It's another team. The fourth party has now been invited. You see Furia try to go in for the third party between NRG and LG. I think that's enough explosions off of the arrows and the grenades here. That was flat from the distance. Also looking at them, LG somehow stay alive and NRG still on the high ground.
How is Shubi still alive? He literally went through about 15 grenades, it felt. I think the armor swaps definitely helped from his teammates who died right in front of him so cruelly. But maybe now Shubi can escape and get them back up. It's going to be... No, never mind. Forget that thought.
I heard you.
Flat remembered that he was there. So don't worry about it, guys. 16 squads now remain. And this zone is going to start to shift.
There was no conspiracy theory on Shubi surviving there. You know, Flat, they'll be able to live up to their name here, at least take care of that. And now coming in from the eastern side, there are so many teams waiting for them in that next choke where Team Orchid is holding it, Dan.
Where did Flat even try and go here? This is awful. They go for the death boxes at the moment, but they try and go north. You've got NRG above you. You've got Fusion holding the northern tip. NIP just got a respawn as well. If you try and go south, you're screwed as well. I mean, I think you're damned if you do, damned if you don't here if you're Flat, with any position you try and take. There's 6 teams on this western side in the next 30 seconds that all have to try and transition to the east. It's going to be carnage.
And I think coming in from the north side is also just really, it may be the better option, but it's still so bad because, you know, there's like little to no cover once the team's inside the buildings by that mythic pin that we see by Falcons, actually. Inside those dome-shaped buildings could just take free reign over you as Flat finally start the engagement. They know they need to try to take this fight. And with the Devo, it's a perfect thing to do while activating the Tempest from Nano.
Oh my god, Fusion was so focused on the NRG that they've allowed Flat to walk up on them here, and Flat bullying them from this position, ripping the north away from them. As Kimchi's going to be the next target, he does go down doing a lot of damage to Kuzia, but it looks like Flat will at least be able to stabilize or not, because Falcons were watching this as well. 0 with the Kraber, and Flat will fall.
With the Graver and then waltzing with the Sentinel. I mean, that's what happens. Falcons were that team waiting for them on the outskirts of that northern zone right next to that mythic kit. So now currently with Rock trying to stay alive, Deeds having that red Evo shield, letting the Devo sing here. Vax and Saucer are incredibly low, looking to reset there, but a huge Graver shot from Vax allows him to keep the pressure on, but he can't stay alive as Rock get eliminated. Movistar gonna meet them back in the lobby.
Yeah, as expected, it was just mayhem on that western side. Movistar, the last team to fall out of all of the action that was on that particular direction, but TSM can now walk up, they can loot, and they can pick up all those rewards of all the teams that have just delivered them all those goodies, as we can now focus on the squads that have been able to find themselves in good positions. Now, very important that this zone has transitioned west away from the likes of Villainous, VP, Twisted Minds, Falcons, Sentinels, and it has moved over to TSM and Team Orchid here.
That was with them popping off. I saw in the feed panic with that grenade toss too, just to hold the ground. Well, now they're going to be the only team over on that west side, closer to that replicator. They can play off the lip of the fence lines just to get out of the line of sight of the other teams that may have a 30-30 in their hand to stare them down.
This isn't going to be a fun building to be a part of. I think that's evident. 3 teams in here, all kind of just trying to avoid each other at the moment, but eventually when you have to move, is anyone brave enough to take the jump tower? That's the real question. Do you take the zip? And the answer is probably no, let's be honest, but you never know.
It is covered if no one's looking at you, but you can't even land. There's no Valkyrie in this lobby. You won't even know where to land, where it's safe to find your spot here with there being 8 squads left now as that zone starts closing in. Zero makes the first move though with the Ash Portal just to reposition.
Oh, almost. Yeah, Falcons can take the northern side. This will work as long as they can use these hedges and the rock for now just to avoid any sight lines from the teams coming in. They can join the likes of TSM and just peppering those teams that have to move from more awkward areas. But of course, a lot of Ashes. 75% of the lobby have Ash in their composition, so we are going to see a lot of portals here as Twisted Minds go down.
I'm also seeing a lot of Kravers in this lobby too. Panic just was able to acquire a Kraber. VP trying to stay alive. Slayer gonna be able to find that last player. Sentinels get eliminated. 6 squads left, and Slayer's the only one with some shields to work with. Meanwhile, here on the stairwell, Team Orchid have some blue Evos, and Slayer's is literally one shot. You cannot get out of this. Well, they get pinged in the distance by 30-30.
So all of those teams on the east in that building die. It's back and forth at the moment. A trade for trade when it comes to the snipers. Can Falcons get Waltzy back up? The answer is no. Oh, and How's gone down as well. Oh, 150.
But he's one shot, and he's getting shot from behind, too. It's the Kraber v. Kraber, the Zero versus Panic 1v1. Waltzy also, I believe, had a Kraber in the feed, but this is such a difficult position for Zero to be in.
Oh! No res for you. Denied. Zero, even though his back's against the wall or the hedge in this particular moment, still getting involved with the rest of the lobby just to try and initiate some gunfire elsewhere and take the attention away from him.
Can't believe he just decided to look to the left, said, if I'm going down, I'm not going down without a fight. Specifically, not you, Vayne. Not you. And Zero still stuck behind these knockdown shields. Everyone knows how vulnerable this squad is, even if they don't know it. And with TSM holding the better position, Panic still continues the harassment with these P20s, as well as that Kraber in this lane.
It's looking pretty good for TSM right now. They have a great coverage of this zone. They've taken a good amount of space. Zero could ruin it for them, I will be honest. The entirety of Falcons could ruin this for them, or at least two of them. Howl looks like he's going to be back on his feet, and oh, maybe not. Denied. TSM say, actually, we heard that one, and TSM take even more space here on this map.
With NIP finally being able to reset after that, well, I said finally here, with Team Orchid get eliminated. Our last two teams, they got deleted. TSM just walk up to get the dub for game number 2.
Well, TSM already finding a huge game for themselves here in this series as well. And like I said, they just had so much coverage. As soon as all those teams died on the western side, they not only were able to take the west, but they also got so much reward from the death boxes of grenades and utility. And I think they put those grenades to pretty good use as well to shut down some of those opposition teams.
Definitely agree. And aside from that, too, we keep seeing our winning squads end the game with these double-digit KP. Let's not forget that TSM sat down in that choke and prevented the other teams coming in from the west side of that zone from coming in from that choke specifically. Everyone was funneled into their line of sight, and they held it down hard, looking at this dub with 14 KP to their name.
I mean, it's another huge game. We had 27 in match 1 and now 26 in match 2. It's two huge games from teams that definitely putting their best foot forward to try and be the first to go over that match point threshold. But no one will be there just yet. Real question is, when is someone going to cross match point? But that was Broken Moon. We move over to E-District next, and it's going to be back-to-back E-District. But these are the top 3 performing teams in TSM, putting out an incredible amount of damage.
Panic? Panic 2.2k damage with 9 KP, literally coming through with a clutch game number 2, putting on the performance and also highlighting why Panic Apex was picked up by TSM. Beautiful look here too, not only with the kill participation, but just in general with the output and damage and the KP.
I think he managed to get 3 knocks with 1 single grenade. It was pretty intense. Yeah, pretty intense on the side of TSM. Anyway, 29 points. They will be in first. They overtake All Gamers in second place. So both of them are now over halfway towards match point. But NIP also slowly but surely steadying their way towards match point as well. But still a lot of games to be played here before we see a team cross. And the thing is with Americas, Vicky, is all it takes now is another big team taking a big game, and we are still further away from another team getting to match point because there's just so many points to be shared between these teams.
It's crazy with match point format being introduced here for the regional final to further highlight what the teams need to do to be sitting at that 50-point threshold. A lot on the line for our teams looking to qualify for the EWC. Don't go anywhere. We got game number 3 coming to you guys on the other side of this break.
から出なきゃいけない状況なので、どっちから入り込みに行くのかってところですね。
先週は3度のチャンピオンでした SBI、そして今日も一度。
ただ、かなりありそうなポジショニングになっているが、
これが始まれば、あんた行きましたね。さあ SBI。さあこれアラレクサダメージ受けないかポイント。ダメージはそのまま SBI との最終ファイトの大きな差になってしまう。さあジップライン全部ただこれはアルレックスがいい迎撃見せた。
いい、これ上取った判断すごい。
さあここでこいつら落ちないかどうかですが、1枚取られてしまった、2枚取られてしまった。さあただそれを落として、
ただ両方出してるぞ。ワンプですね。
さあなんとマッチポイントの最後の一戦ワンプ優勝か、それともリマッチか。これは強かった SBI。 最後は優勝を決めきるワンプ4でした。
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back. We've had so much action across the APAC region as well as EMEA earlier on. You got a chance to catch a glimpse of what had transpired. Now in North America, we're still writing that story. Welcome back here after Game 2. It's Game 3, Rain Day and Onset on the call with you. And of course, it's important to look at where we're headed, Mark, because it turns into probably one of the more unfamiliar maps. Broken Moon, maybe the least played. E-District, maybe the most difficult in terms of some of the routes that these players are still discovering, holding spots. Now with Ash, now with Alter, no longer in the mix. We saw it before. It becomes now a conversation on how you navigate with the legends available.
And it certainly does. It's interesting that E-District is positioned where it is in our map layout at the moment because of the fact that it means that you're not going to have Alter, you're not going to have Ash because they're going to be popular picks on whatever map we play. But I really do feel like Alter and Ash still most effective on E-District comparatively to other maps that we do have in the rotation at the moment. The problem is if you choose not to play them in those first two in the hope that you get them on E-District, you can find yourself at a disadvantage and then they get banned anyway because everyone else is still playing them. So you have to get your usage out of those legends while you can. But now heading into E-District here, it is back-to-back E-Districts. Teams at least have a chance to get a little bit comfortable on a map here in comparison to the constant change that we see map after map so far.
Going to be a great one here as we head into E-District, where the lights are bright and the city is alive at night. TSM trying to stay on the right side of the standings here. First place with Duplex, Panic, Apex, and Gent. Panic just having his moment of discovering what it means to be a pro and continue to hold that standard high. You know, a lot of these players come in and, you know, are challenged in different ways. And Panic has certainly made a splash, got a lot of eyes on him, and for good reason. Had his family over at the Open. I've told the story before. His young brother came up, said, guess who's my brother? I said, who? He said, Panic Apex. And he said it with such pride. You know he's a good bro, but you know he's also, in that way, kind of a team player. He's going to do what he needs to do to help make the people around him feel like they are supported. He's certainly done that with TSM. Let's see if that can continue here and they can hold on to first place. A lot of people are rooting for this new iteration of probably the most iconic org in our ALGS history.
Yeah, Panic's certainly not short of confidence when it comes to him as both in-game and out of game. I'm sure that a lot of people would have picked that up already, but I just feel like you need a bit of that sometimes to hit the top echelons of anything competitive you do. You need to have this belief in yourself and your ability, and he's shown that in the game number one that, you know, he's a player that's going to keep rising and his stock is going to keep rising as long as he keeps performing like that. And just taking a look at where the zone is going to be going, it's down towards the southern side. Humbert Labs probably not going to be the end game. I imagine it would shift over slightly to the west, but this is one of those zones that kind of ping pongs when we see end games and scrims. It can pull towards Humbert Labs, but sometimes it pulls back towards the other side. So zone 3 info is going to be very, very important, as it's not dying on your way to zone 2, which is not looking like something that could happen here for Sentinels, as Carter is already taken down.
Yeah, it seems like Sentinels already failing step 1. Orchid on the run. It's been great to see Rambo competing yet again. Hambino, Luxford found their ways in and out. Maybe it's that one. Oh boy, That's going to be something spicy. So hard to get those flying shots, especially with those projectiles. Really no hit scan weapons, essentially, that are pretty active in our ALGS scene. We've had a few options in the past, but so difficult to hit some of those shots. And Bino does a good job of applying the pressure. Are they going to go on Chase? We'll see. Speaking of that, Chase Mob, Cruel Buckle, and Jay, CTE running away. And Twisted Minds, the ones forcing him to run. Albert Lely, Enemy, and Crook. They're known for finding these zones. One of the things that, you know, he said working with Hodsick, Crook, we talked to him last week, just how much they drill down where these zones are going to end. So if you look at Twisted Minds, usually they're in a pretty good spot. That might be where it's ending up.
And I can say this because he's a good friend of mine, but Hodsick certainly putting the stealing a paycheck thing to bed.
He keeps doing it, huh?
He keeps doing it. But he certainly is showing his value here with this Twisted Minds line up, as we see. Speaking of lining up, Keon's lining up those P20s and doing some big damage, but it's a 2v2 by the looks of things now. Keon's going to have to slam onto his teammate Madness to provide him with a little bit of cover, and this is looking a bit ugly for Furia all of a sudden. Madness gets chunked away. He's in around 20 HP. Keon left on his own.
Key onto it. They were calling him in scrims. He self-appointed the name also. Haven't seen the conduit come out yet for Furia. Haven't had the confidence, haven't had the right moment and trust to do that. Certainly game 10-11, I thought maybe in EMEA we might start seeing something like that, but nope. No conduit, no Vantage, no Octane. A couple of legends that just didn't see any time. But we'll see what North America has in store for us. Cruel Buckle from CTE still on the fight. They've created some distance. Keon trying to hide out and out of sight. Virtus.pro, they are eliminated. First team to go down. NIP, Kurev, McLovin, and Vane, the team Keon was actually scrimming with when they were running that conduit earlier on E-District. Grab a few points.
NIP have been really, really good recently. Really good form coming into regional finals. You know, third at the moment in the standings. 23 points in 2 games. Nothing to be disappointed with. We say an average of 10 points per game is usually good enough to win you a match day. So the fact they're just over that shows you how well they are playing at the moment. You can also see the temp has been popped somewhere along the line as the team is looking to fight. Speaking of which, let's take a look at Humber Labs. This is where a lot of the teams are hedging this zone is going to be pulling. So my initial thought was this might pull to the west side of the zone. It looks like a lot of teams in the lobby at the moment are thinking it is going to go east, and it's an easier position to play from as well. There's a lot more area to actually get to play from, to give yourself cover, whereas on that western side, really just open water and a couple of bridges to play. So that's why maybe a lot of teams are banking on this, and if it does pull back, they back their own ability to make a rotation. But CTE, 10 points. It was a good game number 1 from them. Game number 2, a little bit more quiet, though.
Going into where people are holding too, I mean, just on that southeastern side, kind of I don't know, 50 in one hand, half a dozen, 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, because yeah, you could split it either way, but maybe the idea is that, hey, we're all doing this. Maybe 3 teams don't have zone info, and so they're following other teams. They're rotating quickly. They're saying, okay, here we know what Twisted Minds is. It's got to be somewhere else. But at the end of the day, too, Rock and NIP and all gamers kind of making that call that it might not be there, might pull west. They're going to have to go against 7 teams if it does. 10 teams who are already sitting there versus, all the teams on the right-hand side in the east. They're only going to have to go up against 3 teams who are sitting on the west if they do have to try to move into that zone. So maybe putting themselves on even footing based on the majority of this lobby. Either way, though, it's still a bit of a gamble, and they know that. TSM up above Liquid Alienware, a team I talked about earlier. Jaguares, Niazul, Yanya off to a pretty decent start. This team sometimes has the tendency to go 0 or hero. And so they've actually kind of played it right up the middle, 13 points, 6th place. I'd say that's a good start for them.
Furia were eliminated in the meantime. Keon wasn't able to escape and get his teammates back on the map. So that'll be Furia eliminated from on the lobby in our game number 3 here on E-District. That is where everybody is at the moment. As you can see, a lot of teams already stacked up inside of Humber Labs. You've got Falcons on the north side rotating with NRG. All gamers are trying to hold that tunnel. You can see they've got some tracker darts down as well. So anyone tries to rotate through, they're going to be able to get that information and know there's a team coming in behind them. And I think that's another thing that maybe a lot of people aren't given enough value to with the new legend Sparrow. Being able to essentially kind of leave your back open if you have some tracker darts down in good positions to cover anyone that approaches. It allows you to focus forward and not really worry until that dart is activated. But One team who's going to have to worry about them as they make their rotation in and make sure they don't get Spider-Man in Trekker darts is Falcons. So let's jump into a listen and see what the plan is.
You guys standing in on the doorway.
Can we climb through the gate?
Yeah. I'm late, but I'm coming.
You need the UAV really bad. There's a blue bag on that roof out. Oh, I want to.
Okay. Alright, I'm going for it, I guess. Someone else just hit map room.
Can you hit map room now?
Wait, yeah. Wait, which one? Behind us or the front of us?
The right one.
Yeah, I'm going. I went around. Battery in here, I'm grabbing.
That fuse going. We see map room. We climb over also.
You might have a shot for me. I've hit 2 for 20. I can't really... I'm selling.
One!
He's blowing one.
Oh god.
Holy fuck,
Let's
Reese.
go left. Did you hit it? No, you didn't.
Yeah. Nah, he got it.
Alright, stadium side, boys. Look at this fucking... Run.
Running. We have evacs. Yeah. We're taking a late. Zero.
This building is... We should just go there. Just fucking land on it.
I'm down. We're following it.
Are you backing?
Yo. Do we do gen top floor straight away?
Yeah, sure. Bro, I gotta kill that fucking guy.
Bro, you're fucking cheating.
No, he...
I'm flying right now! To the south!
What are you? Cracked!
He's one! He's 50. Fuck.
I don't know if there's anyone here.
Team shooting us. There's fences, but they haven't peeked, but I think they might be in here.
I'm gonna try control space, like a small build. Bro, that fuse moves like a spastic after I two-tapped him because he got scared. And I pulled out ballistic cube because I thought he'd go inside. If I shot, he would have died.
Well, Falcons on that rotation. We got it there. Mark, they were talking. I like the communication going from them so far.
Yeah, it sounds pretty calm, but it's whenever I go to Falcons listening, it always sounds like they're calm, but on the edge. You know, anything can blow up at any point. It's like we're trying to stay calm, but they're kind of gritting our teeth through it. Sentinels look like they're getting the respawn here. Lowe's going to land, hopefully without taking too much damage for their sake, and lands straight into that port. So well placed portal from the Wraith on Sentinels to get him back safely.
Imperial Howl hitting that tracker dart from Sparrow and just showing the impact, the change of nature of it. A lot of pros understanding the immediate element that Sparrow brings to the table with that range, but that vision, I mean, especially on a map like this, zones moving, zones changing, trying to navigate these little moments. Look how congested it is on E District. You got these wide open spaces, these low grounds, and then you have these small buildings that, you know, really are full to the limit. There's just not enough room for these teams. So having that information, making these incisive rotations, that's what Sparrow brings to the table, and often not banned. So a resource whenever you want is Flat. Falls in. They look to hold this building. They'll be safe for now. And NRG on the other side as well.
Yeah, Flat will be fine for now. Sony's going to pull out to the eastern side of the wall. It's not going to pull into Humbert Labs exclusively, but it is going to pull out kind of into the watery abyss below one of the big platforms that Rock currently hold. So they're in position to have a really, really good game. And there's also basically no one to their north and no one to their west as well in the position they hold. So they can just look forward at all the lobby that's in front of them. They should be in position for a really, really strong game here.
Flat would certainly need it. A team that we've seen perform at times, not really taken, I would say, command of this lobby or of the season. Sitting at 19th place, they just came in. Only LG behind them in overall standings. It would take a win, most likely, to put them in the conversation. They are a good 35 points away from our 8th place team. Well, but if you look at 8th place, that's where EMEA was. If you really look at 16, you know, they're really only 8 or so points away. So I correct myself there. We're so used to these kind of big numbers. North America really playing with a lot of wiggle room. Flat definitely still in it. Twisted Minds, though, may be out before you know it.
I mean, that's the Devo, right? You saw the Stinger Bolt go in, that drew their attention away, and now we see the second one coming out. He's got to turn his attention to that, but by doing so, leaves himself open, and Twisted Minds maybe just rotated a little bit early there. But even though the spot was a good one for where this next zone is going to be going, there's too many teams still in Humbert Labs who aren't leaving and being forced to move themselves who had an LOS on it. So timing is everything. Sometimes in Apex Legends on those rotations, Movistar are going to be eliminated as well. So 4 teams now out of the lobby as we jump over to All Gamers, who are in a fantastic spot once again. It was a great game 1 for them where they got the win. They're set up for success here in game 2 as well.
Vane's still alive on NIP, pushing the envelope here. They've got a Stinger bolt out from Sparrow, and they've got potentially a Tempest charging up, ready to go at 70% for Vane if they need to push the envelope, but they're already okay. Take Bucks down. Villainous will lose him in the lobby as NIP continue to rack up some points. Devotion in the sling, ready to go, as Chiquise is still there. One of the interesting elements about Villainous staying alive, but yes, in that kind of 13th spot, obviously trying to hold on to that as teams like Flat, like Orchid, like CTE trying to move in.
100 teams do move in. They take the Wraith portal from Phony, and Phony's managed to find himself not just the red helmet to give himself full evo, but also the triple take in his hands, which is such a good weapon for playing a little bit of an open area, because you can output so much damage so quickly that nobody's going to want to peek you. So he's going to be invaluable to the success of 100 Thieves holding down this spot and finding maybe a secondary spot to move to, having made that initial rotation. That's a look at the map overhead, by the way. That's the position I was talking about with Rock, who are just holding down so much space at the moment as to where that zone is going to be going. And I tell you what, if you were to have played on that western side, you would be in a great spot right now.
Yeah. Conversation is, though, what can Rock do in terms of, and this is kind of this quandary I set up, 10, 11, 12 teams moving that direction, because that is a lot of teams to try to zone out. It's going to open up some space versus if you were Rock trying to get into that building on the eastern side, oh my God, that seems like, a pipe dream. So now you will see that relative dynamic occur. Can Rock hold out enough to keep that spot on the west? Can NIP move in from the south and hold there as well? Will Shopify Rebellion be able to climb one of these fights and stay on height, especially with TSM right in front of them?
Well, Zaidu's got the knock-on to panic with that Arc Star, and now Koifel sending it through the catwall. The wall is down from the Newcastle as well. So Shopify Rebellion have forced their way into zone, and if they're got their ears to the ground here, there might be a third opportunity for them on 100 Thieves as well, because Verhouse and Jen Bird are trying to hold at the moment, but there's damage being done everywhere at the moment. Panic got picked back up by TSM, but Empty with his Devo in his hands alongside Zainu is outputting damage, and Shopify will be safe for now.
Really love what these teams can do in terms of defense, holding up these weird spots at times with that Newcastle wall and with the Watson. Crypto for MT and Koifel on the Pathfinder, but on the other side of things, 100 Thieves, they have that Newcastle Watson and the Wraith, so a little bit more movement, a little bit more control in terms of holding out a zone. But who needs control from Koifel when you're just grabbing Jen Burton by the throat and taking it? 100 Thieves finding a way to just go down one by one, but then have a second to respond. Koifel thinks he's got the job done, but then all of a sudden, it's Liquid Alienware who show up and play spoiler as a third party approaches and cleans up Shopify as well.
This is the worry when you got so many teams stacked up. All of a sudden, that zone pulls back to the west side, and everybody has to leave, and everybody has to change their attention to KP. Essentially, nobody who is in Humber Labs right now is thinking about winning the game. Everyone is thinking about how do we get the most points on the board possible, and a lot of the time it's going to be looking for third-party opportunities. Zero's looking for first-party chances, though, as the zipline from NRG is going to take them away from some of the action, but Zero is not letting them get away without letting them know he's just behind them. Once he finishes up one of those, output some damage coming in from the 30-30, and Zero managed to get the knock-on to Guild.
And it's happened again. Zero let one of them get away earlier on. He said, not today. Not again. I'm going to pop that Tempest, and we're going to make sure that the pressure continues. And that is going to be a big source of the confidence from Falcons, Open champions, trying to go ahead and win regional finals as well. This would be a big moment for them, especially setting up what would be a massive midseason playoffs opportunity. But NRG, they've also been a big story for me. One of the best teams. First place over Falcons with the tiebreaker. Then they keep it up. Diazol, we said he'd have to go big. Not big enough. Decent game. 8th place for Liquid Alienware. CTE goes out right after that, and it's TSM here in the final 6 with Sentinels as well somehow making it out.
Yeah, a lot of teams just fell very, very quickly. It was all the teams that had to leave Humbert Labs. Falcons still alive though. TSM, Sentinels, Ninjas in Pajamas, NRG, and Rock. Rock down on the low ground as a duo though. Even though they had that great spot, they're going to have to try and play this one out as a 2 unless they find themselves a little Moby. Here comes NIP though. Carter's trying to hold this angle with the Devo, but has to change over, and Vayne says, hey, whatever you've got, I've got one too. He fires back with that Devo spray from the sling, but now that Tempest has run out, doesn't have that available to him. Has to turn back to old trusty, the R99, and he's just trying to make sure here. He's not worried about the KP so much. He's just trying to stop this rotate on this side.
NIP holding the zone quite well. Mobile respawn beacon for Kurev. They'll be back up as a 3 as they grab the banner. In that exchange, Rock falls also, and now it's the top 4 with Falcons, NRG, TSM, and NIP. TSM trying to get more members up if possible, but it's just a solo right now. And of course, NRG, NIP, and Falcons fighting as a full 3. NRG on the high ground here. Gillersons with the devotion. That's a scary conversation. Zero and Waltzy trying to avoid that discussion as best they can, and they do. Going underneath the bridge. NRG as well. Timmy holding on that right side, but this is a clash that feels inevitable here, as of course Falcons on the low ground going to have to play this at some point and try to get up here.
I don't know how Falcons get out of this situation. You can see they're trying to use potentially an EMP in that situation, although I think they got EMP'd. I'm not sure if Falcons have it available. Falcons have to send this. They don't really have another choice. But it's Vader. NRG get walked up on. NIP from the shadows give them the jump scare of a lifetime, and that's given the opportunity for Falcons to not only move out for the position they were stuck in, but clean up KP, and now they have an evac tower as well to get over the top.
Oh my God, now this fight is between 2 teams on opposite sides of the wall. I mean, look at this. This is literally our last 2 teams here fighting. There's a huge wall in between, and somehow McLovin takes down Imperial Hal, and NIP are the champions. Falcons move, but they get shot down in the air. And it's NIP who take game 3 on E-District.
For a second there, I thought that Hal was just like, had to lose that. It was just over. I think the Falcons recognized they weren't going to be able to win that game. House made it over, made it to the top of the wall, dropped in, and still managed to take someone down with him. But it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas who win that game on E-District. Game number 3 belongs to them.
Well, you know, I see the interesting quandary that NRG were in, because Falcons made it out, which felt like they were in a situation they shouldn't have made it out, because NRG was hesitant to drop down. And that peak from above, you have to kind of poke your head out first, which obviously we're talking about devotions, 30-30 repeaters with skull piercers. That's not a good head poke that you really want to try to play at that angle, especially against a team with Falcons quality. So NRG wait, they're a little hesitant, and NIP make the swing move. That ultimately was the smartest move from NIP. That secured Falcons not being a team that was on that high ridge. And so it gave NIP a chance with more space to force Falcons to move and to be under duress that entire time. I like NIP taking command of it. And Mark, often I feel like that's the decisive moment that you either win or lose championships, you win or lose games. It's top 4, it's top 7. You make one play and you know that everything else cascades from there.
Yeah, I think NIP made the right play. I think NRG just forgot to watch their backs. They committed too much to the Falcons. Yeah. They were worried too much about what Falcons were going to do and wrap behind them, that they got wrapped behind themselves. So unfortunately for them, it means they don't get into the top 3, but your top 3 on your screen right now. 28 points, by the way, for NIP in that game. 16 kills, and everybody outputting a huge amount of damage. When the least amount of damage on a team is 1.5k, you're probably doing a pretty good job.
I mean, Kurev has been playing well, but Vayne and McLovin, this duo, 2k damage over this game from both of them. That is an incredible dynamic duo there. Guys who have kind of not been written off, but definitely not given their fair shake in terms of the focus this season. This is a team that clearly, with the org, with the presence, the coaching of Raven, the ability to kind of put a good plan together and execute. I mean, this is looking like a favorite right now, especially in this match day so far. Dan, I want to get your thoughts as NIP first place, 48 points, 2 points off match point. TSM, who was our leader, now in second with 38.
Yeah, I think the consistency from NIP in matches 1 and 2 put them in that position where when they finally had that big game, suddenly they are candidates to win this whole thing. And I think that was the point I was trying to make, but I don't think I made very well at the end of last game, is that there are so many good teams here that yes, you might have one big game, but someone else will do it the next game. Someone will take that moment away from you the very next match. So it is about being consistent here. You can't just have one big game and then not do anything. You need to be having consistent big games.
Yeah, I love the analogy too, to that aspect of like, you know, you're only going to get a couple of shots, right? But if you know that, hey, I get 10 shots, that's enough. I'm going to make a few of them, right? You just have to put yourself in the position to then get the shots. That's all it is. I think a lot of these teams throughout the season have just proven that, hey, if we get in this lobby, we're going to have a chance to win because we're that good. We know we have a game plan. We know if we get enough chances, we will make it happen. And that's certainly what NIP have shown. That's what TSM have shown as well. All Gamers as well. These teams that, you know, maybe we're not talking about first and foremost in North America, but certainly have made the conversation shift towards them. All right, as we take a little bit of a halftime break here, settle in, let the players use the restroom, bio break, all that kind of stuff, reset before we do another E-District and get to the back half of potentially today. It is time to go to our favorite little segment, What You Might Have Missed, otherwise known as on our back end and now on the front end for you guys as well. Let's talk a little bit about EMEA, because if you missed it, boy, oh boy, was that a moment. We had a early kind of day start thinking, hey, maybe it'll end early, have a little bit of time for some lunch, maybe a little nap, you know, in between regions. Yeah, right. No, not at all. EMEA not only didn't go 6 games, didn't go 7, didn't go 8, didn't go 9, didn't go 10. It went 11 games, and it was this close to going 12. FaZe Clan did it. They somehow found a way, after Alliance got an early match point, to stall this game out in what was a lobby with 12 teams on match point and 8 teams who were not on match point, meaning if pretty much the majority of the lobby had a chance to win, it was all going to be over. FaZe makes it happen. Natus Vincere end up attacking Dragons at the end of it, and it ultimately puts them into a situation where it opens things up yet again. Another story, 10K, Nasky, and Kashera, they're sitting in the top spots. They're finding ways to be successful, but slowly but surely, they're playing a little bit too conservative, some may think. As these games keep going on, that point total starts to look less and less optimistic for them making in that top 8, and the final game ultimately pushes them out of mid-season playoffs. 3 players who have been in so many of our playoffs over the course of ALGS history. It's going to be wild to see them not a part of this one, especially if this game had ended in any game besides 11th. That would have been the case. But overall, I mean, when you consider that EMEA is a region with only 8 spots and North America a region with 16, you can see why it was so desperate for a lot of these teams. Ultimately, at the end of it, it would be a Gibraltar, Valkyrie, and Rampart combination that would win the game after, you could see it right there, 10 legend bands. Unbelievable. And those were the series results. Go Next would claim the victory with Natus Vincere and FaZe Clan in that final 3. And yeah, guys, if FaZe had won, it was close. It would have gone to game 12. Unbelievable. That final obviously kept Alliance and Navi, who were already secured going into our EWC midseason playoffs already, but it allowed Ronin to sneak past 10K and claim that final spot. So the teams that will be going our Alliance, Natus Vincere, Team Nemesis, Zero Tenacity, Mouse, Ronin, Gaming Gladiators, and Go Next. We will see them representing EMEA in mid-season playoffs. But of course, Mark, it was not the only region to have played over these last weekends. APAC North had some action, and they would qualify their teams heading into our mid-season playoffs as well.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. And I think there's a few stories to really talk about here. Regional finals obviously didn't disappoint. Match number 3, it was SBI Esports who followed up a very impressive match number 2 as well, which was 4th place with 11 kills to win their first match of the regional final. So this was their first win on the board, but hey, spoiler alert, everybody, it certainly wasn't the last match, if you get what I'm saying. The SBI Esports did manage to win. Just these final moments here, you'll see Fnatic involved in it, but the high ground for SBI, just too much to overcome as they jump down to be the ultimate third party to clean up the final pieces of Fnatic. That will bring them their first win. Then we move on to match number 4, and you might have heard of a team called E36 if you remember the ALGS Championships in Sapporo, Japan, which was a wonderful time for everybody who was watching or there. or involved in any sort of way, well, they dropped an absolute nuke of a game, and they did the same thing here. You can see already that they had a huge amount of KP, and they actually end this game with 36 points, first place, and 24 kills after in the first 3 matches they only managed to put up 1 kill per game. So 3 kills across 3 games, and then they dropped 24 in this match. It was an absolute monster performance from them. E36 come out with the win here in the final moments, and you'll see the final moments of it here as they manage to clean out. Once again, Fnatic involved in that endgame, but just not good enough to get that final moment going their way. But yeah, a monster performance. Seems like E36 is all or nothing. Then we move on to match number 8, which would be the final match of APAC North's regional finals. And I might have given it away. Who knows? If you're maybe a little bit slow like me, then it might have taken you a bit of time to understand what I was trying to say. But SBI Esports, they did indeed get the win. They closed out the regional finals. A couple of 3 players really who are looking to make a name for themselves, and they certainly are now in the region and now have the opportunity to do so on the worldwide stage. It's the first time that they hit match point was in the previous game. This was their first game on match point, and they closed it out. It's a fantastic story for APAC North, but also a big shout out to the likes of Crazy Raccoon, who going into the APAC North regional finals were really struggling to qualify, but they made it through in that final qualification spot. So some of your fan favorites from APAC North will certainly be at the mid-season playoffs being represented. But what a moment for SBI Esports. And I'm Mikey's, by the way. What a way to close it out. Look at this. It's a 1v1v1 to win the regional finals, and he is the coldest man in the building. Look at this. Double R9 gets the job done.
I'm freezing after hearing that. It's a nice line. SBI Esports coming out on top here for APAC North. Great overall set and a great bit of action. Honestly, it gets even better as we keep talking about these regions, but overall, SBI taking the top spot. Noah's Fox, you can see they were out of those regional standings for the overall series, but in qualified teams, they were second place. So we'll be seeing them alongside Interforce 36, RRX, Crazy Raccoon, Kinotrope Gaming, Fnatic, and Unlimit at our midseason playoffs in the middle of July. Fnatic, I think a team that definitely needs to find that spark yet again. Currently, a team that didn't have a great open, but certainly is looking to bounce back. And speaking of that, APAC South as well, team that has some pretty decent representatives almost at every single LAN, a region very proud of its Apex play, but they put on a show in their regional finals as well, Dan.
They did. We got the Genome show as well. Genome streamed everything that went down in APAC South regional finals, and we started off with JDG getting a win with 15 kills alongside it, which I think was going to set the precedent of how things were going to go for the rest of this lobby. I was like, all right, we're going to get big kill games. JDG are probably going to walk away with it. It's going to be easy for them. No one's going to even compete. But then other teams started to turn up. And actually, JDG weren't even the first team to reach match point. It was, in fact, Gen G. So this was match 3. They did go on to win this game and later became the first team to reach match point eligibility in match 5. So off the back of this one, it just gave them enough points to be consistent going into 4 and 5 to cross the threshold without a victory. And you think, all right, well, maybe Gen G went on to win the whole thing. VK Gaming said, no way. You may have found yourself on match point, but we're going to keep this thing rolling at least to a match 7. And they had a 17 kill game to do it. These teams weren't just scraping victories through. They were dominating in every aspect and absolutely wiping the floor with the rest of the lobby to find their victories. It was crazy to watch, even crazy to see the highlights of it. But in the end, it was JDG. Again, match 1 winners came back on match point to win it all here in match 7. And just like clockwork, they did it with 17 kills. It was not just a victory that was handed to them as they hid away in the corner. Instead, they were putting pressure on anyone that was in front of them. They were ensuring they took every single fight that may have benefited them, whether it be through loot, whether it be position. And in the end, they were rewarded by becoming the regional champions of APAC South. And of course, that means that they will be representing APAC South at the mid-season playoffs. And I tell you what, if they can find any sort of consistency in the way that they played in the regional finals, once we get to international competition, I am very excited to see what they can do on the biggest stage of all, because they looked so impressive. The teamwork was excellent. The way they were all ensuring they were targeting the same people at the same time and then switching those targets to the next. It was like they've been doing it for 10 years with how they've been playing. And it means that they will walk away as the champions after this victory that you're watching on your very screen. They were delighted with it, as I'm sure were a lot of fans around APAC South, and they will be the front runners for this region. And we can take a look at how those results looked in the overalls, because very different to what we had in EMEA, with it only going 8 games, but these were the 6 squads that were able to pull it through in the end. JD, VK, Rival, Gen G, Edward Gaming, and Wolves here, Rain Day, which, you know, alongside the teams that then qualified for mid-season playoffs, it was just a pleasure to watch.
You know, and it was interesting too, because no matter how well you play, you get to that level of game 7, 8, you're not going to have Ash available. I don't know how that happened for YC. I mean, Johnner was popping off with that Pathfinder, no doubt about it. 2K damage, you know, 5 shots in the PK and a G7 Scout. I mean, that's trusting your aim right there. And Johnner certainly had the movement to go with it. But man, that is not going to look the same way at playoffs. That's going to be the most exciting part. What meta develops? Will we even see a little bit of a patch beforehand towards the end of June? Maybe change a few things, knock a few characters up or down. We'll have to wait and see. But all the excitement there from all the regions. Now, if you're excited as well to represent maybe not a region, but just Apex in general, you might not be competing, you can still show your love. And there's one special way to do it. We go to every event and we want exclusive things. Well, you want exclusive things? Check out what you can't have Nice Week. You can watch Nice Week, but you can't have them. But you can have what he's wearing or holding or keeping himself warm. Apex with the Hype Land collab. One of the coolest things that we've done, a limited edition collaboration. When these things sell out, they are done. So get fit with Outlands, with the Apex Legends Hype Land collab. Make sure to go to hypeland.com. You can see the hoodies, you can see the bags. You know, I think that bag is just like, if you end up going into, you know, for me, there's a couple of fast food restaurants. If I find, I'm just going to throw that's going to be my order. They're going to need that in order to fulfill what I've got. Dan already has the Hype Land right there. You could think he might be disappearing with the Mirage, but no, he's just wearing that cool shirt. Make sure to get yours, hypeland.com. And while Dan and I go shopping for some more Hypeland stuff, and hopefully you do too, let's send it over to Onset and bring back Vicky for our cast as we get into game 4.
Let's do it then. That collab looks fire, by the way. We saw them in New Orleans for the ALGS Open. And for those of you who don't have the 20 kill badge, well, maybe you can get a t-shirt and tell people that you do by having it on there. Vicky, welcome back to the broadcast. We're heading into match number 4.
I'm excited. Let's go, because NIP are already 2 points away from sitting at match point. You know, better speed run this here and not try to take a book out of the EMEA region if you're NIP and you want to already feel like it's a long day, job well done here. But that's to say if they even get these 2 points, because I feel like even in EMEA, there were some teams that were struggling just to get those final 2 points and get the distance, because it can be difficult sometimes too. You want to get those 2 KP or even placement points, but you put yourself in a really risky situation. But at least on E District, I feel like, I mean, in that last game alone, Onset, we had what, like 16 teams in round 4. It was insane how E District allows a lot of these teams to coexist in the end zone.
Yeah, I want to give a bit of a shout out to Kurev as well, who I think has been one of those players who's been on the unfortunate receiving end of decisions that weren't his choice, right? When initially Yanya left Team Liquid, he was picked up. They won BLGS. It was an amazing performance. I think he's presented himself very well. He didn't let anyone down. And then when Yanya became available again, it gets picked back up and he finds himself having to find a team. Now he's on this team, this NIP team, and it feels like everything is just working. And I think a lot of the players on this team have very similar stories where they've had to shift around. They're nice guys that maybe don't, you know, get vocal about decisions being made, but now they are finding success. And it's sometimes the personalities match on a team, and that's why that success starts to come. And I feel like that is really is the case here with NIP.
Yeah, that's why we see a lot of roster swaps in general throughout the course of the competitive Apex esports season too. So being able to at least stick together and figure out what you have to work on as a team, while then also feeling like you already have built up synergy is always nice to see. While we take a look at where this zone is pulling over by draft point, Onset, Graceful will be very happy. This is one of his favorite POIs, but it's also a great POI to rotate from in general. So being able to have that POI advantage, being able to get that information just as quickly, is going to be important, because I also feel like there's a lot of space to coexist on this POI specifically, but depending on where it shifts, if it continuously shifts over to the south side, there's little to no cover when you're stuck on that riverside. Yeah,
that bridge is an interesting one as well. It's like, oh, we'll play the bridge, but then there's 4 or 5 teams who are trying to play the bridge, and it becomes this weird peak battle between teams. And I feel more often than not, if they're too early and you don't have Watson, for example, to hold down the space and command the space, show that presence, as we see NIP just continue. By the way, match point for NIP. First team to hit match point. They cross 50. They get the job done. Back to my talk about the bridge. There's too many teams that can try and get there too early, and it becomes this weird battle where one knock goes down, and with the amount of angles that are available from teams who arrive, you end up having to play as a duo and then leave and come back again. It becomes even more difficult when you're trying to get that res. So it's a tough spot to hold down, but towards the end game, certainly very powerful.
Oh, it's actually really crazy, by the way, to look at how gapped NIP has put the rest of this lobby, even despite the high KP count for a lot of our game-winning teams thus far. Literally sitting at 50 points, where I believe the closest team to them is TSM with 38 points. So, and now right now they're literally getting mowed down by the Devo, and they get eliminated at the hands of LG, and even some help from 100 Thieves who were earlier able to take control and get those knocks.
Yeah, that was one of those situations where it's like, I don't want to look, but I'm watching, because it was that kind of like awkward. It was just a complete decimation there as they ran through them at LG. 100 Thieves are going to be in a pretty good spot for this next zone as well. They're playing down on the southern side of, kind of away from draft point a little bit here. But where that zone is going to be, you can see there, 100 Thieves, excuse me, they're playing more to the eastern side of it, but they should be in a good spot to not get involved in a lot of the big fights that go down, but be able to rotate in and have a vantage point to see where third-party opportunities present themselves. Kimchi left on his own now, as it'll be MCOY here, moving in on this building as well as Sentinels. And I'll say Kimchi's going back in there. Kimchi. Kimchi had an idea. I don't know what if it was the right one or not, but I like the fact that he had an idea and committed to it.
He thought, being one person from Sentinels, at least trying to clutch out that win after seeing that there was knocks, that he could try to take that away, but there was also so many other teams in the vicinity. Sometimes the panic button is right there, and with Furia now walking in, they take up this building with a plethora of death boxes at their feet. Yeah,
Kimchi the kind of guy, if something kicks off, he's wherever he is, if he's your friend, he's going to jump in there. That was a great example of it. Furia do end up cleaning up the final pieces of Sentinels, though, and will now control this building for themselves. Furia, who have been quiet by every single definition of the word so far today. Only the 5 points on the board in 3 games. Very un-Furia-like from them.
Yeah, I really want to listen to the comms and figure out what has changed from Furia specifically, because it's kind of just been on a downward spiral where they don't seem like they've been able to find their footing. Either comms are messy here, maybe some sort of uneasiness, or not even trusting the comms sometimes, making some of these rotates or decision making here, while we take the nice overhead look at the other teams that are making their rotate in. Falcons with an evac tower all the way from Lotus, passing that of Shopify, Energy over by Energy Bank. A lot of these teams, though, with the crypto drones, will just be able to get that survey beacon ring console before they take their time to rotate into that next zone.
Yeah, tough zone so far on E-District, the 2 games we've had for our northern landing teams, which is, the teams that seem to have prioritized some of the POIs. You got Falcons, who would have put a lot of stock into Lotus. Shopify Rebellion landed on the northern side as well, would have put some stock into their POI. So a bit frustrating when you are in the POI draft and you put your stock into a certain map and then the zones pull away. You're like, okay, we're not going to be able to make the most of this. However, everybody is able to adapt. Shopify have had a pretty rough zone so far. If you think about the first one we had, the Down Beast one, that was pretty tough for them to get to. Map number 2, not the easiest as well. And then 2 long rotates for them here as well. It's been tough so far for Shopify Rebellion when it comes to these rotates. They're just trying to make the best of it so far.
Gotta make do with what you have here when it comes to some of these rotates currently. Shopify sitting in 18th in the overall series thus far within this regional finals. Looking at the teams, look at all the Sparrow tracker darts there too. You were actually highlighting this in the last game, and that's a very good point to make too, right? Making sure you could rotate, try to cover your backs without having to split your attention, just thanks to the utility that Sparrow provides. And it's the lovely bridge, your favorite part to hang out here in Draft Point, right? All the crates, you got the different open crates over to your side, and then having to play up this low ground. I am not a big fan of this. Yes, there's even that small crevice, but there's so many different angles once you get out of this specific corner that you currently see Lou in, that you could get shot on from afar, from the high ground, by that tunnel side that you saw behind Lou there. It could be difficult once a lot more of these teams feel more brave to congregate in the center part of Draft Point.
Love a good bridge, me, Vicky. Love a good bridge. I actually went down, you know when you go down the weird rabbit holes occasionally of like you're on YouTube at 4 a.m. or whatever it is. And I was watching bridge construction videos. Fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. I suggest anybody go to check it out. Anyway, All Gamers, 28 points on the board. It has been a phenomenal start for them so far in our regional finals.
And not take note of that bridge construction. At least they didn't for that POI specifically.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about construction. They're looking to look for some destruction right now as that nade. Oh, I thought that was going to be a right juicer, that nade, but Skittle Cakes is going to be trying to find an angle. And I see the Stinger Ball go down and actually clear the space for them to jump up.
I believe 15 Sparrows, by the way, or 12, sorry, in this lobby, as well as Ballistic, while Drop takes a different angle with the Fuse, activates the Motherload here too, after the Tempest was already called in for All Gamers, but they're getting shot by what looks to be a third party, while Skittle Cakes, he jumps and dances around into the zone, just so that way they can take a much longer wide rotation, because they have circle information, thanks to that Sparrow getting that remote beacon scan.
Well, there is a team above them, and that's a problem because they are having to take a lot of zone damage here. Zap's going to have to pop that medkit, times it perfectly, as you would expect. And it's going to be VLN who are still holding them out and still doing damage to them. So AG are going to have to go a little bit deeper into zone for their rotation here. They should be pretty safe to do so, but obviously the meds starts to become a situation you have to be aware of. That does also have an evac tower, so even though they look like they're running away, it looks like a little bit of a double bluff because some fights are starting to break out, and maybe there's an opportunity for them to move back into this position and third party this now.
Can they get away with it? There's like a bunch of Sparrow tracker darts in that choke specifically, but another fight now happening. It is against Liquid Alienware up on the high ground, looking like it was Villainous that were here, being destroyed here at their hands too inside the building. So they were able to claim that building. They're looking at the third party that maybe wanted to get a chance here by that same choke. Actually, it was All Gamers who were looking to rotate in this specific direction. So late after hearing that fight, they can't commit maybe to that choke here because Liquid Alienware can now divert their attention to All Gamers.
And it was that dart. Again, you just heard it pop. They get that information, and now they get the knock as well as Zapto, who gets knocked by the bow check of Neazul. So they have the opportunity now to either hold them out or look to push this. There's a Sky Knight coming in from Neazul. He wants some more. He gets the re-knock as well. He actually gets the finish, excuse me, onto Zap. So that's going to be AG down to 2 now. Liquid Alienware not only winning that fight, but also holding off the third party.
They hear the fighting happening inside this zone right now. Shopify Rebellion, they take out Skittles. Drop is going to be the last one out here, and All Gamers get eliminated. 15 squads now left, while Shopify get to clean up the death boxes that was left from All Gamers.
So looking at the position of Shopify Rebellion now, they probably have to head back to the north. Liquid Alienware was still holding down that choke. It's NRG who have the drone up, who will know that Shopify are coming. We do see the opportunity for NRG versus Shopify probably breaking out as this zone will close, but NIP trying to play a low profile at the moment. The Falcons are trying to rotate in alongside them.
Occasionally here with Falcons neighboring them. Across the zip line, by the way, is Movistar Koi, something that E-District provides from a lot of different POIs, is that one zip line that can connect from one lot to the other, even if it's on the same POI. Love this side-by-side, though. Looking at where this zone pool is going to be, Falcons already getting ahead of the curve, have already rotated out here. Still looking behind them is NIP, but they have to make sure that this is going to be a safe rotate, because LG can equally just cut them off, while Shopify are looking to reset with these shield bats.
Yeah, Shopify to get the first knock though onto Sykes. And I mentioned this fight is about to break out. Well, it is breaking out, and NRG are going to have to do what they can, because the retaliation is now coming from Guild. He gets the knock himself. Sykes will be finished off here by Zainu. So 2v2 might actually be a 1v2. Timmy has to escape as Guild did get taken down and finished off. So Shopify Rebellion essentially win the fight and get the reset onto Zainu. And Timmy has now got to survive this one or find a way out to get his teammates back in.
All the way in the distance still. 100 Thieves on the other side of Shopify. NRG with Timmy being that last straggler, being on that crypto though, that's what you want to see if you have one solo left from your squad. So let's see if Timmy wraps up around with that crypto drone. You can see it flying north side of Shopify. Shopify 2 also trying to get information. Look at the amount of crypto drones that are just scouting about. One exiting out of Furia, one around CTE, another by Team Orchid. The skies look pretty congested right now, but with Timmy now navigating away from Shopify could absolutely be done. But where do you go? Do you have the Moby yourself is the question. You can't res your teammates in the middle of where VP is, and that mythic pin uncontested at the moment. No team looking like they're close by to even give up any sort of high ground space to be able to commit to that.
Yeah, I love that map overhead. You saw how if you want to commit a crime, you're not going to get away with it here on Edith Street. There's tracker darts everywhere. There's drones flying everywhere. There is going to be video evidence of you doing something. If you get a little bit frisky and feel like doing something untoward. Falcons now down on this low ground inside one of these little hut buildings. Will be safe inside of where this next zone is going. So Falcons done a great job once again, thinking from dropping all the way over the northern side of the map to navigate their way all the way down to the southern side now into a safe position. VP still down on that low ground as well, underneath the bridge, but they're going to have to rotate away as the place they were playing wasn't safe for any longer. And inside of this building is Rock and Vaxilon, who put on quite the show last time that we were on his POV. Who gets that first knock, but Crawlbuckle was going to be able to get back to his feet.
Literally one shot though. Being on that catalyst, just trying to secure this building on the second floor. They're fighting right underneath them. VP right at their feet. Rock comes in, takes out VP. It has just not been a good day for VP. We were talking about that. They still need to be able to perform here. VP in some trouble. Furia now sitting on top of that bridge. Flat. Nano specifically. Looks like maybe they were able to get that mythic pin, but the Kraber in hand. Nano misses that first shot. Looks like they also have that gold R9.
Yeah, did hit that mythic bin. You can see it just the right-hand side of Nano here. Furia up on that high ground on the bridge. And Nano is going to lead the way for Flat here, but I'm not sure what the plan is after this. They will have the cover from above inside of this crate, but Big Louie's in a little bit of a problem here. MCoy also in problems. Blinks is going to be last alive for them on the Sparrow. Sends out the bolt, and the ultimate will at least buy him a little bit of time, but Madness snaps back around, and one problem for him was Madness plays mouse and key.
Oh, he broke his neck. I've never seen someone turn around so fast after hearing the zipline prompt. Kurev's still alive. NIP, if they hit match point this game already, but they're gonna have to win another game aside from their progress here just to be considered the winners of the Americas. And we'll be going here as Kurev goes down here. Falcons get eliminated. NIP have some room to breathe, considering that the rest of this lobby still has a pretty big gap between themselves and NIP. And NIP do note this too. So that's why they want to get even more points on the board, soak up more of that KP away from other squads that may need it more. NRG too, after getting the reset from Timmy. Always these clutch respawn moments for their force to drop down.
And now they're pushing in. You're seeing a charged up Rampage. That thing's getting revved up, and so are NRG as well. But the nades coming in could be the end of their game. Timmy still alive though. Still full shields on the crypto. Verhulst is going to poke. There's going to be a shield swap for him, but he can't get it because the banner gets picked up first. NRG will fall, and it's 100T to pick up some KP.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Those arrows with the grenade cleared up so much space, literally gassing them all out from that building. Very unfortunate having to play off of that knockdown. Can't get that shield swap, but even better here for 100 Thieves to get that KP to clear up this north side. But they eventually have to move in the direction of Liquid Alienware, who called out this zone, who has the high ground on that building. The only other team Liquid Alienware needs to make sure they feel pressured out is Rock, and you won't even be able to take that zipline for free. Good luck with that in a lobby like this.
Trying to make their rotate in the moment. Looks like a portal's gone down from 100 Thieves. Rockno trying to take a building. The problem is that Orchid have that one locked down with the Watson fences. Now you're seeing Rock on the back foot trying to play around these knockdowns. Shield Sorcerer is going to try and pop this bat, but there's a grenade at the feet of these knockdowns. Does manage to get it off, but he's got Twisted Minds inside the building next to him. This is definition of Rock and hard place. Rock being grenades, hard place being Twisted Minds inside that building.
E-District has been so enjoyable to watch. Where do you go? Where do you hide? Saucer is stuck in a corner here. They haven't called him out just yet. Twisted Minds securing this bottom floor of the building. Team Orchid also on top of this building. Flat looking to reset after coming out of that zipline building themselves. Wrapping around fully, though. 100 Thieves are keeping Liquid Alienware busy.
Twisted Minds having to keep their heads on swivels here. It's left, right, up, down, wherever you can find an angle to put some damage out from this building. They are finding those angles. Orchid above them at the moment. Nano escaping. Alvarele just poked a little bit too long, though. And it's cost him his life as Flat will fly in. And Qzia gets not only the knock, but the finish onto Alv as well.
And it's because Alv actually originally got the Arc Star knock. He wanted to expand on that, and now losing out with Twisted Minds, hopefully being able to get the res that we even saw from Rock, because Rock also was able to get that respawn in the distance, but shooting them from above, you could see those 30-30 shots in trouble. That's 100 Thieves and even Liquid Alienware. We have no idea where we're going to be dancing around these Wraith portals.
Oh. Yeah, Deeds thought he could sneak through there. He breathed in as he tried to get through the doorway, but unfortunately something got caught on that portal. He went up and said hello, came back and said goodbye as he gets taken down, and now Vaxelon alongside his teammate will be the last ones alive here for Rock. Sorcerer's doing what he can, and Furia now with a chance here, Vicky. Inside of the top 7 to get a reset and maybe look for some more KP, and a good result here in this game.
Although you still have one member of Flat, the Pathfinder just looking at everything happening over to the north side between Twisted Minds, Team Orchid, Furia, and says, what is going on over there? Well, don't count me in this, because 100 Thieves and Liquid Alienware, they both have the height advantage, positional advantage on top of that in a zone like this, with Nizul being on that Sparrow, trying to get more information with these recon arrows.
Well, this bolt could be huge. If he fires this ult down at just the right time, everybody who's below him is going to get ticked by it unless everybody commits to destroying it. And that looks like that has been the play. The Catwall goes down. Nizul doing a lot of damage, but damage needs to turn into points, and that means they need the KP. Vertholst, he'll go down as well. Phony, he'll survive. Liquid Alienware, Twisted Minds will die as Furia fly up to deal with the last remaining members of 100 Thieves. Flat eliminated in the meantime as well.
The timing from Furia to exit out of the fight while all the teams were busy on the north side to then wrap around. They knew what the priority position was, and now they take prime position. They go in for the third party, and now they drop on top of a very weakened and blundered Team Orchid.
Furia will clean it up, and Furia will be your champions. It is a good return to form, extremely well timed for them. But we still only have one team at the moment in that game who has hit match point. That was the NIP, who were the team who crossed 50 points. And in this next game, they have a chance to win it all.
We were talking about Furia. We were asking where they at. They heard us and they performed because they needed to. Looking a little bit lost, but the comms right there to disengage on the chaos that was happening right alongside them, to then time a third party with the 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid Alienware fight up on high ground was the best decision they could have made.
Yeah, really, really good. And important sometimes just to keep a note of the kill feed. Even though you don't know who's dying, you can tell who's being knocked. You can tell that kills are being exchanged between two teams, which gives you that opportunity to go up with more members of a team, or quite simply just clean up a fight that's already pretty much taken place. Furia, with those plays towards the end of the game, had a very, very simple conversion on that final fight, and with 9 KP alongside the 12, it's 21 points on the board for them. Team Orchid and 100 Thieves picking up 15 themselves. RXC, we saw them involved in quite a few fights, by the way, that they seem to be productive in, and that means the 9 KP for them alongside the 3 gives them 12.
And that was off of the respawn too, right? We saw them trying to respawn once or maybe twice here too. And looking on the other side, NIP, who now are match point eligible with 7 KP. Curve has been popping off throughout the course of the series. I think he's sitting at 16 kills thus far over the course of the last few games. As we take a look at the heavy hitters from this game alone, see 5 KP in favor for Noct, Rambo with the 3 revives, Keon with the 5 assists, and then Vaxelon with the 1.6k damage.
Well, this is how the series results are looking after the end of E-District, and NIP, they're gonna hit 56. That's what really matters here. They will be on match point. If they win this next game, they will be your regional champions for the Americas. TSM closest behind them. They still need 12 more though.
It's a lot to deal with here, and as we make that transition too into a different map, you have to imagine other teams are going to know where their POI draft is specifically, and as it stands, NIP with the performance that they've put on today alone have secured them that first place spot above Falcons with 125 total points. Let's not forget, these teams right now who haven't qualified, NIP did qualify, but these teams in general trying to get that first place spot, they're also trying to get the prize pool for Pro League, that first place, securing yourself that 20 extra K aside from qualifying within the mid-season playoffs.
Well, as we say goodbye to E District, we're also going to jump into a break as we change the maps over. And hey, once again, I've turned into a POI draft. Hopefully I can turn back after this break.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back again, everybody. Welcome back, Dan, as well. Welcome to the show. Missed you, buddy. Good to have you back.
You too. I got to listen to you the whole time, so it was good.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, one team who is going to be feeling particularly cute right now is going to be NIP as they hit match point. That was a weird transition, but it works. Anyway, it is a bit weird, but they are on match point right now. They have crossed 50 points, so if they are to close out this next game with a win, they will be your regional finals champions. But of course, we will play a minimum of 6 games today, just as a reminder to everybody who wants to see some Apex and as much Apex as possible. And of course, we also know that usually if you hit match point first, very rare we see those teams close out the next game. These are some of the highlights from this final circle though, Dan, and it's good for Furia that they timed this push perfectly down from the low ground, zipped up, cleaned up this damage, and then they had all of the height and the priority they could want.
I like how everyone was just in agreement to shoot the Sparrow ultimate at the same time as well. Like everyone was just like, let's just get rid of it right now. But yeah, a great match 4. I love the back-to-back E District. I think it really does provide us with a lot of entertainment just before we then switch over back to Broken Moon, where I still feel like, even though E District is newer, Broken Moon still feels like the unknown, because like Broken Moon just hasn't been played as much in competitive. So I think that this is going to be a tough one going into match 5, especially for NIP. But you mentioned it, not usually we don't see the first team on match point go into and winning the whole thing in match 5. But with how EMEA went, will NIP even get there at all? That's the real question.
That's a good point, you know. Maybe NIP will change the story. Maybe they close it out in 5, and maybe we play a match 6 to find out what the final standings are going to be for qualification. Who knows? Broken Moon is where we're going to find ourselves, though, and we're going to see Ballistic go bye-bye. He is out. He is banned. He is not allowed onto Broken Moon.
Yeah, surprising early ban compared to EMEA, but again, I think that this region certainly sees the benefit of Ballistic a little bit more than EMEA at times. But yeah, very excited going into this one, because I think we're going to get a lot more aggression coming out of some teams, because this is what happens when one team gets onto match point. everyone else has that moment. We need to start to pick it up here, otherwise this whole thing could fall apart. Yes, you will still have match 6 as a fallback, even if it ends here, but it could only be 2 more matches. You're not guaranteed another 5 like the lucky lads over in EMEA were able to get. You have to pick things up now.
Just a shout out to NIP as well, and a shout out to production to give us some stats in the back. Highest damage dealers in the lobby, but also highest damage taken, but it's a plus 3.1k damage difference. So all in the positives when it comes. They are extremely active on the map with their weaponry at the moment. NIP really are putting on a little bit of a show in those first games.
An exciting show for sure, but can it now move them into a victory to take the whole EMEA regional finals? Broken Moon has been very kind to Team Falcons throughout, and Shopify Rebellion. I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier. So both of those teams should be looking up to pick points here. And can anyone actually get onto match point going into this next one, like outside of NIP? Because when you look at the closest to it, it's TSM on 38. That's not a guarantee to be there. Maybe NIP get 2 free shots at this, which is something you don't see too often, but it has happened prior where a team will get there super early and get multiple attempts to win the entire thing.
Much more difficult to track teams now as well with legend bans. Like previously, your teams would know what composition you're playing, what skins you're playing, unless you were changing them game to game when you were on match point. But now it's like, oh, what are this team playing? We don't even know what composition they're going to be playing, so we don't actually have full faith this is the team that we think it is that's going to be a match point. So a little bit easier, I would say, if you're on a match point team, to go undetected in comparison to maybe some of the previous seasons that we have had. But NIP playing Sparrow, Wraith, and Fuse this time around. So the ring console is going to be hit by Fuse when they get that blue perk. Let's see where they're dropping at the moment. Excuse me. Throat's a little bit dry. Dropping over at Atma Station down on the southern side. So they're going to have all sorts of goodies. They've got 2 survey beacons.
They have 2 survey beacons and a ring console.
Two survey beacons, an Evo, and a ring console.
Yeah, and that means they'll get to blue nice and early, allow them to hit the ring console with Fuse, and they can move fast. And look where the zone's going. I mean, they have a direct route to it. Yeah, exactly. This is looking like a pretty good opportunity for NIP to at least get into the position to potentially win the game. Of course, you have to actually get there first and then win the engagements that follow afterwards. As for TSM, a slightly different game. They have to try and find 12 points, and they've already found 3 players right in front of them. It's going to be AG.
Panic trying to be a little bit sneaky here. Portal's going to go down, though, and the Wraith will be able to maybe escort teammates. TSM now realize that, and they're going to continue on their merry little way downtown. All gamers did manage to overtake them. Indeed, all 3 players have got past. Villainous are approaching Terraformer at the moment, but not really anywhere near TSM's position, who are heading towards Hazmat by the looks of things, and through Quarantine Zone. So NRG, they're going to take a little bit more of a more direct route. They are going to the skies, using that evac to just about get over the tower, but there's a race going on, maybe for a very similar spot, and January recognizes that they are not winning that one, so it turns around very, very quickly.
Did not want to take that race. They were far too far behind, but it's not been the most comfortable of landings for NRG. They're going to have to fight for their position or reposition. And it looks like they might have to fight, just judging by the bullets that are coming from elsewhere. Going to try and lock down this part of the building. They do have the Watson to work with here, so at least they've got that. But Sykes has taken so much damage. 100 Thieves with a Stinger Ball.
The Stinger Ball! It's 2! You're trying to port the bodies out, trying to get his teammates back into position, but unfortunately, Sykes is going to be one of those players who isn't even going to get to take the portal because he's been finished. Can Timmy get through the port? That's the question. But what a Stinger Bolt that was from Verhulst. Just absolutely decimated him.
I mean, it does so much damage if you put it in the right area, and they can't get rid of it. As NIP, now a match point team, they are under a lot of trouble and a lot of struggles here, but can they fight their way back into it?
Oh, it looks like they will be able to. Kurov stayed alive in all of this. McLovin! Oh my word! He's sending it. He wants the KP, and CTE RIP as NIP come out of that fight with a victory.
Love that. That was full on dumped on. Let's be completely honest. Let's call a spade a spade. That's what a Devotion can do in the best of hands. Sometimes even the worst of hands. But NIP, now they have to try and get Vayne back up, which they have the Moby for. They'll get him back on his feet. And NIP still live to fight another game here.
Yeah, really brave play that from NIP as well. They took the fight in that position because they wanted the building. and they win the fight. And now they have a really, really good spot inside of zone. So NIP, things are starting to line up for them as Vayne goes back to his box and says, hey, I remember what I was holding a few moments ago. Thank you, boys.
Now, what are the loot and treasure that do I get from the other teams? But you're right, that could be a game-winning fight. When we look back, if NIP win this game, it'll be... majority of it will be down to that fight. It'll be forgotten because it's so early, but without it, they never would have had this position. So a big, important decision to be made, and I love that they're taking a little bit of a risk by going for that fight. I think some teams in this position may have just tried to skip that team, got away from that team, backed off, and looked to try and get help from a third party of some sort, but they were aggressive. I love it. Good from them.
The Falcons coming in from the north side of the zone at the moment. You can see they have ring console. One thing the Falcons love to do, of course, as most teams do when you're approaching the zone and you're a little bit later than the majority of teams, is making sure that at the very least you're going to find yourself on purples. Building is completely free at the moment, which is going to give them an indication that a lot of other teams are banking on it going somewhere else. But they will be safe for now. Over to AG then, who started off today very, very fast with a win in that game number 1. But since then, Dan, it's been a little bit more quiet.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, they still find themselves on 28 points, and, you know, apart from NIP, they're not that far behind the rest of the lobby. However, I think they'll be a bit frustrated they haven't capitalized from that impressive start. And I think that was, again, the point I was trying to make is you can have one incredible game, but unless you follow it up with consistency, it will be very quickly forgotten because there are too many good teams in this lobby to help the audience forget it. Virtus.pro, 20 points. They also need to pick up the pace a little bit. They want to find themselves on match point before this thing is done and dusted. We're going to start getting to that point where we start looking at those mid-season playoff positions, Mark, as well, because if this thing does end here in match 5 or 6, or, well, of course, by match 6, suddenly those people that are having to fight from behind, they're not going to have the time they maybe thought they would.
The Falcons just in the kill feed find themselves having to get Waltzy back to his feet here, as it was a member of Twisted Minds, I think it was Albrelli if I wasn't mistaken, who managed to knock him with that scout. But the scout usually gives an indication of this from distance, and you should be able to get him back up. Certainly not been finished in the kill feed. But NIP deep in zone as well, and the reason I love this position as well is because it's deep enough in zone where a lot of teams arriving are gonna be in front of them, so they're not gonna have to worry about their backs so much. You can see that behind them is kind of the opening where the sea, if you like, the water behind them is gonna not allow any teams to rotate behind them. It's that deep pocket, right? You're right in the back of the zone, and you can, even if it pulls away from you, you have everyone in front of you can focus on.
Oh, it's gonna get messy, isn't it? You look at these zones. Some of the zones we've had today have been brutal, but also incredible to watch at the same time. And with the zips that are coming in through to these zones as well, we might see some teams just like saying, screw it, committing, and then suddenly finding themselves in a really good position. Because if you time it correctly, you can just like whiz on past teams if they aren't paying attention. So it's certainly going to be a fun one to watch.
Maybe this is the ROC play. That's what they're waiting for right now. They're just going to absolutely yeet into zone.
Guys, wait until we hear shooting and then we go.
Well, VP, this is an interesting match for them because VP, a lot of conversation has been about their good weeks in Pro League when they had a lot of zones, right? When the POIs that they were drafting gave them quick priority to zones. Well, this one isn't a quick priority to zone. This is one where they're going to have to work for it. So I'm keeping my eyes on how they do in this game and seeing if those worries are maybe have a little bit more truth to them. RSC, nice headshot coming in from Vaxilon, just taking advantage of the lack of helmets that are on the battlefield at the moment with our 30. It didn't even have a skull piercer, by the way. No skull piercer on that thing. 104. Boom.
What were we saying about the 30-30 again? really good weapon.
Actually, I will say it's really fun to use. I will say that 100%.
It is. I mean, when these kind of like marksman style long-range weapons are in the meta and you start to get used to the dip and how to use them, you can absolutely destroy some teams, and it is very fun when they connect. A lot of dopamine, it has to be said. Not so much when you're on the receiving end, though. Has to be mentioned as well. You have to look at it from both sides.
Dopamine or tears, one of the two. It's it's a fine line.
Sometimes I cry with dopamine, so, you know, it's just the best of both worlds.
Well, 100 Thieves putting some more pressure, and the Stinger Bolt again from Verholst. picking up the first knock, and it's going to be AG who they're putting under pressure at the moment. Twisted Minds putting pressure onto VP as well, as ROC on our screens right now take the high ground away. And we'll be inside this new zone. Back to our match point team though, NIP. By the way, VP just got Zach Mazer finished off with an Arc Star, so they're down to 2. Still commanding a lot of space here. I love how they're so proactive as well. Oh, shots. It's going to be Zap from AG. He'll be taken down. AG in a little bit of a shambles at the moment. Getting shot by numerous teams.
By the way, as it stands, there's only 1 point between 4 teams in the final qualification spot for mid-season playoffs at the moment. Like, that's how tight it is. I'm not going to go too much into it yet because there's a lot that's going to change in these next couple of games, but just be ready for... You mentioned tiers. I think there's going to be teams that miss out on mid-season playoffs by just a point or 2.
NIP just...
They're good.
Trying to stay proactive here. This is what I love, right? You can see they've got a great spot in zone. They're not bunkering down. They are playing the space around the zone and using this as a fallback, this building, to try and pop shield cells, to get back healthy again. But they want to know who is around them at all times and do damage to those teams to keep the space between them and everybody arriving. It really is. I mean, again, NIP have got a real chance here. Genuinely have a real chance.
As long as they do keep staying proactive, like you say, if they keep just swinging out, making sure that the likes of ROC and TSM don't push up on them and get too easy a walk up. Like, if you apply that little bit of pressure and you force those teams into engagements, eventually, if you keep them that far out, the zone's going to help you enough that they should just be very easy and simple to take out of the game. Worth noting, Twisted Mind did pick up the Mythic bin that spawned up on the north as well. That could be a factor later on. Who knows what they got from it, but definitely some goodies available to them, and it might help them force their way into the zone. And, well, there is one of those goodies. It's a red helmet and a Kraber for one of the best players you could probably give it to.
All gamers are finally eliminated, by the way. Drops was the last player alive. We've seen them up and down, up and down. Well, finally they will be fully down. Al takes a little bit of damage here. He's going to have to find some headshots pretty soon because Fusion are holding them out. And Twisted Minds need to somehow work out a way to get past them at the moment. Stinger Bolt's going in again, but Jaguar Edge responds with a devo. By the way, no turbocharger on this thing.
No turbo.
Keeping it old school.
No turbo, no problemo. Aguaros and the rest of the squad of Team Liquid Alienware will take out Villainous. By the way, Villainous, one of those teams that I mentioned within a point of getting towards qualification for mid-season playoffs. They might be dropping off a little bit after that early exit here in this match, but Sentinels look like they're just about going to get around that corner away from the oncoming fire as VP on their journey. Zach Mazer trying to survive here. I don't know why I laughed. That was a bit mean, but I just remember VP was struggling earlier, and it's always tough when you go onto a screen and it's just one person left on their own trying to make or break it for their team.
As I would say when we play ranked, don't worry guys, I got this. I just immediately died to 12 people with Kravers. The Sentinels moving into the position that they want to take away. But this isn't going to be safe in this next zone when it does start to close. Shopify Rebellion and ROC all in the vicinity here. Falcons outputting some damage onto Twisted Minds, and they've actually managed to take them out. So Twisted Minds, a combination of them and Movistars, will mean that Twisted Minds get eliminated for the lobby. Zach Mazer, Aura, sends Team Liquid back through their own portal.
By the way, Twisted Minds going down means that that's a red helmet and a Kraber going elsewhere. So keep an eye on the kill feed, because might be some Crybaby action. Unless, like, Albrelli threw it off the map or something. Just really salty that someone else might get it. Sentinels now looking to see if they can maybe pick up the pieces here, but that will be portaled away. No, it's going to be Zach Mazer. Will be taken down and VP eventually eliminated despite some heroic efforts.
Yeah, Sentinels didn't fall to the Aura trap like Team Liquid Alienware did a few moments ago. They realized it's a solo. They take him out. And now they turn their attention forward once more. They'll check in with NIP.
The zone's still looking pretty good.
Oh my god, NIP have zone.
They have
literally
everything.
Have zone. Look at the
zone
left.
They have shields. They have utility.
Oh, excels.
They have resources. They have ultimates, and they have the composition.
And boy, are they handsome.
God, I just wish I was NIP.
I wish I was NIP.
I tell you what, I bet the organization,
NIP.
I bet the organization of NIP right now are chuckling to themselves after transitioning from EMEA to the Americas and find themselves with a team who are sat at #1 in the overalls right now, going into mid-season playoffs. Potentially could be regional champs.
You might hit Raven's evil laugh once again. It's been a while since we've heard that one, but it might be applicable. Nocturnal. Haircut provided. The head still intact for the player trying to rotate in. And then use that port to retreat to his teammates. For now, has to pop that battery. The Sentinels move in on Shopify Rebellion, who again have another rough zone in this game that they've had to navigate, and it's not looking good for them. Carter is going to hit the zip line to get ahead of this traffic. Falcons been eliminated as well. Bit of a shoddy performance from them so far. ROC trying to pop onto Sentinels. Will manage to take them down. Furia also eliminated in the last few moments as well.
Yeah, things are going to start getting pretty ugly now around this zone. I think most teams have found somewhere to call home, but the next shift in, I mean, no one is in this next circle except a little bit of NIP who have their toes in. Of course, they can walk in, but everyone else is not. And a lot of teams are stuck outside of Foundry, which means they are going to have to fight their way in or just look for KP here. And Fusion, they've already lost Kimchi. And they're on this northwest side, and the northwest side is arguably the ugliest of all of the places to be right now. Unless you can find a little hidey hole within Foundry, you're probably going to have to fight.
I don't know if NIP will get a better chance to win it, honestly, than what they have right now. LG been eliminated. We're down to 10 squads, half the lobby gone. NIP on match point, the only team on match point, still inside of the zone with everybody else in front of them. Liquid Alienware now climbing up to the height. They might have some angles until fights are breaking out. Again, more fights that break out here. The better news it is for NIP, as long as they are nowhere near where Ninjas in Pajamas are holding. That means more teams will take themselves out and put them closer and closer to winning.
The biggest threat is going to be 100 Thieves, just looking at the map overhead, but it also depends what happens now with the zone closing. If everyone kind of panics and a team runs towards NIP and maybe knocks one of them, that could be enough to ruin their chances of winning this, because then 100 Thieves might capitalize, might push up, and may take that position. Team Liquid Alienware are going to be up and above, as are so many teams, as this is where it starts to get hectic and ultimates come into play.
Janya with the devotion. Takes down Koiful. That's not easy to do. Koi had a devotion of his own. Now the portal will go down as well. Jaguar has been brought back to his feet as well by Niazul. And Liquid are moving towards potentially the position that is held down by NIP right now. Shopify Rebellion have been eliminated. I'm looking at this kill feed, seeing if we ever see NIP involved. For now, they are staying quiet. They are staying in their lane and letting everyone else deal with each other. Liquid Alienware are gone. Rock are gone as well. We're into the top 7 now.
Into the top 7, and actually NIP are taking a look at TSM from behind, but they will portal back. NIP back to safety and will be in a position where they can play the entirety of the southeast right now. TSM under a little bit of trouble. Have to be careful. The Catwall is going to help a lot here. And the real question is, do the other teams even care about it? They're still pushing up.
And it's NIP. Look at that, extending out. Again, still outputting damage here, NIP. They will influence that fight. Fusion are falling as well. We're into the top 5, and King G is just a solo.
I think it's really going to be down to 100 Thieves in NIP here. Team Orchid are still alive, Movistar as well, so don't count them out. But just by position, 100 Thieves still seem to be in a better spot. Movistar are taking portals at the moment to try and reposition as well. Team Orchid do have the red armor. That is worth noting. Luxford on the red could make a difference here, but they're the only team on the north. And now Movistar moving into the position on 100 Thieves. This could be massive for NIP.
And look at the damage from NIP as well. They are just still outputting damage. It's on 100 Thieves. It's onto Movistar. Whoever moves has damage put onto them. But now with the zone closing, NIP finally have to show presence. And 100 Thieves have to pressurize them if we want to see some more Apex after 6 games.
Well, can NIP do it in 5? Again, we don't see it very often after a team gets on match point. Vane's taking a lot of damage here.
Jumps into the void though. McLovin's down though, and 100 Thieves are keeping it going. 100 Thieves are looking to deny NIP. From that high ground, Phony and Verholz combining. Verholz getting the finishes on that damage. Karev's still alive though. But for how long? Gets that Barry popped, but now MKOI are poking out. We have more Apex. We will at least see other teams have the opportunity to jump onto match point here.
The real question is anyone gonna join them? Orchid on 42 points. I believe there's still a chance they could get match point if they were to win this one and find kills. But they are in a rough spot at the moment. They are kind of being forced back and watched by Movistar and 100 Thieves. But now the zone's going to force them all together here. And you can see that red armor for Luxford could be very important. But Movistar have one as well.
Team Orchid need the 8 points. Not sure they're going to be able to get it in this game in particular. But Verholst is having a game, by the way. Finally, he will go down, but Orchid can create a little bit of space here. Jim Bird is down behind the knockdown. And Movistar are down as well, and surely this is Orchid's game to win, and indeed it is. Did they get enough KP alongside the placement to hit match point? We'll find out in a few moments' time. But I do feel like the big story from that game down is NIP had a chance to win it at the first roll of the dice.
Spoiler alert, they did! Exactly!
Oh, wow,
50 points for Team Orchid. It was that one kill with the P2020s from distance. Just getting that one extra KP was massive for them. If they had not gone that extra KP on the team that went out in third, they would have finished on 49. Incredible from Team Orchid, and it now means that NIP have competition going into match 6.
They certainly do, indeed. So 2 teams now on match point. I thought they might be 1 short, but 50 points exactly. That's all you need to hit, and that's exactly what they do hit. So congratulations to Team Orchid for getting the job done there and managing to find the points and accumulate the points that they needed. 20 points is very, very impressive from them. 8 kills alongside it. But for NIP, you look at the KP, it looked good. You look at the placement points, they had a chance. But I think the problem for them was when they got to that point where it was like, oh, we've played this spot for so long. What do we do next? There really wasn't anywhere for them to play with cover, and they just didn't have the composition that was going to give them that false cover as well. So NIP had a chance, but they won't close out this time around.
And whilst they had a good composition for fighting and for repositioning, I think if it was a straight 3v3, good opportunity. But the fact there was 4 teams alive, it was very difficult to do. But NIP and Team Orchid will be on match point going into match 6. Now, this is the series results, but of course we have the overall standings for how teams are trying to qualify in Split 2 for the mid-season playoffs. And remember, there are so many spots up for grabs here. 16 is the key number we are looking at. Now, all the teams that are bronzed out, golded out, whatever it is, they have already qualified. TSM, they're looking to be pretty good on 110 points right now as it stands, but all the way down to currently Virtus.pro, who are that team that takes the last spot as it stands right now.
Yeah, 76 points, a little bit of a gap between them and Flat, but not too much of a gap that can't be closed in just one game. So VP going to be very, very nervous at the moment, and surely will want to hold on to one of those spots and be at the Esports World Cup for our mid-season playoffs. We'll have to see if they can continue to find those points that they require to keep in that spot, and if someone is going to close out in this next game. 2 match point teams find themselves with that opportunity. We'll find out if they can close out after this break.
Siphon perk here for Sparrow, and that also gives them complete knowledge. It's close enough that he scans all 3 of Remarkable Team. And I don't know, maybe I'd give him a slightly higher chance, but no. Genji will take him out. Final 3v3. Take it away, Dex.
Ace is going to be playing up top. He got revenge on Castellano. Now he's just bringing the fight onto the head of young Zachary. Genji! Super nobody tries to play aggressive. Now going to go down. Rival zone in position. Bridge Keepers truly kill the end. Kakoi now hurting here. Road is the only one still standing, still fighting. And Kakoi, they cannot handle. He goes down.
Messes up the mantle, so it's really up to the other 2 teams now. There we go, ADG down, and now we have the rival, the B and BKG set up we were waiting for.
พื่อนไปช่วยเพื่อนเจ็บหมดแล้วเจ็บมากปวดท้ายไปช่วยเพื่อนนะถอยเฮีย
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ALGS Game 5 underway just a few moments ago and came to a close with NIP just a hair from finishing off this tournament. We will go again, and match point is still upon us for them and another team, Team Orchid, who have gotten 50 points and will be able to close it out here in 6. And if any of them win, that will lead to the end of the tournament, and the placements will be locked. Of course, I'm Rain Day, joined by Gaskin. We're going to give Onset and Vicky a little bit of a break here as we cast Game 6. But Dan, let's walk through that final circle yet again, because it was close. NIP looked like they had a lot of things going for them, but ultimately 100 Thieves, I think, was the biggest contributor in stopping them from closing this one out.
Yeah, I saw it on the map overhead when NIP were in a position that 100 Thieves were going to be the biggest threat. And obviously you can't see the elevation on the map overhead necessarily. And I didn't know whereabouts 100 T would end up. But the fact they were able to get that high ground was just the detriment to NIP. Now, 100 Thieves didn't go on to win the entire thing because sadly they kind of got forced into Movistars before they had a chance to really take on Orchid. But these kills, or the ones that Hambino gets here, that one, with the P2020s, was what sent them onto match point. Just that extra KP onto the third team was the difference maker. Otherwise, they would have been in a situation where they only got 49, I believe. So just those slight little things can be a huge difference, because now Orchid have the opportunity to win this entire thing. And before today, I believe they were just outside of those qualification spots, but now they have an amazing opportunity.
Yeah, this is huge for Orchid and their story as well. I mean, I mentioned it talking in Game 3, but the fact that Rambo is back and in action after taking such a long break, Hambino, who's bounced around several teams and has found this synergy right now with Team Orchid, who performed really well at the Open and kind of caught our eye as their introduction back into the ALGS. And now within this split, have been phenomenal, looking like a serious threat here. And what a story it would be if they can go back-to-back and find themselves a win to close it all out. Game number 6 coming at you here, and we are back on Storm Point. A welcome sight for a lot of these teams, as this is the map we started off on, and maybe the map we're going to finish.
And you saw there the bans. Wraith is the next one to get the big old X. And sadly means that that's another rotational character gone. So Alter disappeared. Wraith gone. And we have no Ash either. So we're going to start probably look towards more Pathfinder. And there you can see it on your screen already. Luxford switching over to the Pathfinder. And of course we move over to Storm Point yet again here for match 6. Now, a team who has been quiet today is Team Falcons. And Storm Point has been pretty good to them so far this season. So perhaps this could be the game that really just brings them back into the conversation here today.
Hambino, Luxford, and Rambo. Team Orchid, mentioning them. You cannot say Rambo and Hambino without also talking about Luxford on the Pathfinder. The contribution to this team, it's undeniable. Luxford trying to obviously find his place within this meta, within this team, within this season and split. So many teams vying for that same opportunity, though. But look at this, a northern zone, CTE, Orchid, NRG, all about to collapse onto each other. 100 Thieves ahead of the pack there as well, but a very, very far north pull here, which is looking pretty decent, Dan, for NIP.
Fantastic for NIP. They've got Catalyst as well, and they had the ring console. Now, LG have moved extremely fast from Zeus Station, which could be at the detriment to NIP. That's going to be their biggest competition to kind of create and lock down an area. And I think NIP wanted to move north, and then they've been forced back. So I'm intrigued to see where NIP end up here with how they think where this zone is going to be going. This could really be kind of like a ride or die moment for them of just trusting your IGL of where you move. I mean, my real question is, did they even get a chance to get the ring console with where they're going? Perhaps they're just going to sit on the northeast side here.
Yeah, I mean, it's also about the polls, too. You want to hold these chokes. You don't want to let too many teams in. You want to force them into the south. That means NIP can avoid almost all of the fighting up until the very end circle. And if it pulls well to them, you know, they're just going to be in position to really stay safe. And that's what you want as a match point team. NIP getting a little bit of luck going their way early on here in game 6. Looking to close it out. Team Orchid still on the rotation here. They've got information on the zone, and they've got information on the teams ahead of them. They notice, wow, 2 squads at least right in front of us. I see a couple of shots as well. Luxor going to grab some Evo and try to make his way across as it's getting tense up at the north, and teams already fighting for spots. TSM, Virtus.pro actually getting in the mix as well.
Just like the United Kingdom, a little bit tense in the north. Sometimes you just want to stay down south. As TSM will pick up one onto VP. And now Zach Mazer's going to try and respond. And Panic's gone down, so still a chance here for VP to try and rescue something. But Gent also responding. Makes me think that TSM should have the upper hand here.
Question 2 is, when is the moment to make a move? What is the moment that decides your fate? Hindsight's 20/20, but can you seize it? Can you recognize it when it's upon you? A lot of these fights for these buildings, these little things, end up having such tremendously big cascading effects later on as this lobby closes and we get to final rings. And TSM prioritizing, holding that building, ultimates going down, and they've secured it, at least for now, forcing Virtus.pro away. Falcons finding Kurev. Oh boy, and talk about cascading effects. LG taking that spot, still sitting fine up in that corner, but it's now NIP who have had to kind of be in the between areas that they maybe didn't want to go to, and they've already lost Kurev here, which is not a great start for them.
And it's going to be Team Falcons who are going to be heading their direction as well. And even though, you know, Falcons have been quiet, still on 30 points, and with only 2 teams being on match point, you know, it's not the end of the world. One good game here, and then suddenly Falcons are on match point, and everyone else in the lobby is saying, oh god, it's going to happen again. But All Gamers also the same. They're on 28. But remember what a start it was for All Gamers. Sadly, they haven't really been able to follow up since, but they have found themselves on the northern side as well, so they'll be in a good position. And look at this spot. It's quite the hidey hole, quite the nook or cranny they found.
I like it. I mean, you know, the only thing they got to worry about is maybe a knuckle cluster or knuckle cracker, as Onset said it should be renamed. I'm kind of going with that rename as well. I'm with it. That would find itself safely in that spot, forcing them out around. But so far, so good on that northern side. Kind of the benefit is you don't have a lot of traffic that way, something we cannot say in the city of Los Angeles, where I hail from. Sentinels, NIP, kind of holding up this high ground here as well.
NIP just eliminated. Sadly, in the kill feed, they will be wiped out in 20th place, despite having the zone coming their way. They could not survive after Kurev was eliminated in the early stages. So, despite being our first match point team, we'll have to watch on now and hope that it is not won by Team Orchid, so they can get another go.
I mean, it's one of those zones that, you know, you come back and you look at it, and this is one where, you know, I have to have more experience in hearing the conversations about it. Obviously, they had a great zone. They wanted to do something, but LG was a little bit faster, and maybe that's just a problem. Sometimes being faster in the movements, there's really not much to analyze. Sometimes, though, maybe there was a better way to play it. They'll be thinking a lot about that as being on match point and then being the first team to die within the first round, having about 20 minutes to stare at the screen and watch everyone else play. That is not a fun experience. So NIP will be doing that. Virtus.pro have found a way to just stay active, even though they haven't yet gotten a lot of advantages in these fights. As Slayer and Lou working their way around.
Dan, put me in there. I know you meant this, Dan. I know you meant the Dan he's looking at.
Honestly, don't get too excited.
I wouldn't want to be that Dan right now. I'm gonna be honest. He's dead. Instead, VP will get that KP, and they can start to work getting back in this game, despite the struggles we saw earlier. And maybe Kimchi is going to be the next target for them, but they are still a 2. Can they get Zach Meza back in the game? Remember, there is a crafter just behind them, but it's not as simple sometimes as just grabbing the banner.
You know, these games have gone so long today. It's actually given us a lot of time to see these teams in action in different ways. And, you know, sometimes they can be over in a blitz, kind of before you even believe that you blinked. Very much like the open match point. It feels like Falcons kind of won that one a little bit before everyone could catch their breath in that lobby. Certainly not going to be happening again for Falcons. Not going to be happening for NIP. If Orchid go down, you know, we are starting now to push towards 7. And 7 becomes 8. 8 becomes 9. And teams like All Gamers, teams like even VP, you know, they're experienced enough to really have a moment. And you just got to say, you're trying to hold off and clean this up before any team like this starts to find their rhythm. And that's hopefully, as you look again at Team Liquid Alienware, another type of team that could have a significant run in a series like this. 34 point stand, 5th place, not on match point, but, you know, can't put it past them to come out with a 20-30 point bomb and totally turn this lobby on its head.
The scary thing is, I mean, only 2 teams on match point, and depending on who wins this one, we might only have 3 going into the next as well, if Orchid don't win, of course. Whereas in EMEA, everyone kind of surpassed match point at a similar time. We had like 5 teams join at the same time around match 7. And I wonder whether that's going to be the same here in Americas, or whether it will stay in that pattern of just like one team mopping up the majority of points and then everyone else kind of just getting 5 or 6, maybe 9 or 10 if you're lucky. And we've had just such heavy wins from teams so far that it's been a very different lobby comparatively to EMEA, but Furia will be making their way comfortably to the center of zone right now, where I think they'll be pretty happy. And you can see with where the zone has pulled, it has pulled out east, so you can understand what NIP were trying to achieve when they did move early. They wanted to take that choke, they wanted to get into that position. They kind of foresaw and foreshadowed this zone pulling this way, but sadly they were taken out of the lobby quite early on, and it's going to be opening up to other teams like Falcons have the position that they wanted.
Liquid Alienware adroitly flying in between the bullets that were nearly grazing that body armor to find a spot nestled into the zone up north. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds in the middle of a skirmish here. Alberlelli sliding in, doing Alb things, goes down. The Kazir should get cleaned up here. Enemy, it's got to have the confidence and tempo to push. He goes the wrong way for a second. Does it open it up? No, it doesn't. Alberlelli finds Nano. That'll be a kill there. Kazir maybe still out there, but ultimately that's going to be enough to just discourage Flat from taking that building. Kazir making it out with his life.
NRG have just got a mythic bin spawning next to them, by the way. They're right on the northeast side of this zone. And this mythic bin is going to be a nice little gift from the heavens. LG are going to be just west of them. Falcons down to the east of them as well. Those 3 teams, depending on how this zone shifts, which I would imagine continues to pull that way, 3 favorites for me.
You know, I love that you bring up NRG. Not a team that we would anticipate being in this position. 15th place right now. They came into this lobby first place in the season, and they came into the open, in my opinion, as one of the favorites. They proved that they were, and now this is just a different shade to them. Kind of a discoloration of what the anticipated bright, vibrant color that they bring to this game has typically been. And that is certainly a team you do not want to wake up. So much talent, so much skill individually on that squad. If they could just put it together, and it's been a journey for Timmy to take leadership in that. Obviously, Sykes joining that squad post-open from Envy. Gilderson's being a part of that now, and Timmy's still staying in the leadership position. 19 points, but Dan, I love this spot. Like you said, I mean, very, very hard to siege from, and they got a lot of control so far with that Mythic bin.
Yeah, and the zone has pulled their way, as I thought. So NRG, LG, Liquid, Falcons, they're all in some of the prime positions right now. All the teams that were in wall, like TSM, Orchid, CTE, Villainous, Movistar, Like, they've all got an awful rotation now, somewhat uphill to try and find a position as well. We are going to see and just check in with ROC, who are above the Virtus.pro. A Shopify Rebellion looking like they're avoiding a fight rather than taking run right now, but they have been able to take the roof. And it's going to be Falcons that are on the other side of this one. Waltzy's taking a lot of damage, but Hal's going to try and fight back. Not able to do so.
Massive from Zainu. Cleans up Hal. And it's going to be Shopify Rebellion's wins. Falcons out. 31 points. And they will wait and watch the rest of the lobby as well. Our third team to fall. And will it be Shopify Rebellion right after them? Sentinels trying to get in on the action. Riley sniffs out an opportunity, but Zainu is right back in there. The shields have been swapped. Koifel taking a little bit of damage from that Stinger Bolt. That's a huge asset wasted now in terms of any fighting capacity. And so Sentinels on the back foot, knowing they're a little bit hung out to dry. Virtus.pro, speaking of hung out to dry, just trying to stay alive and land. Zach seems like he's just living on borrowed time, and he goes down. 100 Thieves, Bocheck Bo to VP Zach Mazer. He'll clean him up, and there's just one alive.
Yeah, I preferred the Pathfinder route than the through air control route. I'm going to be completely honest. There was far too many eyes on them in the Pathfinder. Sometimes you see the zip and you're like, they've got enough protection. Let's not waste our ammo. Yeah. TSM, they are 4 points off of match point threshold right now as VP do get eliminated. TSM do find themselves in the zone, the next zone, but there are going to be fights that are having to be had. ROC and all gamers surrounding TSM now. And maybe TSM will not be reaching match point unless Duplex can go crazy, which he cannot. TSM eliminated, ROC eliminated, and we're down to 15 teams.
Wow, both of those teams go down. ROC, TSM. Talk about teams that have basically won match days. You look at Falcons as well. I mean, this is unbelievable, the amount of quality teams that have gone out without a point in this game 6. Now, they do know that NIP is out, so they're going to be feeling at least a little confident that they could have another chance. But Orchid's still well alive, and not necessarily in a spot that guarantees that they're going to get the job done. They got a lot of movement to go through, Dan, before they get there. However, alive, that's scary for the rest of this lobby. No one can really rest until they know that that team is out.
You can see the as it stands there on the right of the overall standings for those mid-season playoff spots. So those are the bubble teams to look at. If Orchid were to win it, it would all end here, and that would be how it would kind of end. But of course, points will change depending on who finishes where in this match. And that's where we're going to be focusing on. As long as Orchid are alive, there is a chance it ends here at match 6. But there's a lot of work to do here, Rain Day. They are down in the southwest. They've got CTE around them, which are slightly weak. They have lost members, but Movistar are there as well as Fusion. Furia watching over. I mean, it's going to be a gauntlet if Orchid are going to make it through here. This would be like an absolute mammoth of a run. It would be one for the ages.
But just like those, Ninja Warrior gauntlets, man, you can't worry about the last obstacle while you're doing the first. You just got to do the first, then the second, then the third. Hopefully you run up that ramp and you touch that button, but there's a lot of things that come first. You can't get caught up in thinking about the future. And 2 seconds ago, they were on 2 blues and a purple. Now they're on 2 purples and a gold. I mean, Orchid winning that fight, getting aggressive at the right time, those decisions starting to pay off for them as we head into a zone 4 close. Orchid, CTE, Movistar about to run into them as well. It looks like there's an evac tower for Movistar, so they're going to be ahead of the game. Team Orchid, this is the call right here. Can they find something with Luxford? He's got his Pathfinder zipline in 99%. Make it 100. He's got a chance. This is it. If Orchid can get settled into the zone, well, we could be looking at match point. And it looks like they're staying alive. But Rambo loses the zipline. Luxford now isolated by himself. Hambito goes down already. Maybe they're just hedging their bets, saying at least one of us could stay alive. We'll have a chance. But Hambito's out.
I'd say no man left behind, but it was definitely several.
Oh, yeah.
It was a couple of men left behind. Oh, if only... Did he connect with that? He missed that, right?
Yeah, he did.
What's he shooting at?
Weird hitbox. Is that someone crouched?
Very strange hitbox, if there is someone. I think it's Rambo.
Yeah.
If only just couldn't find the bullet. By the way, there was a respawn beacon there for Team Orchid. I have to mention that. And remember, they do have, or did have a crypto as well. Anyway, over to all gamers who are currently under a lot of pressure. Zap, the last remaining player, does have the Devo, though. Will win the fight, but now here come 100 Thieves to try and deny the res, and they have been able to get there quick enough to force Zap out.
And it is looking like 100 Thieves are going to have a chance to get to match point here. They need to clean one more kill up, and that will do it. 100 Thieves join Team Orchid on match point, but they won't be able to do anything about it if they don't get rid of Team Orchid, who still have 2 alive. I believe Luxford, Rambo still there, and Hambino could be the next to go. Sometimes, Dan, you get these moments where teams get a little bit too concerned on what they have to do, but they forget the fact that Orchid kind of secretly is still here, having a chance to be a full 3 in a zone with 4 squads left.
And whilst, yes, they do have the respawn beacon, but it was Hambino who went down as the crypto, which makes things a little bit more difficult. And we mentioned the gauntlet, right? Team Orchid have got through obstacle 1, 2, 3, 4, but right at the very end of it, you've got NRG, who have been sat on the highest point of this map. They have the mythic bin, they got a triple take, they've got the red armor, they have all the toys they could possibly want to win this game. This should be an NRG victory. But again, there is still that chance that maybe you pull something miraculous off, because with 4 teams still alive, there is still a chance NRG could be distracted by one team whilst another pushes up behind them. The real question is, could it be Orchid as a 2? Highly unlikely, but not impossible.
I think the only way is 100 Thieves push NRG for some reason. I don't know why they do it, because there's an easy 2, and that's it. We're going to game 7. Buckle in. The ALGS continues. We asked North America to try to get close to EMEA. So far, so good. As we now have 3 teams on match point. 100 Thieves, the ones to have joined. Can they get a win on top of it? Jin Burton, Phony, Verholst. Verholst with that bow check bow. He's already taken down Virtus.pro with it, looking to do the same to NRG, but that is a tall hill to climb, Dan.
Yeah, sadly for NRG, they wouldn't get enough points to reach match point, even if they win this one. 100 Thieves, however, if they get all of these kills, I mean, they completely destroy the chances of anyone else getting onto match point. They say, even if NRG were close, we're going to take those 3 away from them. But 100 Thieves guaranteed on match point. They've done their job. But this is going to be such a tough task to try and win this game. I think the writing was on the wall, quite literally, for NRG.
I like the composition. I like Phony with the Kraber. I mean, if he has a Stinger Bolt on the side of Verholst, that could change the fight right there, especially if they get caught up. The problem is they're going uphill, but the thing is that benefits them is Jin Burton's on the Watson. There's not that level of defensive resistance or stability on the side of NRG, which means a grenade, it could somehow cause something a little funky. If they siege well enough, this could be it. Energized zip line. And there's the EMP, but what is this going to do? They got to get a pick right back. Sykes is pretty low. There's a big grenade, though, and it takes Phony down. Jin Burton as well. Oh, what a shot. And that changes things here. Sykes and Gilderson's still alive. They've stopped the onslaught, but that was close. They're going to be able to reset with Timmy, and it feels like that's the end of 100 Thieves' dream.
This is the definition of an uphill battle quite in front of us, and the game is won. It is comfortably finished by NRG. It was a good effort, a valiant effort from 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves will look at this and say, hey, we're the real winners. We got onto match point, but NRG at least get one step closer with a victory that seemed inevitable once they got that position, and the mythic bin also came their way. But sadly, Orchid, even though they gave that gauntlet a good run, they just couldn't get past that final hill and press that button that you were talking about, Render.
Been running up that road, be running up that hill. Hey, Stranger Things coming out as well. Come on, man. You got to get ready in the zone. It was definitely not as fun as that song is to sing. It was a tough battle, but 100 Thieves, like you said, taking something away from it, at least because of the fact that they are now on match point. And remember, looking at the open, you saw Falcons, 100 Thieves. You saw NRG, Shopify Rebellion. And to me, it was Twisted Minds in that conversation. For me, I think these teams looked extremely effective as some of the favorite squads to take that lane. It ended up being Falcons, but right now, NRG, Shopify Rebellion, those are the teams that we've been surprised to see the lack of performance so far. If you look on the right side of things, that is where you've been finding NRG up until this last game, and where you still see Shopify Rebellion, Dan, with 23 points as well. And surprisingly, Falcons. So teams that we know come into lands in the world that are top 3 expected winners are not necessarily even in our top 7. NRG barely breaking that now. So yes, 100 Thieves make it. Still a lot of Apex to play, it feels like.
Well, if it had have ended there, this is what it would have looked like. But it does not end there. We go to match 7. And remember, there's 16 spots is what we're looking at. Of course, 6 of them already guaranteed. But then everyone else who is above 16 would be qualifying for the mid-season playoffs, Rain Day, and VP hold it right now.
I mean, it's going to be hard to change this. Let's bring in Vicky Kitty as well, who has obviously been watching from the sidelines and has a chance to tell us what she's been seeing in this one. NRG, they close it out, but it was close. 100 Thieves make a nice push there, and it's nice to see both those teams having a little spark of life here right when they need it.
And still, though, 3 teams only at match point, further highlighting the distance that Americas always go when it comes to their Pro League days, especially when they show up for regional finals. This is insane.
Well, you know, we talked about the difference between the heights of where NRG were fighting and where 100 Thieves are fighting. Some may say that's a disparity. Some may say it's a tough hill to climb. Some may say levels. And the guy who is going to say levels, well, he's joining us right here as well. We the people on broadcast back again with the ALGS. It's great to see you, man, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Happy Father's Day to you, to Ashton, to all the dads out there. Yeah, man, it feels good to be back a little bit, you know?
I appreciate you, bro. You know, you gotta love the commitment to the tree behind, and obviously your stream's been incredible. I know many viewers watching and supporting on this, and also going to hang out with you after the show as well. So big shout outs to We the People on stream. Let's take a look at those final circles, bud, and walk us through what you've been watching throughout these last couple of games, but also just this last game in particular, how 100 Thieves managed that and how NRG was able to close it out.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, I mean, Kraber on Phony, you can't ask for anything more. I will say this, you know, this reminds me of 1944, Beaches of Normandy here, storming up. It's near impossible push, you know. I think most likely you're always going to lose that game. And NRG just clear cut, great beam there by Jen Burton. But, like I said, near impossible to win that. Absolutely. And all they had to do was really wait and collect the KP.
Kind of well done in my eyes to Jim Burton to even get that trade with Timmy. It felt like NRG got into the best spot, but were a little bit hesitant. They've also been a team like Shopify Rebellion and even Falcons who haven't had the best of days so far. We're playing 6 games already, 30 points around. So for those teams, that's a disappointing day. What do you think is going on? Any of those teams in particular that you have some insight on why or what you think is going on in this lobby in terms of their performance?
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching the actual broadcast, so I haven't been listening to team comms, but, you know, fighting is always the number one. Shopify do not look like themselves. I've seen a couple clips from scrims from Koi and Zainu, and, you know, they're screaming, they're going crazy. Same thing with Falcons. You know, they're not looking like themselves. They're a fan favorite. If you had to bet the house, you're betting on the Falcons, but we got more Apex. That's the beauty of Match Point. You know, that's the beauty of the Legend bands. And so I'm excited. Hopefully we see more games than Mia.
Yeah, I mean, that would be crazy, but it's kind of setting up to where that's still possible. If you have a team like Shopify Rebellion only on 20-something points, you are saying, hey, they can win 2-3 in a row. They've already done it at certain points in their history. So, Beebs, we've also got the special privilege of having you on to give us a very, very spicy, hot take, my man. You have opted in. I don't know who got you to agree to this, but I'm waiting for the sauce. I need the spice. It is time. What that means for those watching at home, you are going to be listening to Peeps. How about 45 seconds or so to give us his take that he thinks needs to be going down in Apex Legends. It's a little spicy. And Peeps, time for you to go. Clock starts now.
It is a little spicy. A lot of people are going to hate me, and people have been asking the devs to nerf the Devo. Now, here's my thing. Don't nerf the Devo. Not yet. Give me one more split with it. It is an insanely fun gun to use, all right? I don't think anything in Apex brings me more joy right now than getting 3 purple attachments on my Devo and just one clipping. You know, you got 52 rounds in the mag, super fast fire rate, and, you know, you add a little ballistic ult with that, and it's chef's kiss. I love it. I love it. Don't do it. Don't do it, devs. Give me one more split.
My goodness. Vicky, you agree with this?
Absolutely not. Only because, let me tell you, you know what it feels like to literally funnel in one direction and to just get mowed down without somebody having to reload because maybe they have like a ballistic with Tempest activated, and I'm just like, dude, I lost all my hair. Like, my hair just all falls off, and I have to just deal with the Devo on the other hand. That is crazy. I know Gaskin, he's got some thoughts.
I mean, I just think this is a selfish controller player POV from you, Peeps. Where I've seen clips you're putting on social media of you farming with the Devo. I mean, you can do it with an R99. You don't need the Devo, bro. Come on, let's nerf it. Get rid of it. At least just a little bit. Just make it a little bit more even. That's all I want.
Buff the Rampage.
Hey, I'm down for that. Actually, you know what?
No,
I agree with Peeps. Rather than nerfing the Devo, let's just buff some other guns to make them of similar power. How about that?
Oh, I like
301.
that. I actually like that.
Please.
That's a big
Spitfire season, guys. What's going on? I mean, let's go. Everyone's not talking about my Spitfire. I love that gun. Okay, let's start talking a little bit about what the chat has to say here, because we obviously have this segment where we bring you into the broadcast, those watching at home, watching on your phones, in the comfort of your homes on Father's Day, on the couches, chilling out, hopefully. And we want to hear what you have to say. So let's bring you into the action. Mike Sully, 374826, says the Senti remains the most entertaining gun in the game. I know the Devotion was just mentioned, Peeps, but you feeling that one? Especially if you're talking snipers?
I mean, definitely the funnest sniper. I think the devs did an amazing job on like the reload animation, and to make it feel like a super fun gun. Reminds me of MW2 with the intervention, but definitely not the most entertaining gun in the game, in my opinion.
Wow, just a hard no. Love Badgers. Yeah, he likes the Devo. We get it now. He's biased. Badger Tees RIF. Watching Skittles just no scope in every fight is a thing of beauty. I mean, this is obviously something that we've seen for a long time. Skittles is a great player. Loving the fact that he gets those no scopes going. I mean, Vicky, we don't get to see you play except when, in the green room 1v1s, you and me showing up. We don't want to show that footage right there, but is this no scope impressive nowadays, or is that something we see too often in FPS?
Hold on. Maybe we should show it, because I don't know. It's kind of fresh. You know what I mean? But sometimes it's just for certain eyes. Hold on. On a controller, you know how difficult that is? You always got to get them hits in. And I still think no scoping is still pretty fresh. I mean, especially depending on which iron sights you're talking about, and also depending on which skins you're using.
I gotta say, it is a nice thing to see. All right, let's keep it moving here. Oi, oh yeah, BB. As long as NRG keep playing crypto, they never gonna win a game. Damn.
This one aged well, didn't it, bud? Oh, that's rough. This was definitely decided before match 6. That's for sure. How about you in your own words?
Production picked that out too. Just after match 6, throw it in, because they knew this was the setup here. Do we have any more? I think we might have one more. All right, let's see what it is here. Oh, NIP. Brody says, I thought this new NIP team would struggle. They look like the most veteran team here. Peeps, I'm back to you. NIP is looking pretty strong right now. In fact, when you look at this team, Vayne and McLovin and Kurev, this is not the team probably anyone would have bet being on top of this split. But so far, it looks like they're the most likely team to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you got Vayne, who is a mechanical monster on the keyboard. He's also an ALGS champion from 2021. Amazing IGL, absolutely underrated. You got Kurev, McLovin, 2 underrated guys, grinders, absolute shooters. It's a recipe for perfection. And I'm definitely bullish on NIP stock. Definitely.
Nice. I love it, man. Well, it's always good to see your face. Always good to hang out with you, man. Hope to talk soon. And congrats on everything. And thanks for joining us.
All right. Love you guys. Bye.
Big love. We the people, man. And we're going to take a break too here. It's time for Vicky and Gaskin to hang out and have a little bit of cast as well. I'm going to go off, but guys, enjoy it. Let's get going. It's game 7.
All right. Thank you so much, Rain Day. Gaskin, will it be time? Will it be time? History sometimes repeats itself. And what do I mean by that? Last time you and I have been able to cast the regional finals in the past, I believe it was even for the Americas, think we were able to take it home. And I have to ask you, looking at the overall standings right now, specifically throughout the course of the series, Falcons in 11th. They died in like 19th place in the last game. I was looking around with TeamViewer and seeing Hal yeeting a nade up to the skies, it landing at his feet, and he took 100 damage. So, you know what? I don't know how the vibes are looking like over there. I'm questioning how sometimes the comeback potential is insane when we take a look at the map we'll be moving on to, coming right back over to Storm Point.
I mean, the terrifying thing is, Vicky, there is still a world where Falcons can win this whole damn thing. Let's be completely honest. I think they know that, we know that, and the teams that are currently on match point, it's their job to stop that happening by winning it right here, right now, in match 7. But Storm Point is where we're going back to. It's going to be back-to-back as we reset those map series layout, and Falcons are going to be still at Lightning Rod from the POI draft. So, you know, amazing POI, fantastic position to be in. Of course, they did have good rotation to zone in the previous game, but sadly couldn't get the job done. Will they get another similar zone that perhaps they can have a second bite at the cherry here? But you can also look at, you know, NIP had their opportunity at the wall. They didn't take advantage of it. I mean, NIP have now had 2 zones go their way and have yet to find that elusive victory to try and take them to be the EMEA champions here in the regional finals, which leads me to believe that perhaps it's going to be someone else. Sparrow is banned, taken out of the equation here for match 7 as well, Vic.
I'm so glad that Peeps highlighted Vayne, by the way. Vayne being the IGL for NIP has really highlighted how NIP have made the adjustments that they needed going into this regional finals. And like you highlighted too, Sparrow being off the table, finally a recon legend we can say goodbye to, at least within that lineup. Probably the only recon legend, I'm not gonna lie, unless Crypto is the next to join Sparrow on the ban list. But this was the different look that we had looking at across different regions, right? EMEA didn't have a single recon legend banned out there. Looking more so at the Assault class, where we had said goodbye to Bangalore at one point, Fuse being one of the most picked legends, but it is only match number 7. This could go the distance with only 3 teams sitting at match point.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here. It's only 3 teams, and with the amount of incredible teams in this region that still aren't on match point, it is very likely we go to match 8, maybe match 9. Who knows at this point? That's what is always the joy of match point. And I can't wait for it to happen as well. And Storm Point is upon us once more. And I think you made a good point. Who is going to get banned this game? Who picks up? You said just the 1 recon legend. Surely we won't see another. Well, Vicky, I hate to tell you this. 16 cryptos in the lobby. Recon is very much approved by the Americas.
It makes sense here. You're talking about 2 recon legends that don't have to overextend to get actual information on where everybody else is. I mean, we take that. That's why we see so many different crypto drones flying around these Americas lobby. As we take a look at our winners from our last game, number 6, NRG. They held Godspot for so long, and they're one of the teams rocking the crypto.
Yeah, some said they would never get a win with crypto, but alas, here they are. I mean, it was the perfect game for them. If you watch back from their POV, the position they took, and then everything that fell into place with the zone and with the mythic bin, it was just comfortable from that point. But they had to get that position to begin with, so we have to give them credit where it is due. And now they are 12 points off of match point. The question is, can they do it again? Can they get to match point with another victory, or maybe just with a solid game here to find 12 on the board?
That's a very good point. They're coming out of their POI over by Trident. They're already going to be able to take control over Spider Caves and the Evil Harvester. But this zone pool, a little bit of an opposite end here compared to our last game, pulling over towards the cliffside of Wall. We are going on top of Launchpad Flat, maybe even towards that gravity cannon that's north side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, nowhere near NIP. They're going to have to go on quite the merry journey. As for Orchid, it's not going to be the best of rotations for them either. And then for 100 Thieves, I mean, it's equally as difficult. So there is all our match point teams that can have to move pretty far, Orchid being the closest. But the real question for me is, do Orchid get caught up in the rotation behind Furia? It looks like they've been able to move fast enough that they're not going to get pinched. My worry was CTE and Furia being either side of them. When they moved, they might have just got caught in the crossfire, but looks like they're going to be okay, and maybe Orchid have the best opportunity out of the 3 match point teams here.
Yeah, because not only are they in the edge of that next zone, they'll be able to have the ring console that's right there already, the survey beacon and Evil Harvester to their south, which is uncontested by no team in the vicinity of Coastal Camp or Echo HQ, because a lot of these teams have already quickly rotated over by Launchpad. And LG We were wondering, where has LG been on the bottom end of the leaderboard over the course of today's series? They do find that knock and that finishing blow onto Panic, though. And TSM, they were so close to hitting that match point for so long out here, too. Now just trying to see if they could get some of those points on board, if they could bring Panic back, but they have been stuck now at 46 points behind Team Orchid, 100 Thieves, and NIP.
LG's almost sound a little bit like a Sean Paul song. And you'll get it if you think about it. But I do think that the three players, they should be doing better, right? They are a squad that definitely have the potential to be up there, but sadly just can't really find the success that maybe we were expecting of them so far in the regional finals. But again, with only 3 teams on match point, there is time to catch up. You just need that one big game and suddenly you're right back in the mix of things.
How tight it's looked like here in the Americas. Despite the early lead that we saw from NIP, sitting at 68, right behind him with 100 Thieves. 2 teams that are running 2 different comps, by the way. I think it's nice to highlight that NIP are running the Conduit. Maybe the only Conduit that we have in the lobby. And that's a little scary when you're a match point team, because if one squad could figure that out after studying the VODs or after scrimming against you, they'll be able to know and isolate that you are the only team running that Conduit. And they can even greet you here as Liquid Alienware. Love this setup. The zipline into the EMP, the follow-up. Oh no. Can't go anywhere. Can't go anywhere, Cheeky. Sorry about that. Yanya saw you in their sights. That is Villainous losing out on another one.
The Trident's going to be very important in this game. With where this zone's going, I think the Tridents could really help you, especially on the southeast edge, if you can get all the way around and just skirt around the edges of the coast, and then you can cut in behind and catch people off guard. That's if you can drive your Trident, of course. I wouldn't advise just trying to skirt over walls too often. But at least Villainous are able to get away, and now you just need to find a crafter here.
In this current direction, and if Movistar Koi, who are currently on their own Trident by Barometer, hear this Trident from Villainous. Yosi gets off, gets a quick little heal off with the shield cell before getting right back on that Trident to try to wrap around completely, but Movistar will be able to call him out while we take a look at our match point team, Team Orchid, who got ahead of this rotate, have found themselves in a nice spot on the low ground here of Launchpad, because even sometimes we've seen this pool in a very similar end game. I believe it was match day 9 for EMEA. Alliance were holding a very similar spot on this low ground that Team Orchid is now situated in, and more teams are now flying in. It's going to be Team Liquid Alienware that are currently in Devastated Coast.
Yeah, everyone's moving pretty quickly now. I think they've realized that the rest of the lobby were trying to take the position away from them, so everyone was like, just quickly like, hop in the Trident, guys. We can't allow this team to get ahead of us. And it looks like those who were late to the party now are going to have to force their way in. One of those being Falcons, LG, NIP, VP, All Gamers, Fusion, and Movistar, and Villainous, who we saw going back to Res. Those are the only teams who are outside of the zone at the moment. The other 12 have all found themselves a spot to call home right now.
Man, Villainous really went all the way over to Cenote Cave. I mean, it was a good call. We want to play more defensively here. If you're Villainous at the moment, you do get everyone back up, and when you are the second team on the bottom end of that leaderboard, sitting in 19th place with only 17 points, you have to start making magic happen if you haven't been able to find your stride already after, what, 7 games now at this point here. So looking at the overhead map and the teams that will be rotating, though, from that north side, LG, NIP, taking their time, they'll be able to have that Evil Harvester over by Cliffside, and Falcons, who could hold this position to try to gatekeep either NIP or LG. But Falcons probably also have that ring console, and they'll have to deal with NRG to get inside that next zone.
And excuse me if I missed this the previous game, but NIP on Conduit. It was something that Mark and I had mentioned during EMEA, that would we see Conduit? I think that there is a big consideration that Conduit could be very impressive in this meta. Even in ranked, I've been able to play. Glitter was playing Conduit, and it has been so helpful in fights and engagements. And maybe it could be one of the differences that NIP need to try and get over the finish line here.
Conduit is insane, especially in this legend ban system that we currently have in place. The only thing I'm worried about is if other teams understand NIP's game plan after scrimming against them, they could isolate NIP if they know they're the team with the conduits. And so the only ones running the conduit. Same thing, I mean, Movistar Koi aren't at match point, but them being the only ones with the lifeline, it would kind of be a similar situation to that. Or even bigger brain would be that they never took out the conduit and no one will know that it's NIP.
Yeah, it's always tough to try and play around that as well. Thinking that people would target you, for example. You try and hope that you get into a position where it wouldn't matter even if they did try and target you. One thing that Conduit's ultimate can do is zone other teams out and maybe force them into each other anyway, as now NIP will continue to make their move with that Conduit that we were talking about. And I love this composition. I think Pathfinder, Fuse, and Conduit is a scary composition to try and fight up against. But my worry would be similarly to what we saw in match 5 when NIP got into the position, but then they didn't really have any pieces to set up. There was no defensive tools. With Conduit, you do have the ultimate. That's the only thing that can maybe do something, but of course you can be shot through that ultimate. It's not like a wall. It is just like a bubble that can kind of stop people and it will damage them, but they can definitely still shoot you through.
That's the scary part too, when you have so many cryptos in this lobby, where it ends up being the counter pick versus these Watsons that do want to set up. That's why seeing more Watson, 10 picks specifically on Watson, versus the Catalyst having 4, also showcases the teams that may not have that time to go into these final zones, that may not rotate just as quick here. And Shopify, Koiful landing these shots with a 30-30 already across the lot. Looking at their positioning up the hill, looking at Liquid Alienware as well as Movistar Koi from the other side.
Shopify Rebellion has been a quiet day. Even Peeps mentioned it. Virtus.pro, they've lost 1 to Twisted Minds. Shopify Rebellion throughout the season were one of the S-tier teams, especially on Storm Point, to be honest. So a very surprisingly quiet day for them, but sometimes the lobby just doesn't really go your way. But again, still time to change things as long as you can stop one of these match point teams from finding success, and the best way to do that is by finding a victory. Virtus.pro will get back up to a full 3 as well.
I feel like VP's up and down success needs to be studied, because obviously this team started off so strong at the very start of the Americas within Pro League, and looking at them struggle right now, while Lou is going to be able to take some shots to at least clear this building. They're going to be able to secure it, and with this composition, Zach being on that Valkyrie specifically is going to give him that info, with Lou being able to bunker down on this Watson. But it'd be a shame here. Slayers may be on that crypto, could EMP another team across from them, but equally could be done to them too, while Shopify try to hold down to the slight low ground.
They've given up the height though, and you can see Movistar absolutely sending it with the Devo. And Shopify Rebellion now in a 2 versus 3. Koiful does respond, but can he get out? The answer's no, and it leaves empty in now a 1 versus 2, and probably having to retreat here.
Oh, he's backing away. He pops the EMP just so that way he has even more time to get away before they start looking at him. Running for his actual life, while now Furia heard some footsteps showcased with Nuct. With that zip line, wanted to peek and see if maybe they had an opportunity to get some KP.
Sentinels, they are very much in the thick of it here. Hal gets a grenade in the right place this time, and it will take down Carter, as now Falcons begin to move up and try and pressure and try and take this position here on the eastern side. Sentinels are scarpering away, though. They do not want to take this fight, and they're trying to escape.
At least with a really good grenade here from Hal, redeeming himself. Not this time, not hitting his feet, but hitting the enemy from Sentinels. Loader still alive, hanging on that slight lip of the cliffside. You can see the ping still with Blue Evos. Don't think they know where he is just yet. Maybe trying to look for him, while January gets him up with some help from the ring.
Zone is going to continue to transition south as Fusion down to just January. And it's going to be a tough old road in. I mean, you're going to watch your teammates most likely die. They're giving him as much information as possible before he moves in. But this zone, with it shifting further south, which was the expectation, that does mean that those who were a little bit further north are going to have to move in. Like TSM, LG, they had all kind of been over towards the pad. ROC looking to do some damage. Deeds will be shredding from a distance, and ROC should be able to push up on this one if they want to. Unless they're worried about a third party.
Yeah, a fact whether you got that Arc Star knock means that you have the man advantage. Jay is literally one shot. They're one of the teams with the Catalyst. Nice bunkering down at the right time, but they have not been able to reset fully in terms of health as Deeds goes in. Saucer with the follow-up on the Devo. They find Jay. They finish off Chase. And with 19 squads left, who's trying to run away. Shopify get the res here in the header. And Rock just chasing down that one last member.
Surprised ROC decided to use the Dark Veil there. There was a lot of utility used for just a single fight, but it is an isolated fight. The real question is, are you going to have it back in time? It's now Furia taking this engagement. Villainous have gone down on the other side, and Furia are in a pretty good position. They should be able to win this one, but maybe, just maybe, no, you can't get away with it. The knockdown shield did a job, but not quite enough. But Furia, they go down anyway. Twisted Minds just pick up the pieces.
That slow approach to try to maybe go in for a Hail Mary Evo shield swap while you're still slowed down with the ARC-Star. Sad to see here, while Twisted Minds, though, in a good spot up on high ground. And NIP, one of our match point teams, have now made their way into the northern side of the zone where the majority of these teams have congregated. But bad news for them, Gaskin. Guess what? We are moving exactly by that gravity cannon on the south side, north of Devastated Coast, away from where everyone has predicted this launch pad ending.
NRG go down. There's no back-to-back games for them, and they will not find match point here. 100 Thieves, however, are already on match point and are still alive. They're on the western side, so they still have a little bit of a journey to get to that southern side that you're talking about. They do have the Pathfinder available for them for that transition. They've also got a lot of range available to them with the Bocheks and the 30-30s between them as well. So they're a real problem to those teams that are trying to cross at the moment. Team Orchid are currently quickly moving from north to south as well to try and take one of these buildings alongside Virtus.pro. Oh, maybe Team Orchid with a good opportunity here in this game as well.
It's scary to hold that position early on unless they have a Trident to maybe cover their front here, because Virtus.pro could still have them in their line of sight on the roof side of that building north of Devastated Coast that we saw them holding on to the high ground for. Team Orchid with that quick rotate. 100 Thieves currently looking to see if they could try to find an opening on this rotate, but Phony needs ammo first. Look at this. He's got the Nemesis, only 28 bullets now to work with. 100 Thieves have been here from the very beginning, or more so holding onto this position from a very early part, denying themselves the opportunity from getting even more loot.
Well, only 30 seconds to try and decide where you're going to go now. Here's an overview of Orchid making their rotation, and look at the amount of space that they've taken as well. Those Watson fences just saying to everyone, keep out, this is ours. As NIP, it looks like it's going to be up into the skies. This is going to be a big play here, as long as the balloon stays alive, which looks like it will. But does Vayne stay alive? That's the real question. Almost gets taken out of the sky, but there's the conduit. There is the conduit coming into play to keep Vayne alive here.
And then you get to see all the action happen right below you. See 100 Thieves zipping on by. Vayne with that conduit shield passive now slowly taking up where he just has to focus on popping this medkit just for now. 100 Thieves look behind him. Do they focus here on the team that just flew in here with Vayne scouting ahead? 100 Thieves up this hill, though, is still a very risky situation to be in, just looking at their composition. They're one of the teams without a cat wall, too, on top of it.
100 Thieves just trying to pressure these teams that are crossing the water now. But they also need to think about how they're going to force their way into zone at the same time. Like, what is their plan of action? Looks like Phony's gone up, so he's the one who's scouting right now as the Pathfinder. Just needs to let him know if it's safe as Flat get eliminated. TSM also getting pressured at the moment. Remember, TSM were so close to match point, but TSM eliminated. They will not reach match point. All gamers go down. Fusion go down as well. So many squads being wiped off from Storm Point right now.
They were like 2 points away. Team Liquid is the next team, very close to being at match point with only 40 points. Team Orchid now wipe out the other team to their north. They want to make sure that they have less resistance, and 100 Thieves are actually helping them out because Rock are right next to them, and they get sandwiched.
Well, all 3 of our match point teams are still alive at the moment, but Orchid have just lost 1. Twisted Minds might be helping them out here, though. Verholz has just fallen. Now Orchid going to go for that res. Jen Burton says, I want to deny this one. Let's try and take Orchid out right now. And Phony flies in, but gets absolutely obliterated as Orchid just trying to hold on.
Looking at 100 Thieves with Twisted Minds also looking to get involved. 100 Thieves get eliminated. They come out on top. They look to get the res, but they have to put in the pressure. Lux with no time to actually reset with the shield battle until now. Rambo gets eliminated. They finish him off while he's knocked down, and the Crypto trying to get information at Team Orchid.
Oh my god, Luxford in the alternator is going to work, but it will not be enough as Orchid eliminated. And that means it is just NIP now who are on match point, and they are also kind of in a tough position. You can see they are trying to res, they're trying to get back up, and they've lost McLovin, but they do have a Moby. But that zone is gonna close very shortly. This is gonna be tight. That zone is gonna be burning their backsides. 5 squads left. It's still doable here for NIP, but it's Team Falcons who are on the eastern side here, dominating this zone and looking to try and find their first big game of this series.
I was gonna say, right now, Falcons are in prime position to win this game. A little quiet from Falcons here. They heard it from Peep. trying to put on a performance while NIP off that res, get the reset here, look to see how they're going to be able to approach that next zone because they have to go in from that low ground. They see the team right next to them. They get that knock onto Jaguares, and Team Liquid, a team with 43 points, looking to get KP, looking to maybe take us to some more Apex. Kira being the last one alive. Good luck with that, with the circle pins against your back. NIP get eliminated, and we see some more Apex as we go on to game number 8.
Death taxes, more games in match point, and a Falcons victory potentially on the horizon. That is just how things go in the ALGS. Falcons have everything in front of them. Twisted Minds, VP, and Liquid Alienware are all bunched up together, and Falcons had dominated this zone. They control all of the space. The real question is, can they get to match point? They're on 39 points right now. With KP, this is still doable. I don't think they got that one, though, and that might just take it away from them. They're on 41 points, get 45. They need all these kills, I believe, so still doable. Not impossible for Falcons, but certainly going to be tough, especially with how close VP and Team Liquid are.
You literally need to just go ape VP without getting third party by T-Lol. Yeah, that's not going to happen. They're going to be holding this position. I feel like Falcons, they've won from this position before, especially when they clear that east side of the map, approaching this side of Devastated Coast. They found a lot of success, but another team who's done something similar is VP. That's why they're holding this lot right now. Which of these teams are going to engage first with Team Liquid still stuck on that low ground? The moment the zone starts closing in, Falcons are going to look at Team Liquid, who are going to be funneled in their line of sight. VP are going to then try to pressure out Falcons, or which of these teams want to try to get this KP right below their feet, because it's only 2 members left of Liquid.
Yeah, that's 2 less, that's 1 less kill for Falcons as well, remember that. So can they get enough just to get to match point? The math not necessarily on their side here, and the position of both teams maybe not either. Is Hal goes down, and that might just open things up for VP. They start to move here. They try and take position. Great cover though from Zero, not allowing VP to step up on them, but this bow check is deadly.
You know, they're hungry, but they can't, because if they give up that space, they're going to get shot in the back by Team Liquid. They have to let the res happen from Falcons. Now, VP looking to the right. They hear the footsteps from Team Liquid right below them, but now they're eventually going to have to move forward here. Falcons looking at both VP and Liquid.
Oh, Yanya!
What? Dropping down from the high. Lou just drops down. Grease. Liquid. VP are playing for second. They know they couldn't win. They just wanted to get the KP. They allow Falcons to move up and be your Game 7 winners.
Team Falcons find their victory, find their form, but they do not find match point. They will have to win not just another game, but then one after that if they were to be the champions here of the Americas regional finals. But one thing that does guarantee us, Vicky, is more ALGS action. I love match point.
I love it too, and I wonder if VP realized that that was Falcons just predicting their pathing for a zone like that, because if it was, Lou dropping down probably already communicated with the rest of VP to play for second, because if Falcons got 2 more KP, looking at Liquid to see if maybe they could have taken that 2 KP or even more 2 KP from VP and they gave that to Liquid, Falcons would currently be at match point right now. They are at 48 points, even with this dub, getting 5 KP here with that first place.
I mean, that would be extremely big brain, but I don't put it out of the realms of possibility. These players are very smart at tracking everything, but that's going to be frustrating one for Falcons, that you do get that win, but sadly are not on match point, so they're going to have to dig deep. But we saw that at the ALGS Open. When Falcons have to go through the ringers, when their backs are against the wall, they do find their way through and find their form and find their consistency to put wins on the board. 3,800 damage only resulted in 5 kills for them, which sadly means they were short, but Virtus.pro, they take a second place. They put themselves closer to the match point as well, as do Liquid Alienware. So great for, 3 teams that are very much able to find victories and keep this thing rolling into match 9.
And looking at the series results, we still only have 3 teams at match point, but the competition is getting scarier with just a few point difference away. We have literally 3 teams that are in a 48-point tie. TSM, Falcons, Liquid Alienware. I highlighted TSM earlier because they were at 46 points for quite some time, I feel like. Even when we were still looking at E-District earlier out throughout the half part of Americas, now still sitting at 48 points this time, around 2 points away as we take a look at the match results as it stands right now. NIP still lead the pack with 125 total points.
Wow, I mean, it is so close down there in 14, 15, 16. And of course, sure, you're safe right now in 16, but if somehow, some way, one of the teams outside of the top 16 were to win, they would take that position away from 16th place. And it can all change so fast as well. All it takes is one good game from Flat to soar up the leaderboards in the series standings, and then suddenly VP are left scratching their heads as well. But an important second place for VP to give themselves a good chance to get to mid-season playoffs here, Vicky.
Yeah, they need to be comfortable because they're sitting on that cusp for our top 16, the teams that want to qualify here for the midseason playoffs. We still have more Apex to go. Only 3 teams currently sitting at match point. We have some more Apex action coming to you soon on the other side of this break.
We're still here, everyone. We're still going at 4:14 a.m. local. I am ready for the next game. Vicky is here alongside me to take me through the action. Falcons with the win. Falcons rising. Not champions yet, though. We've still got some work to do. We still have a couple of teams on match point and still a couple of teams chasing down that beautiful 50 points that seems so far away for so many of us.
Don't you love it on set? More Apex. You love it, don't you? It's like your sleep paralysis even knocking on your door to remind you that we still have more games to go. While we take a look at the final circle right now to look at exactly what VP did. They understood the situation. They knew that they had to play for second because the moment that zone started closing in behind their backs, it was Zach's call there. Maybe Lou dropped down. They got the initial knock, but even if they decided to push onto that fight, they were just going to get thirded by the duo that was right below them. So they had that information, knowing that they actually had to either commit to the duo right below them. It's an easier fight to get KP, but also possibly deny the match point positioning for Falcons.
Yeah, well, I've got to give a huge shout out to Zero as well, because the speed at which he got alongside Hal, having been knocked, and was just able to suppress any potential move from VP towards the Falcons position, just hold them in place, force their hand to have to play for second, like you say, and they didn't get really much of a shout in this final fight due to the fact that they've taken so much damage in that fight from Team Liquid Alienware. But it's going to be Falcons who finally joined the party. It feels like they are late, but better late than never. Not on match point as yet, but closing in on it now as we see Crypto banned as we head back to Broken Moon.
I feel like highlighting some of our heavy hitters thus far in this lobby. Kirov still leads the pack with 17 kills, but it's been a pretty even split across a lot of the teams here in general, and that's the reason why you're not seeing a lot of teams at match point already at match number 8. It's been great competition. We said goodbye to Crypto being the second legend from our recon list. I'm not expecting any more recon legends to be exiting out of our legend rotation, but seeing maybe the Bangalore come into play. Of course, we saw the conduit that Dan was very happy to see from NIP.
So with Crypto gone, we start to get into the interesting part of legend selection. We start to see a little bit of experimentation having to happen, and we also get to see who's most prepared for these long game series. I know that a lot of coaches and a lot of teams would have been thinking about compositions when we get to this point in match point, not just for the regional finals, but of course for the mid-season playoffs that's coming up. And with the amount of games we are seeing, Vicky, I think more and more work is going to go into what compositions we play past game 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, however far it goes, before we start to see some resets, where we almost did see that with the assault class in EMEA.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Onset. The amount of notes that I have just stops after game number 8, and we only have 3 teams still at match point. Although I am expecting to welcome maybe another 4 teams here. I'm being pretty hopeful here, but again, we still have a lot of teams. TSM with 48, Falcons with 48, Liquid with 48 with that 3-way tie, Liquid Alienware 48, of course, too, with all gamers right behind them with 45, Furia with 43, all the way down from TSM sitting in 4th place to Furia sitting in 8th place. This could be that pop-off game that they need, but they have to get aggressive for it. Maybe not Falcons if you're only 2 points away like the rest of those other 3-way tie teams. Maybe just trying to get those 2 KP and then try to maybe play for positioning. But if you're all gamers, if you're Furia, you have way more right here to try to play for, just to try to get that extra KP.
Well, Falcons' job is initially simple. Let's get the 2 points that they require to get onto match point, and then it becomes find the teams who are on match point and stop them winning the game. If they can do that, then they're going to have an opportunity here. 100 Thieves, NIP, and Orchid, still the 3 teams who are on match point, and we are going straight over to quarantine. And for NRG, that is a huge opportunity, not only because where the zone is, but they have ring console, they have assault bin, they have support bin, they have survey beacon, and they've got an Evo harvester right next to them to get up to blue as well. So they're going to have all the information and the pick of where they want to play.
They better get to that high ground building that Furia is about to approach real soon, because we saw very similar zones to this in EMEA, and that was the game-winning position to be in here and to get away from a lot of the chaos that ended up collapsing on a lot of the squads that ended up sharing that middle part of quarantine zone. They're playing split up a little bit. They hear Furia up on the high ground. Team Orchid also on their move, as well as Movistar Koi. But look at the amount of teams that are already on their move after getting that information. A little far away from NIP, who land in Atmos Station. TSM over by Terraformer. This does benefit teams, though, that do need to get some KP. If they could take some shots with that G7 or 30-30 from afar, just to maybe steal that away from another fight that's happening right in front of them in quarantine zone.
Well, NIP, I keep thinking back to the last time that we were on Broken Moon and the opportunity they had to close out in that first game after hitting match point. And I said at the time, I don't know if they'll get a better chance. And took a quick voyage onto social media. It's always a dangerous thing to do, but don't worry, I was wearing my knee pads and helmets when I did so. And Gino said that he tweeted out about listening to the comms, and it was 10 minutes of them playing that position, followed by, what do we do now when the zone started to close? So there wasn't a plan that seemed to be for what happens next for them. And I think looking at that, maybe that opportunity slipped through their fingers, and maybe they had a bit of a hangover after that. 100 Thieves, though, I feel like they're starting to roll a little bit here, but they've got to be aware of Falcons, because we know how good Falcons are. We don't have to tell people at home how good Falcons are. But when Falcons start to find momentum, that's when they become particularly scary. And winning a game at this stage, with still so few teams on match point, they are so dangerous.
That's another team that needs to be studied with the way that they ramp up, because they always end up coming out on top no matter what. While TSM find a spot here, working into their current legend composition with the Catalyst. This is what I was highlighting in the last game, being one of the teams with Panic being on Valk, having the Bangalore as well. Seeing a little bit more Valk into this rotation, which is what I always like to see when you talk about making these really hard rotate through the chokes of Broken Moon. A lot more Valkyrie to be played here, it looks like, specifically. Trying to see here, 9 Valkyries in this lobby.
I mean, the timing, by the way, for Falcons and for Zero in particular, they land and there's a care package that drops right in front of the position they're trying to take. So he gets the brick, he gets up to purple, and all of a sudden Falcons' position feels a lot more secure than it did previously. By the way, we're living in a world where Imperial Howl plays on Watson. That's where we are right now.
Huh. Waltzy being on that Valkyrie. By the way, I said 9. It's actually 7 Valkyries in this entire lobby. It's 15 Bangalores. So Bangalore being the most picked legend within this game specifically, while 100 Thieves now make their way all the way around towards the northern side of that next zone. Just trying to make sure that they go uncontested through that vault tunnel, which I don't blame them, because the moment you have to go into quarantine zone from that specific vault tunnel, when you exit out of that Evo Harvester from Underpass, everyone's gonna be staring at you. You're stuck on that low ground, so much better rotate coming in from that building through that northern side of the choke that leads into those accelerated zip lines. Huh.
ROC chilling straight into this zone. Really good rotate from them, actually. Not only just good rotate, good position, but the fact they got there well, being able to get up to blues, and of course Thieves with the extra shields that he gets from playing the Watson and the controller character. Essentially blue, purple, blue for them. So they're going to be able to fight from this position and output damage onto everyone rotating in. VP. It's an ambush! Team Liquid hate VP.
They were waiting. VP's like, we gotta do whatever we gotta do. It's time to play a little dirty here. Jump in, Team Liquid. He's all turned around so fast, by the way. Well, now Zach's still chasing after them here, but it looks like he may have just gotten a little bit of distance. But when you have Zach on the Valkyrie, good luck crossing that open ground.
Well, you gotta hit your shots first. In some, one of them hits his teammate, which is a little bit frustrating. Niazul does get taken down by Slayer with that bow check. In the meantime, by the way, it was a team eliminated, and it was Twisted Minds who did go down first in the lobby. So one team already gone. Zach gets up close this time to make sure every bullet hits on the down player, and will take that KP and put it alongside the other ones they've managed to accrue so far.
Dude, I can't believe that Lou still has not gotten a kill, by the way.
It's crazy, right?
Reading the stats here, our producer's been tracking that from the very beginning of this journey. Wondering what's been going on as TSM inside this building. Look on, they were able to get the scan on the survey beacon earlier. Looked like. Just getting information on where everybody is positioned on that mini-map, as well as that ring console, seeing where that zone is going to be pulling.
And one thing about this TSM position is it's extremely fortified. There's only 2 entryways to it, and the good thing for them as well is they're playing Catalyst, so they can reinforce those doors and just kind of sit there in their own little bubble and not have to worry too much. Team Liquid Alienware. Jaguares did manage to escape, and he is hitting the res beacon, but look in the background. VP in the evac, and when they see that respawn ship come in, they are hunting them down. They want part 2 of Liquid.
Lou's like, please, give me a crumb. Just a crumb.
A crumb.
I need one. I gotta redeem myself. This is the opportunity. They're literally sitting ducks, right? Right? It's a little nervous at the same time. Slayer gets the knock, though. Sorry, Lou. Oh, no, not like this. Oh, Lou, no. All right.
Shouldn't laugh. Zach goes in with the Devo, will get the finish onto Team Liquid Alienware, but poor Lou still doesn't have his kill, but he will not care one bit if VP managed to get the points they need in this game to cross match point. 7 points now needed for VP. He might care a little bit. I'll be honest. He might care a little bit.
Maybe just to make everyone happy. You know what? It's very un-Lukey. Very un-Lukey of Lou.
I'm glad you had to say it. It's out there now.
I had to. I had to give it. I had to do it. I'm about to be very happy. NIP though, waiting on the corner. Right through. What? No fence. Ignores the fence completely. Goes around on the other side. I mean, the zip lines, man. You know, when you take a little bit less damage right here, you're gonna be able to cross that distance, it looks like, and steal this building away.
The Q has been instrumental to how this fight seems to be going from the Conduit. Those shots not inspirational from Kurev, but his teammate is alongside him, and it will be flat eliminated. So at the end of things, Ninjas in pajamas do manage to win that team fight and pick up some KP, but the KP is one thing for them. It's all about the win. They were the first team to hit match point. Still haven't managed to convert, but they do have a spot now, which is going to be within this zone.
So they find out that it's pulling over top of quarantine zone. I'm sure they already know that, looking at the direction of this zone in general, but they'll be able to have that Evil Harvester take their time. They still will be able to rotate exactly where we saw 100 Thieves before. If they want to take a much more roundabout positioning over to that northern side, that's what I'm expecting. That's why 100 Thieves still keep looking towards their back. ROC2 involved in that fight from afar. The G7 shots landing. TSM have not moved from this position. I'm not expecting them to go anywhere here.
They're going to be chilling for quite some time. Like I mentioned, this is like the box that David Blaine was hung in, you know, the big glass box where he was in for like many years. Do you remember that? Many years, that's a bit pushing it, but you know, he was in there for a while. Just reminds me of that.
50
no way in.
years.
50 years. David Blaine spent 50 years in a box. It's amazing what you can get away with on broadcast and people just believe.
You keep saying some nonsense. You know, Falcons hadn't even won a game today. No, I'm joking. They won that last game. But playing as patiently as they have, they still need 2 more points to sit at match point to maybe bring us to some more Apex here. But you still have to deal with NIP, Team Orchid, 100 Thieves, who are all at match point, all playing this rather safe because you have 100 Thieves holding that northern choke on the edge of zone, NIP through the Volt tonal choke that Fusion could look at them from. But specifically want to highlight Team Orchid, where the Mythic Bin will be respawning once this round 2 circle starts closing right on top of Team Orchid, and that could actually lean towards Orchid's win condition.
VP stylistically and in formation, making their rotate. Always a little bit of a risk to go through this tunnel. You never know if someone's going to be right in one of these corners. The VP probably will check for that, considering they were the team who did perform that exact, we'll call it a playstyle, a few moments ago against Team Liquid, but instead it's going to be up into the low oxygen and to the skies, where they're going to have to try and survey the area and find somewhere to land. This is a blind Valcol from VP. They do not know what is available and what is free. And it looks like they've hovered around a lot of positions at the moment. They're going to land underneath the position of TSM, I believe.
Honestly, I'll be surprised if they don't have that Valkyrie perk just to see who is around in this area, just to see if they can find this space. And they do exactly that. They find themselves in an abandoned train cart here. Up above, or rather a bridge, honestly, more so than anything. But Slayer is on that low ground by that zip line. His teammate tried to cover his back. They drop all the way down too. They would rather hold the low ground, it looks like, instead of the high ground here, just in case they have to funnel out of this, and they'll have some shield bats too.
The VP finds somewhere to play. Flame box 2, empty for now. And Bino, though, he's got himself a Kraber. Wow. So now there's a chance for him to control one side of the zone completely, stop everybody rotating in from this southern side. And looking at that southern side, the one issue for Team Orchid is there's no one wrapping them.
Looking around, at least they have the Kraber.
The zone is pulling up towards the northern side of this, almost outside of quarantine.
We saw this. I was talking about it. I said, if NRG doesn't get on top of the high ground, Furia, who took that first. But then you have to imagine, Furia have moved out of that position because Sentinels walked up, and now currently ROC are holding onto that same exact building. They're holding onto the high ground, looking right behind them. They're gonna have to eventually engage right now, as you can currently see, versus Sentinels with Sorcerer being knocked first. Vax just trying to pop this shield bat. Deeds just trying to give him suppressed fire, looking at Carter.
My goodness, this is great output from Deeds. He really is doing a great job to hold off. Vaxelon, though, had to reload at just the wrong time. Lots of damage done, but can they convert? Shield swap comes in here. Carter absolutely ripped off the head. Glitch by Deeds. And man, talked about his damage output. Well, the big shots were hit as well.
LG, welcome to the fight, LG. A little late even off that zip line, but having that red Evo shield from Noct could really help them out here, but they really were getting desperate, and now they notice that the fight is done. They heard the res coming out, and it's not even worth to try to take this fight anymore when you still have 2 of your teammates on blue Evos.
Chibi only needs 25 damage. One little connection with a arrow coming out of that bow check should be good enough to get him up to purple. And that's the lay of the land. That's where that zone is going to be going. We mentioned ROC, how big that fight win against Sentinels was. Look at Shopify Rebellion, by the way, wrapping all the way towards that building, which is currently held by ROC, and LG holding one end of it as well. They could find themselves a little bit sandwiched here, ROC, if they're not careful.
And that was off of Pathfinder's zipline too for Shopify Rebellion. So being able to get on top of that high ground, ROC looking behind them after they had to reset from that previous fight that we saw versus Sentinels. A lot of attention on NIP, Team Orchid, and 100 Thieves, though. I keep highlighting these teams because they're the only teams still at match point, and 100 Thieves are playing this so safe, very similar to NIP, who are about to approach 100 Thieves as a full 3-man, 1 member of 100 Thieves trying to swing over to the other side. Needed some help. You see the Watson fences try to slide in with the Pathfinder grapple, gets the crack onto Furhole. So see now that he's got blue Evo.
Just a note, by the way, VP just won another fight. Lou did not get a kill in that one either, but they do manage to at least win the fight once again. NIP can't get the knock on to Verhulst, which will be a little bit frustrating for them, having done so much damage. 100 Thieves back away for now. Hambino in the feed with that Crable we showed you a little bit earlier as well. He finds one onto CTE. It's Cruel Buckle who's going to fall.
Being able to have that mythic thing was huge here. I just also want to highlight that Lou's been putting in massive amount of damage. It's just all his kills keep getting stolen. It's very unlucky.
Yes.
A little tilting out here, but yeah, he's got like over 4k damage plus over the course of this entire series. NIP now move up. Saw that zip line that they try to put up here too. For dropping down NRG. Sharing that building to their right. Still with full blue evils themselves. They take this fight.
Well, they had to swing because Rambo was taking so much damage and he gets finished off as well. So one of our match point teams, not looking good for them. And another one of our match point teams, not looking good for them either. NIP down to 1, Furia of the last alive.
No, TSM get eliminated as well. Wonder if they did just enough. They were sitting at 51. Team Orchid gone. All match point teams are out of this lobby. We get to go next, and we get to welcome even more teams at match point. TSM with 51 points. They did just enough in that final fight. AG, by the way, Furia, AG with 48, Furia with 46. Still have an opportunity. T-Law cannot make it. They're still at 48 points.
VP on 50 as well. They will hit match point. They will be available to get into a position to win this thing in the next game as well. All gamers still on 50 points, by the way. This is good. This is crazy. Like both of these regional finals, both EMEA and the Americas, have not disappointed. I'm sat here right now watching, genuinely in awe of what I'm seeing.
Dude, Falcons and AG now being at match point. I'm just gonna say right now, Onset, I guess the Grim Reaper blessing isn't strong enough because what? Are you kidding me? We're 100% going to a game 9. It's like the Apex gods, they hear the comms, they've watched every match point finals, and it's about creating a story here because we are now seeing more teams hit match point. ROC could do it here too. They're at 45 points and they are in prime position. It is that high ground building spot, but which, by the way, Furia gave up and now have to move back in that direction. But at least on the bright side of things, they can try to get this KP after getting that crack onto Zach Mazer.
Furia only needs 4
Luke got a knock.
Luke got a knock. Can they convert? Knock! We're setting it on!
VP win this.
VP, though, most importantly, get the extra point that they need. They are now closer and closer as CTE will be eliminated to finding match point themselves. VP on 52 points. They have hit match point, excuse me. But Furia still need 3.
Luke got the KP that was needed. He got it. VP, though, literally one shot. AG, they're collapsing on one another. Now Furia just going to clean up whatever is left. Furia gets a match point. More and more teams. 6 squads left in this final circle. As everyone collapses here, this is where match point format gets to shine the most.
Falcons lose Hal. He gets finished off as well by Noct. Walsey trying to peek, trying to prod. Madness with that Crave is going to take down 0 as well. So Walsey last alive here for Falcons. But I don't think he's going to be alive for much longer. He's got the entirety of NRG who have just left where he was. And LG inside of this building is taking huge damage from ROC as well. LG will be eliminated.
I'm melted from down there here. Shopify, neighbor in this building, NRG right below ROC. As we can see, ROC now have to hold the high ground there as a duo. Falcons get eliminated, but they did what they needed to do most here, and it's to be able to get to that match point. 55 points. Once I know you are, I was gonna say delighted, elated, maybe a little bit of both. Having to also worry about Shopify from underneath them, and NRG with blue evos is very scary, but I really like the geometry that we have to work with these Watson fences.
Well, NRG still need 5 points to hit match point.
Yeah.
They're in the middle of the sandwich right now. Deeds and Sorcerer on top with all the fences in the world down. And surely this is a win for Furia. Everyone in this building has to leave. Sykes is going to get taken down by Koi as well. And 5 points feels like a mile away now for NRG.
They do get that knock onto Sykes. Now playing this out as that duo. ROC could be doing the same thing right above, and they gave up the high ground. What timing! They gave up the high ground as the zone closes in just by just a little bit of time here for NRG.
MT though.
Ooh.
He's in front of Timmy, turns around on the M&K. NRG eliminated, cannot get the points they need. They will not be on match point.
This is even more important for Shopify right now, as they have the high ground, but Furia have the better weapon loadout. It looks like more space to work with while the zone closes in right behind Shopify. Huge nade here from the other side. MT takes a good amount of pressure. Earlier on, Madness is trying to get an angle with this Kraber.
Oh, Madness! This is Kraber! 50 now follows up the headshot with a body shot. Beautiful shots coming in from Madness. SR tried to stabilize, but down to just 2. Furia on this low ground, waiting for the drop to come in, waiting for their moment to strike, and strike they do. Furia will win it. But we ain't done yet, Vicky. We ain't done yet.
We go again and again. Game 8 done. Game 9 beyond the horizon, and Madness adding to the confidence, adding to the momentum that Furia needed with those Kraber shots. Looking pretty fresh out here too, also putting themselves at match point. Only like 1 out of 5 teams that are now sitting beyond 50 points is insane. Took 8 games though. Took 8 games.
Surely the next game is the last one. And last time I did that, we went another game after that. That's what I'm hoping is just about to happen. So, I mean, what an incredible game. So many teams crossing match point. These are the results from match number 8. We head towards match number 9. We still keep it going. Bangalore, go and sit down. You're bench. You're banned now for the next game. Furia, 22 points on the board. Shopify with 15. VP, 14 points on the board, and 12 of those through KP down in 8.
Dang. Even looking at the way that things played out here for the teams that were able to soak up some KP, it's crazy to say that VP may have gotten that 12 KP. 2 of those went in favor to Lou, by the way. So also nice to highlight. Well, we were talking about it earlier on for the beginning of match number 8. Furia, though, with that 10 KP and getting that dub, sets them up for success here. Well, with the head-to-head now. Furia versus Shopify, a team also a little quiet building up for today, still sitting in 13th place overall with only 38 points, but they needed to get that 2nd place finish.
Take a look at the series result and see how things are looking in the overalls. There your match point teams are NIP, Orchid, they've been there a while, 100 Thieves, Furia, Falcons, All Gamers, Virtus.pro, TSM and Rock. If they win it in the next game, they will be your regional final champions. Let's look at the overalls though, Vicky, because this is the big one.
Let's see here as it stands. NIP, so lead the pack. Maybe not by very much with Falcons clawing their way back to the top. 118 points for them. NRG still a bit behind here too, but it's even looking at the teams within this top 6, they're still sitting very hefty across the pack. Very close though in terms of just few single digit total points compared to the rest of the lobby, but looking how close it is, looking at Americas in general, whether it be the regional finals and looking at the current series results, or even looking at where it stands overall over the course of Pro League, you could tell that the competition in Americas is getting hot. Nearly half the teams in the lobby at match point on set.
Nearly half the teams on match point, but we still have to decide who is going to be our regional finals champions. Will it be in the next game? We will find out after this break. Don't go too far. Oh, I don't even know what game we're on at this point, but it's coming up after the break. We'll see you there. back again. How many times have we said that today? Not enough. We've got some more Apex Legends coming your way. Dan is back, refreshed and ready to go. Dan, what are you making of all of this?
It's quite a lot of drama, isn't it? Really? I mean,
quite the evening, huh?
A lot of evening, day, morning. It's
parents are taking their kids to school outside my window. The whole
I mean,
thing.
what's more insane is if you look at EMEA and how many teams we had on match point and how far it still went in EMEA. We don't have that many teams on match point here in Americas, yet we are still going. But we have had some heavy hitters cross that line in match 8. So that does raise the percentage chances of someone taking it home here in match 9. But you know, there's still some big boys down there that have not crossed match point yet that could keep us going into match 10. But this was an interesting watch, a very intriguing end zone as well, dominated by Watson fences, which I think is good that Crypto was banned previously because it allowed people to use those Watson fences to full effect.
Certainly did indeed. I pressed the wrong button. That's where I'm at right now. We went echo mode. What I meant to actually press my cough button. Furia are your champions. It's going to be a wild ride, everybody.
We've got to this point.
Dan, start talking, please.
This is my favorite moment of any ALGS match point show when Mark starts to lose his mind just a little bit, and you know it's going to be a very entertaining cast. It's going to be
just a little bit more than normal. Yeah, all right, well, it's always on the edge, but yeah, here we are.
Here we are, and it's always an entertaining one to watch. But I think now we see teams like Falcons start to join the threshold here. It is going to be a little bit more of a nerve-wracking time for those teams who are not on match point, especially when, you know, it's easy to forget about the mid-season playoff qualification at this point because, yes, we love match point. We love that it's going one extra game, and you forget what's on the line, I think. And after all these matches, still, we've got teams competing to be there at the mid-season playoffs at EWC. And, of course, all of that competition comes to a halt as soon as someone wins this thing. Is it going to happen here at match 9 as we move over to E-District and Bangalore gets back?
E-District is where I find myself. It's where all the teams find themselves. And Dan, I want to take you with me. Let's see who is available now. We are getting to that point again where we're going to see some crazy comps as Bangalore is going to be banned.
Well, now my dog's just broken into the room. It's just all kicking off.
It's all kicking off.
He's getting involved in match point. Hiya, buddy. Well, yeah, with now these extra legends taken away, we have 3 assaults gone. I think we can see a lot of Fuse. I think that we know that's going to happen. Fuse is often the kind of fallback character because he just offers so much. Not only the assault perks, but also gives ring console as well. He's been very prominent throughout the entirety of today, but especially with 3 more assault characters gone. Though now we go to E-District, it does ask the question, do you move to more controllers, especially with more teams going on to match point? At this stage in EMEA, we started to see a couple of caustics being floated around, plenty of Watsons, catalysts, even ramparts being thrown in there as well.
Is it me or does this music get really epic?
I think the music's getting louder.
Really epic.
I feel like I'm shouting, Mark. I have to beat the music as we get into this game.
I feel like the band is getting closer and closer as the seconds go past. Oh, let's get into the game. Let's get into the game. Let's find ourselves in match number 9 and let's see if we have more match point teams, more match point games, or if we can crown a champion.
Oh, here we go. It's E-District. And remember, back-to-back E-District as well. So will we find a champion here on ED? Or will we have to go elsewhere? Go to Broken Moon or maybe over to Storm Point? Now, that would be a long way away just yet. But it's not out of the realms of possibility. But here on match 9, we are going to have Pathfinder as the most picked legend. He'll be banned if we see another game.
I'm still giggling at the intensity of that music. That really did tickle me. Here we go then, everybody. Time to get serious, and it's time for everybody to enjoy the ride that we are going to go on in this game at number 9. Back on E-District. And like you say, Pathfinder is certainly going to be a big pick for a lot of these teams to find those rotations from building to building or through those chokes as well. No more options of Altar or anything that's a long time ago. Team Orchid have already lost Hambino. What happened there? It looks like he went for the Evo Harvester and got cut down.
That's crazy. Right? Really bad news for Team Orchid. Not to laugh, but that's a pretty rough way to start. Honestly,
match 9.
It's just surprising.
Shouldn't have done that.
should not happen. Well, we're heading north, and
Oh, boy,
that's
100
good
Thieves.
news if you're an NRG fan. It's also great news if you like Match Point and want to see more games, because NRG aren't on Match Point, and they're going to have a good opportunity. As are 100 Thieves that you mentioned. Now, they are on Match Point. They're in 3rd place at the moment, but it is worth mentioning, like, Liquid Alienware, NRG, Shopify Rebellion, all are not on Match Point. I would say they are 3 teams that I definitely could walk away with a victory.
Trying to see who's close here.
I didn't know if you were here. I thought you might have gone. I'm going to be completely honest.
I'm here, don't worry.
I was worried.
You can't get rid of me that easily. You should know that after this many years of knowing me. And the Thieves are going to go to the high ground here. One team who is on Match Point. So if 100 Thieves win it here, they will be the champs in your regional finals. Already secured their spot at the mid-season playoffs, of course. They're playing enough that ring console information they have. They're going to be pretty happy up on this high ground. They're going to be able to play this for quite some time. Down on the low ground, though, you've got VP taking a little bit of damage. And you've got Rock right next to them underneath them. So VP are going to have to be very, very careful the angles they hold here.
Yeah, we're going to get like initial pokes and prods from the teams that are moved early to the very northern tip here. But I don't know if any of them will actually result in any fights. Speaking of fights, Waltzy's just gone down in the kill feed. Flat. Big Louie with the big R99 taking down Big Waltzy.
Big Louie.
Now, how's going to be next?
In. And where's Zero in all of this? That's the real question. Has he managed to escape? Has he left them behind? No. Hal was given the responsibility just to try and hold up Flat, and that looks exactly what the case has been. So Zero being able to grapple out of that situation certainly will help him. He's got another grapple coming up in 1 second, so he's going to use that just to create even more space, and I think the Flat are going to understand that they're not going to be able to chase him down at this point. Is a crafter available for him here at Resort, as well as a respawn beacon, so he'll be able to get Waltzy and Hal back into this game, but still on white armors. Bit of a poverty start here for Falcons.
Yeah, not like hugely detrimental, but of course will slow down their rotation like by an incredible amount. They are not going to be able to move and find a good position, so they're going to have to fight their way in. Maybe they'll just take their time and try and find any lingering loot around Resort. They could even transition to Boardwalk to look for some extra as well, and they'll just probably go on the side quest of finding Evos and whatever else they can hit to try and get a little bit of shields to work with here.
Well, Flat, who were the ones who dealt the damage, now have taken some damage themselves. No teams dropping in the lobby, but you can see there's 3 players at the moment who aren't on the map. And Qziart needs to be delivered to a beacon, which they are doing right now. So he'll be back in the game in a few seconds' time. We might see an opportunity for Falcons to have a little bit of revenge on Flat as they try and rotate in.
There is a conduit in the lobby, but it's not NIP. Team Liquid Alienware and Movistar is actually both playing the conduit. Interesting that NIP, the ones who have kind of been reinforcing how good conduit is, but they're moving away from it going into this game, opting instead to go for Catalyst, Maggie, and Pathfinder. Speaking of NIP, here they are making their way in and finding a lone survivor, taking it down.
It was a bit weird to just walk in unannounced to a changing room. However, NIP will collect the KP as Bucks is taken down. So NIP, who feels like have been on match point forever. In some regards, they have been on match point forever. Still not able to convert. Probably still looking back on that game on Broken Moon as a huge opportunity missed, but got to put that one to the back of the memory and got to find a way to get to this end game. Find a way to put themselves in a spot to give themselves a chance of winning it again, because it can linger, those kind of games where you're thinking about what was and what could have been and what could have changed and all these things. You've got to just make sure that they put that to the back of their minds now and just focus on winning it. Just putting that win on the board.
All right, up into the sky for Sentinels. It's been a pretty disappointing day for them. Let's be honest, 19 points. Again, I mean, they could be one of the teams that maybe turns this thing on its head, completely changes it, gets a win, finds himself 10 points off match point. And who knows? There is always that what-if aspect with match point, but haven't necessarily demonstrated enough for me to suggest that they've got what it takes to do that. But the position they found themselves in right now, not a terrible one. They're on the northern side. They found a building to work with. They've got the Watson as well. So the real question is, will they be alone, or is anyone going to try and force them out of this building?
So one thing about the Watson as well, if you find an area to play and you can get that gen down immediately, no teams are going to want to push you because they're going to have the shields regenning. They're going to eat up all the grenades if they try and flush you out, and you can just reset very, very comfortably. And it's probably the most available ultimate that you do have in the game as well. Pop one ult excel, you're going to get that back immediately. That's how everyone is stacked up at the moment. We did see Falcons wrapping into the zone, through the zone, excuse me, as well, to find their way to the northern side of where we'll have our end game. Furia, Shopify Rebellion, they're doing their own thing. NIP doing the same. Flat, back up to a 3. As Falcons, you can see, just appearing on the left-hand side of your screen. Re-entering the safe zone. Villainous and LG playing their own game at the moment, down at draft point.
Yeah, two teams that really need to pop off if they're going to find themselves in the mid-season playoffs as well, Villainous and LG. Both outside of those qualification spots for the mid-season playoffs. Both not having the best of days. Now, I'd ask you, Mark, if you understood my Sean Paul reference earlier for Naughty 30 Shuby, but I don't think anyone did.
I just don't
I'm not sure
think
you'd be the one who would save me.
Look, I'm a good friend, right? I feel like the best friends in the world are the ones that are honest. I think it was just a really bad reference.
But I mean, Naughty 40 Shorty is not far away from Naughty 30 Shuby, let's be honest.
No, it's terrible. It's not close. It's not as close as it needs to be.
It's 10 numbers off.
It's not as close as it needs to be. Under Thieves still up on that high ground. NIP going to go to their own high ground, but it's only going to be momentary as they use the evac tower here. Scan around the outside of this zone on the eastern side to try and, the western side, excuse me, to try and find somewhere to play. It looks like a pretty successful redeploy for them. So NIP will be safe inside of this next zone, but it's getting into the next one that's tough, right? You got so many teams up on extreme levels of height. Now, anywhere you go, someone's going to have an angle on you.
I'm trying to work out where Falcons go. I mean, actually, Falcons might walk up behind Flat here. Falcons could get some revenge, as NIP are currently taking on Flat, but Falcons are walking up right in the middle of this one. And actually, I think Falcons say, I'm going to dip. Yeah, they say we don't want to be involved in it again. Feel like it's maybe a bad fight to take. As Flat retreat, Falcons probably would have just ended up getting caught in a fight that was a pretty difficult one against NIP, who have high ground over them.
So just a reminder here of our match point teams to everyone who's watching. If you just joined us,
good morning.
At least you're here, but yeah, good morning or afternoon, wherever you are. Under Thieves, All Gamers, Falcons, Furia, Ninjas in Pajamas, Rock, Orchid, TSM, and VP are the teams who could win it here. Anyone else? Cancel your lunch plans.
Oh, there's a Mythic Bin. Mythic Bin's going to spawn next to Falcons here. That is one of the benefits of, I guess, having a retreat and respawn and then...
Oh, no.
Well, Falcons should know it, though. Although they are being surrounded like sharks in the water. Flat are literally taking several positions around them here. And there you go. But that is going to be a 1v1 multi wins.
Yeah, that's big from Waltzy. Really, really big from him. It was a straight 1v1 that he quite simply had to win. Waltzy does win his ones. Big, big moment potentially here for Falcons. 56 points. Remember, they're on match point, and now they can worry about this Mythic Bin. Or have less worries, I should say, about grabbing this Mythic Bin, knowing that the priority for Flat is to get a respawn.
Does Zero get his Kraber? We've seen a lot of Krabers today, and the answer is yes. Now, when I play ranked...
There's a gold Devo in there as well.
I never get the Kraber out of the Mythic. I'm just going to say it. And Zero seems to get it every single game when he opens one.
That way, go. There, go.
So as you get the Kraber and the Devotion in the hands, by the way, there was an energy arsenal as well. So you got the feeling that Falcon's probably going to have 2 or 3 different Evos. Let's see what Nipper doing. Let's jump into the comms.
Get him. Nah, I couldn't. Okay, I'm just going back. They're going right side anyways. Yeah, I'm going back. Want me to drop a zip somewhere to like get there or no? I don't think we'll need it.
I don't know. I'm gonna follow you, Vin.
I have double zip lane.
We need to go like soon before everybody starts looking at us.
Let's just go together. Okay, I don't have grapple.
Follow
me,
you. Yeah, I'm following you, Vin.
Just follow me. My second 3. Okay. Slide down this. Jump around the corner. I'm right. I'm batting. I have some here still.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, you can grapple.
Might be getting routed here.
I'll do it. Just grapple. Maybe you have it. Yeah, cap. 10 seconds.
Wait, who was looking at you?
Top. All the way in high.
Yeah, I can't
Listen,
really
this
shoot
room,
them.
they're not holding this room, by the way. They're just holding the big room.
Okay.
We can easily run up and just take the room. Here.
They're holding it now. They're holding it now. They have a Watson fence on it.
Fucking ball them.
Yeah, it's Valk Watson.
Yeah, look, he's not holding it. He just left. There's a team here, by the way. Just play on me and stay healthy so we can take the room if we need to.
Yeah.
Fighting on our back.
I'm gonna shot in the back. Yeah, we should probably go.
We should. Yeah, we should. We should just kill them, no? No, there's an team here. Wait, there's an team here.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a team.
The Ninjas in Pajamas trying to plan what they're doing next here, Dan. But we're going to see Falcons also trying to do something similar at the moment, trying to work their way in towards zone. A lot of pressure is going to be on Zero here to hit the big shot. That's a 150. That's the sign to push. Immediately the catwalk goes down and Zero does not hold back.
Does not indeed, and Falcons looking to try and get some revenge again. It's going to be flat on the other side, but has gone down now. Hal also falls, and it's all down to Waltzy. He wins it, but there's a third party, and Falcons will fall. They will not rise in this game, and they'll have to look for maybe another match if they're going to be champions here of Americas.
Wings clip for Falcons. Villainous will pick up the spoils as well of that mythic bin. They get the red armor, they get the Kraber from the body of Zero. And they are going to be tooled up to go to work towards this end game as well. Zone is pulled over to the east, by the way. And
yeah, I was just looking at that.
Furia have that side of the zone completely to themselves, and they are on match point.
Furia on match point. TSM are also in a pretty good position. They're on match point. A team that could throw a spanner in the works, or if you love Apex and want to see more, could be your Sabres. Liquid Alienware, they're actually in a pretty good spot as well. They're definitely in the area of getting to the final circle, but I think Furia is the big outlier here because they're not surrounded by another team. So they should just be able to watch the party unfold.
Ninjas in Pajamas rotate is rough. I was going to say rough to say the least. I think you've just seen exactly that. I mean, Vayne just gets bopped, just deleted by Verholz from the height. McLovin has heal shields broken as well, and this is a complete and utter blind Hail Mary zipline. And it's not looking like it's going to be too successful for them, although they do find somewhere, and they also find Timmy, but now they're going to have to retreat away and play the little cubby here. So they're safe, but they have lost Vayne. They don't have the banner either. Movistar taken down. Furia hold their position. And a few extra shots onto the body, if I'm not mistaken. The death box that's left over.
Well, there was the attempt from NIP to try and get the respawn, but it looks like that attempt is very quickly faltered, unless McLovin just pops off. Timmy gets absolutely destroyed by the P2020. Sykes is next. And McLovin may fall here, but he definitely went out with a bang. Sentinels have also been eliminated. And NRG will just about survive.
NRG hit match point. 50 points on the board for them, but like you say, by the skin of their teeth, Villain has just been eliminated. 13 squads now remaining. 6 of those teams not on match point. 7 of them are on match point.
Just give you an update on the overalls as well. As it stands, flat Villainous and CTE would not be going to mid-season playoffs. There's 100 Thieves fall. That's another match point team eliminated from this lobby. Liquid Alienware are not a match point team, but they have now crossed the threshold. But can they be the ones to keep us going to another match? They're right on the very height here. If they can stabilize, a really good position.
Got another bandit.
BP. Back to that game 1 second place. From there, it looked like they just fallen apart, but now they find themselves in a position where they might be able to win the whole thing. But no, they get destroyed. They cannot hit that Valkyrie. And that was my one worry about Valkyrie in this meta. The high TTK, the devotions, and the 30-30 scouts all about. Just getting the ultimate off is almost impossible.
Team Orchid just trying to solidify their spot with defenses just as they've done in previous games. This circle is going to get very small for 12 teams now. There is plenty of teams on match point that are in a position that could win this game. And Furia are still the leading factor in that discussion. They are the only team on the East. Everyone else, Mark, is in this building or on this building or under this building. Wherever you are, it doesn't matter because Furia are the ones who are watching on. But the real question is there too many teams here? 10 squads left. Going into round 6. This is insane.
Furia, by the way, might have just given themselves even better chance of winning this thing because they cleared out their biggest threats, which was VP and Rock, who were fighting over to their west. They cleared that fight out. They got those final knocks themselves. And as Keon sits as the kill leader in the lobby with 4 kills to his name, for Furia now, quite simply, it's about not choking. It's a huge opportunity for them.
Fusion, LG, Team Liquid Alienware, Shopify Rebellion, and NRG, and Twisted Mind still alive. But this is my worry. Because there are so many teams, so many eyes, all it takes is someone to take that extra risk to push out, to try and get ahead of the curve here. And here come Liquid Alienware, the team to try and be brave and push out onto Furia.
Oh my goodness. Brave is an understatement. Madness will not be able to get back up here, surely. Nox is going to pop the med kit. Somehow that Riot Drill is not connecting. Maybe that's going to, I think, give Team Liquid the idea they might have left here, Furia, but no, they do know they're still there. Thermite goes in. Oh, Shopify Rebellion just being eliminated as well. And Thermite is going to cook a little bit here, and they didn't finish off Madness. They didn't finish him off. Kill with a zip line. None comes to join him, and Furia still alive and still a 3.
A huge chance for Furia, but Madness goes down again because now all the teams trying to take space out of this building, trying to find a spot to call home. Dark Veils now go down. Furia's coverage of this eastern side has been completely taken away from them by other squads. It is not going to be the comfortable victory that maybe could have happened. Too many teams alive here.
Twisted Minds eliminated. TSM. The cat wall will fall in front of them, and maybe their chances will fall with it. Furia have been eliminated, so Furia won't win this thing. Duplex goes down. Panic is the last alive for TSM. NRG will fall as well. Everybody left in this lobby. It's a 50-50 split. 3 teams on match point, 3 teams not on match point.
Well, now it's just 4 squads left. TSM have gone down. It's 3 teams not on match point, and only AG are on match point at this squad. And Zap is the last remaining player here. Unless he goes nuts, we're going again. He's starting to go nuts. He's doing the job, but I just don't think it's going to be enough here, Mark.
Oh, we go again. Match point continues here in Americas, as LG have their turn to call themselves champions. This is just ridiculous at this point. It's ridiculous. This is insane.
LG find a win, but they do not cross the match point threshold. We go again. More matches, more Apex, match point. Honestly, I mean, you joked about kids being taken to school at this point, but I think you're getting to that point.
I was not joking. There are cars driving to schools right now.
Oh, amazing. I mean, what an insane final circle as well, with that many teams all in that building. That was my worry for Furia. They had so much domination of that side of the zone. If there was only 4 squads left, they probably win, but there was 10. Rain Day, what's happening?
Guys, what a crazy round. Can you believe it? More Apex Legends to come. It was LG who got the win. And the story for me is LG finding a way in this haze to kind of come out on top and be a little bit of a storyline. Welcome back. Onset Gaskin, great calls here. Rain Day joining you guys for a little halftime recap. The players need a break because, yes, we have more Apex somehow. Zap almost did it for TSM. Let's take a look at the results of where that landed them across this game. LG with 21 Fusion 17. They were real close as well. Had a nice spot on high ground for a long time. Liquid Alienware, did they miss a moment to push Furia? Not sure, but it didn't really matter because all these teams ended up collapsing onto Furia, who were very, very close. Gives Falcons another chance as well. Gives Sentinels a chance to keep climbing up. 100 Thieves a chance to move forward. But again, from the bottom end to the top end, you've got to say, it looks like this should be the last one. But that's what we said last time. And the problem is, Mark, you know, Shopify Rebellion, I said this out, Shopify Rebellion, Twisted Minds, before that, NRG, and then, of course, Liquid Alienware. These teams were not on match point in that final zone going into top 10. Now, a few of them are, but those are teams that could easily win. So is this really over? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. At this point, I just don't know what to expect. I don't know what the next game is going to give us. Will it be the last one? Will we see another one afterwards? Who knows? This is as it stands for qualification. This is important to keep your eyes on because LG with that win have given themselves a just slither of a hope of making it through. That's how much it changes. One big game and LG have a chance.
And you can see how difficult it is. I mean, North America doing themselves favors for just existing, right? I mean, being a region that has been so successful. I mean, you look at Sentinels, I talk about them being in last place today, and they're holding on to dear life for that 16th spot. But you look at LG right now, that's the story for me because 45 points coming into this, not on match point. They just get the win. But if they were to win, if Villainous were to win, if one of these teams were to get themselves, like we saw go next, they would jump Sentinels. They would push these teams out completely just by the fact that they would add themselves into that now top 7 and the rest of the teams would be filling it in. So it's just one of those hard things to imagine if you're Sentinels, you know, you don't want to go out that way. So you've got to turn it up, even though it's not looking like you're going to win on the day. But hey, crazier things have happened. How did we get here to this crazy nonsense though? Let's take a look back at round 8 and walk through that circle. Dan, continuing on, you know, this is where Furia started to pick some things up. You saw NRG as well in this final zone. Still not on match point for them, but it ultimately, you know, set the stage for what would look like now a setup where now the top teams, even though they were slow to start, have kind of picked up enough momentum to be threats to close this one out.
I really hoped that Guild had Skyward Dive and was going to just like jet up into the sky at this point and hope for the best, but in the end, they did drop. They tried to take the fight, and alas, they died. Didn't matter because NRG have made on to match point now, and they still have an opportunity to win. But this, as you said, is when Furia really started to pick up the pace a little bit. Also, Shopify Rebellion started to put themselves back into the equation as well. And quite rightly, you mentioned Shopify Rebellion still not on match point and still a team that should be on match point. So definitely someone that can keep this match point flowing into yet another match if things go their way. But for Furia, I think they'll look back at the last match, and we'll obviously look at that final circle a little bit after this one, and maybe be a bit frustrated that they couldn't do more with it. But it was Liquid Alienware in the end that were the real thorn in their side.
Yeah, Furia finding themselves in a couple of these positions. I mean, Broken Moon is just a different beast altogether. And we're talking about closing out a series on E-District. It's hard to play E-District. It's hard to know how to navigate some of those circles. It's, you know, not every moment. That might be the only match point moment that we've ever seen in that zone in that way that Furia has played, because you don't get a lot of these opportunities. Yes, you get scrims, but not always. Here's that zone back, Mark, that, you know, we thought maybe Furia could close it out. Maybe even all gamers could close it out. Zap with a few heroics wasn't able to get the job done. It was all LG.
Yeah, it might have been a bit harsh on Furia saying the only way they don't win this is if they don't choke. Well, you got to look at the composition as well, and the legend bands certainly influence how the end game goes as well. If they have a Newcastle, if they have some other legend that can help them command that space and give them just a little bit of protection as teams flood out of that building, then maybe that is the case. But instead, it's just everybody leaving at once. Zap did everything that he could, but in the end, it's LG. You know, where have LG been? They've been pretty much absent from the regional finals. They've been pretty absent so far this season, but they turn up when it matters for them, and it keeps it going. Regional finals is not done yet for the Americas. Now it's just how many games is this gonna go? Like, are we gonna have a champion?
I know. I mean, listen, LG, you know, with enough of a move and Sentinels staying in 19th, 20th place, it's not impossible. It's not impossible for them to have a little bit of a storyline coming up here as well. Game 10, can you believe it? On the way, we had 11 in EMEA, 10 now guaranteed in North America. Will they beat EMEA's earlier action? We challenged NA. Well, they've answered, much to the chagrin of our sleep schedules. We'll be back in a couple minutes. See you soon. Sleep when you got 10 games of the ALGS in North America. Rain Day and Vicky Kitty here on the broadcast, ready to bring the action, dance it off a little bit. And for those of you at home, Jiggy with us, come on now. I mean, Will Smith dropped a new song, not necessarily his best song. Let's not put it in that category, but he dropped it. So let's get jiggy with it here and get ready for this game. Vicky, North America still seems to surprise us, and it's been a lot of casting, a lot this week. District 2 has been sometimes a mystery, but let's take a look at the prioritization of this map and how teams are navigating it, because the POI draft always reveals what players think is most important, whether they're right or wrong.
Yeah, LG just took that dub on District. They land in the what is it, the Hubert Cumberdale Labs or so. Like, at this point, the way that they approach that final zone, salad fingers, the OGs remember. But what coming off of that win, that was such an LG win on top of it all. Of course, you're gonna wait till the very last second, match number 10, to finally put yourself on the board. And even after that dub, even after 10 games, you're still not at match point. So then you have to look at the rest of the lobby. 12 teams at match point right now. Surely rain day. Surely looking at this action from match 1 in this first page, because we can't fit all the games in one page here. Looking at the very end for match number 6, where we saw NRG take that dub with 8 KP. Now shifting on over to our next page here. We haven't filled in all the boxes. We do get to say goodbye to Pathfinder, but we are moving on to 10 games.
You know, I will say that there is surely not an answer to this quandary you've presented. 12 teams, 8 not on match point. Well, in EMEA, we had the same thing, and it was FaZe who became the star of the show. I got to shout out a couple of, I'm shouting out, you know, media that I've been seeing and consuming right now. Great show, Poker Face, by the way, is a great kind of showcase of how you can look at things from one person's perspective. But, you know, you can also rewind it and see the same exact thing from another person's perspective that not only opens up your eyes, but maybe makes you realize that they were the main character all along. FaZe almost was the main character in EMEA, though we didn't know it till match number 10. Will there be a team here in North America, maybe LG, maybe Movistar, maybe somebody who we didn't expect that is actually going to create a new narrative for us, so that when we look back at this, Vicky, we say, wow, they were ready all along. It just took them a little bit of time to get going. That's the possibility here of what Game 10 could provide. And of course, you can also end it all here with a big win from one of our favorites.
That's a storyline here too. You know, I'm also surprised that we haven't said goodbye to any of our controller legends just yet, but I may be speaking too soon. Let's get it going. We got more Apex. Match number 10 now, back on the district, as we get to see where we'll be moving on to after winning or watching LG win from their Humbert Labs POY, going all the way over to that north side, taking a look now at what LG's got plans for us, because Furia are also on the hunt, landing over to their south side where there is usually that survey beacon to make their quick rotation.
Come on now. Guys, you know, at the end of the day, if you missed your rave tonight because you were planning on going out and having some fun, we brought it to you in terms of the music that joins us as we change scenes. We love to keep the action, even if it's not on your screen yet, at least in your ears. That's the ALGS way, baby. LG, this is the team that I kind of have propped up as my, I don't know, my secondary storyline, my savior of maybe this lobby for teams that need to get that little bit of movement. Of course, Vicky, it is, you know, kind of the thing that everyone knows, the elephant in the room, that North America is just not as risky as it was in EMEA. We had maybe 4 or 5 teams balancing on a knife's edge on who would be going into midseason playoffs, because there were only 8 teams to qualify. Here with 16 teams, you do have a little bit more breathing room, but it doesn't mean that there still can't be some heroics. And it also doesn't mean that some of these teams, in terms of winning this, because you know that matters to every single pro here, cannot start making a run, because you look at Twisted Minds, you look at Shopify Rebellion. I mean, these are playoff winning level teams. I mean, LG, the story of Nocturnal finding his sense of self again after the breakup of kind of the traditional X-set NRG squad, and Movistar Koi with fun, maybe saying, no, this is the direction of, you know, where the star of that team is really headed and where I'm going to pioneer the next version of ALGS for us. I love that there are so many things to track here. You know, it still does give me a little bit of, not hope, but trepidation to say that this one's over in 10 for sure.
I feel like that's why the statement of seeing America's having 16, so Kimchi, oh my goodness, the fact that he got the wall bounce right there and Panic had to reload literally saved his life. Literally one shot, and Panic knowing that, looking to his right. But I was gonna highlight, that's the reason why, with Jen still being able to find Kimchi, man. Kimchi's been very unlucky with this positioning thus far. That's why we have 16 slots, though. Finally getting my thoughts out here. That's why we have 16 slots, because it's such a highly competitive region that even looking at the middle of the pack, the teams that are trying to at least make it to the top 16, Sentinels with 75. LG is the only other team behind them with 64. Movistar Koi with 78. Tied that with Fusion. VP with 78. Twisted Minds only ahead by 1 point in the overall standings where it currently stands. So there's still a lot on the line just to even be able to compete for a $2 million tournament, or even put yourself at risk of not making it to EWC and then having to wait as long as you do to compete once again in a LAN.
one of the interesting things you point is like LG currently, yes, sitting outside by about 9 points from where Sentinels are. But if Sentinels stays in like the 19th, kind of 20th position, which they are now, and LG somehow find a win, let's say they get 20 points. Maybe they don't win, they get second. Climbing from 13th realistically to something like 8th, 7th, 6th, that's very, very possible. Even 3rd or 4th is really up for grabs because they're in that 45 range. And you look at, let's say 5th place, that's 63. So a big win, 18 points. 3rd place, that could be enough to make that difference. I mean, that is more than enough points. I mean, it's probably looking at what, 20 something points, 24 points or something like that. They would certainly be able to jump Sentinel. So LG, even if they don't win, have a chance to make it into playoffs simply by highly outperforming Sentinels in this game. If they can do it, that they kind of control their own fate here, even if we don't go to another game.
Same thing from the 100 Thieves right now as they try to fully engage after getting that initial knock onto Lux for Team Orchid. No chance for them for match number 10. They were the second team to hit match point earlier today and have not been able to secure themselves a dub. Now they're the first team to go out for match number 10, and we get to see even more heads drop right below.
And as you can see from the beautiful overhead from our Observer Squad, all gamers up on top. And as you can hear down below, the cracks raining down of the shield from anyone. Skittlecakes has his 2-time sight on with that 30-30. NIP healing up. Is that a conduit on NIP?
I'm not surprised. They've been running the conduit for a while.
They've scrimmed with it. That's right. It is a conduit. This is something that actually I had mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. I did a video on earlier on this week. Keon, big proponent of it, played it with NIP, subbing out for one of their members. I'm not sure if it was Kurev or Vayne that he subbed out for. But now NIP showing what that conduit can do. And this is when you bring it out in game 10. McLovin goes down early, though. Not a great sign for them. Well, what can Vayne and Kurev do with the extra shielding now? Trying to fight against LG.
This is a fight you want to take. You want to try to take it in an isolated way. Vayne taking way too much damage now, having to be careful. It's still round 1. You have an opportunity, but when you drop down into Naughty's line of sight, NIP get eliminated. Their chance has now been stopped by LG. Man, you were talking about LG, though, slowly climbing through 48 points, Rain Day, as you were highlighting this narrative to see what they could do at the very end. As you also mentioned, better late than never.
And, you know, I'd love to, you know, just see a team have a moment like that, especially in North America, where it feels like their backs are against the wall and they can somehow make a moment for themselves, especially when you talk about, you know, people like Nocturnal, who's, you know, been through many, many journeys, many iterations of their identity in Apex Legends across teams, and even as an individual player in, you know, kind of recounting what am I bringing to the table? How do I bring that? And is it my squad? Is it me? What situation do I need to thrive? You know, sticking with it throughout all that. It's a gregreat quality. You can see Gilderson's here in NRG. Gonna go down here to this play with Sentinels. And unfortunately for LG, this is the team in front of them. So this is the only team LG want out of the lobby right now, staying in 20th and not gaining any other points.
Wow, the retaliation with the Mad Maggie Wrecking Ball. It's Villainous showing up now versus Sentinels. Literally 19th versus 20th place squad right now. Both these teams so desperate. It's like the bread bowl, essentially. Just trying to figure out what they could get in terms of any KP to start off this fight. Both teams tired of being stuck at the bottom. 25 total points for Villainous over the course of 10 games. Sentinels, though, they get the bleed out on Timmy. So they were able to try to move in with Villainous, trying to go in for the third party at the same time. They now get that knock onto Riley, trying to get a nice little peek through the window from the Valkyrie. Cheeky's flying in. Nowhere to hide behind these knockdown kills. Carter was literally one shot. Cheeky's, he comes out. They wipe out Sentinels, and they needed this KP.
And getting out right away, and they know it. It's just, you know, going to be a chase down for sure. Sykes stays alive. NRG still in the mix. All teams helping to hopefully get out of the way if you're an LG fan. But when it comes to Sentinels going down, that was the first piece of the puzzle. Now, going back to that conversation, normally in a pro league, if you're sitting where LG is in 13th place, you're going to earn 7 points. In this situation, you're going to earn 10 If you stay there, it's not quite enough. So what they need to do is make up a 9-point difference from where Sentinels are. That means they have to get at least 6th place. But since Sentinels are out, again, fate in their hand. If they get 6th place or higher, they will get enough points to push Sentinels back. It doesn't mean, however, that the job is done, Vicky, because Villainous are in the exact same position as LG points-wise. They also have 64 points. So they've got to make sure that Villainous doesn't outperform them in this game. And Villainous, in 18th spot, is still alive.
That's a very good point, because at this point, you have to talk about the teams that are at risk of not qualifying for the midseason playoffs, to not qualify for that big prize pool, too. So aside from trying to vie for that 16th place spot with how tight it looks and looking at the lackluster performance between Sentinels and Villainous, it comes into question, LG still have that opportunity as they take that zip line over to the rooftop of this building, playing on the edge of that zone. Looks like they're just going to be able to wait just so that way they could see where they want to go first. Rocking the Mad Maggie, Catalyst, and Fuse. And Rainday, you know what? If you were going to tell me that the way for me to highlight maybe an end to a match point finals has to have 12 teams at match point, more than half the lobby, I'd say, you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. You know, even if it has to go with me casting over 18 teams sitting at match point, I'll take it. LG, they'll creep about. They get the scan earlier, it looks like. Hearing Shopify, who are approaching off that low ground.
Well, here it is. Nocturnal on the Mad Maggie. We've been talking about his journey. Not necessarily a character that you see in the main mix, but certainly a character that we've seen quite a bit today, especially towards these final games. We've seen Conduits. We've certainly seen a lot of Fuse. Naughty on the Catalyst. Kind of surprised she's made it this entire way. But that is going to be a huge asset for these teams as LG continues to try to make it across. Vicky still in match 10. Many teams ready to close this one out. Ring 3 about to count down, and Furia sitting inside the zone yet again where everyone wants to move. LG getting a little bit of poke from Villainous, and to their left and above them, well, above them it's Movistar Koi, some familiar teammates, former teammates, and Shopify Rebellion. They're to the left as well. So a big gauntlet here for LG. They've got to make it through this if they want a chance.
Maybe they're starting to wake up just a little bit late because it's in Nocturnal's name. You gotta just stay up just a little bit longer to find yourself without getting bombarded with these nades, by the way, because Villainous Cheeky's still being alive, still moving up because the rest of Villainous and their squad are up. We also saw in your feeds earlier, NRG look to have fully reset too with another res. So Villainous and NRG, both from their individual fights, have come right back up while LG lose out on Nocturnal.
That's such a dangerous spot right here. Fun FPS for Movistar Koi helps to finish off LG Naughty. And they are sitting ahead of them as well. Could be the end of that story. But not yet, my friend. Not yet. As you can take a look at the zone and the teams still playing for it. You've got at least 9, 10 teams now alive on match point. Wow. Yeah, Vicky, it's looking tough. But Shopify Rebellion over on that western side too, still alive, as well as Falcons.
If LG gets to outsurvive this, if they get any more KP, which I don't think so, if NRG are going to approach from this choke, which are forced to, right? LG need 2 more points to be at match point. A team that was sitting at the very bottom end of the overall standings now have moved up towards 13th. This is how highly competitive the Americas regions is in the ALGS. Are you kidding me?
This is the biggest rat of his life. LG trying to make it in right now. It's most likely going to be the end of it, but maybe NRG, maybe Shopify, maybe Movistar Koi, CTE, they could fight each other, but it looks like there's going to be really a collapse with LG and CTE right now, unless there's some serious craziness going on. And oh my god, he's right next to CTE, by the way. I know I'm kind of calling this map feed, doing a map feed cast, but CTE literally are staring at the solo from LG, but they don't know it yet. All Gamers as well, a team that is in a position with 65 points and 5th place to close it out and maybe get a win here. Let's go ahead and listen in as they make a very treacherous dive.
They're getting shot right now. I might die on this.
Live.
Where do I gen? My corner.
On you, maybe?
Yeah, my corner. Come to me. Move. Moving. I'm gonna pull after I mech it.
Yeah, pop on Saul.
I will.
I want to run across to this back part here.
Okay, I'm getting pulls down. I'm getting pulls down.
They can't peek us from this side because that team's just fucking shooting at us.
Where I'm at is so safe.
Yeah, hear you.
This is
that
the
team
safest
healing,
spot.
yeah.
Yeah, we're in back here too. Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna just chill and jump them.
Only thing that could happen is a random drop down.
Listen, they're gonna be scared to peek us because of Galleria side, and they don't have any like smokes or anything to like smoke their fucking angles.
Back here is just way better. Yeah, drop.
It is. I agree. Yes, I agree. This is better.
All gamers steady, alive and well, setting up their webs of Watson fences. For those paying attention to the earlier drama, LG still alive. CT in front of them, so is Movistar Koi. On the other side of things, it's Flat and All Gamers on the north side of this ring. And it will be LG who go out. That will not be enough. They will not make it to our mid-season playoffs unless for some reason we go to another game. And it's not going to be because of NRG. They are on match point, and they are trying to close it out. Fusion will fall as well. And so it's just Flat, CTE, Shopify Rebellion, Twisted Minds, and Villainous. And Vicky, as I kind of say that, I'm saying a few more teams than I would have anticipated that are still alive and ready to play. 100 Thieves, though, they're one of our leaders in this lobby. Third place, and they're taking it to Twisted Minds. And it looks like it's Crook versus Phony, and somehow 100 Thieves find the win. No, they lose. Crook finishes off Phony. Oh my gosh, and Twisted Minds stays alive.
Twisted Minds for now. Wow. VP are looking at them, though. They're about to get pinched. If NRG split their focus onto them, VP fully dive in. Here looking at Twisted Minds. They have to get this finishing blow while they bring all the attention to themselves. Crook can't hide anymore. And VP, they get some KP. Grenade hurtled in their direction. Looks like they have the Watson Gen, though, just for some safety. And TSM, also another team that's been sitting at match point for so long. 11 teams left. And by the way, the only teams holding on to that north side of the zone, the least contested side, Flat, who is not at match point, All Gamers, and Rock.
If it ended now, it'd be NIP, Falcons, NRG, All Gamers, and Shopify Rebellion in the top 5. NIP taking the overall win in the season in terms of standings. But it may not be over. TSM in a good spot here. Fighting. Finishing. NRG Sykes goes down. Timmy falls as well. It's just Gildersons, and he responds. Panic Apex goes down to that. Duplex still alive, but on the lifeline, it's a great spot for him. Yet it is NRG who will go down. Virtus.pro now on the other side next to TSM. And they're going to have to do a lot of healing, and they're certainly getting that done. The power of lifeline right now coming in huge for TSM.
Dupe round 5 closing in, but it's gonna be a tough rotate. Shopify are looking at them. VP on top of it. They lost out on Panic. Thankfully, they have the remote res with Dupe being on that lifeline, and then he notices that's another team. You're on your own, buddy. He tries to run away in that moment. Takes one poke while Dupe manages to get up on high ground alongside with that Jet.
Movistar Koi have gone out. Only 2 teams can stop this series, this regional final from ending. And it is Flat and it is Shopify Rebellion. One of the teams in the ALGS that have lifted a playoff trophy at LAN. Boy, oh boy, they would like to do it again. Play spoiler to all these other teams who think that Shopify Rebellion are out for the count. Furia has been in a great spot for a while, and they've got 2 purples and a red, Vicky. It's going to be hard to supplant them here. And right now, it's actually a 3v3 potentially between Shopify Rebellion and Furia. They're on either side of this tree.
Oh, they definitely heard him climb. I was going to say, Koi's literally right next to Furia. They're going to try to fully swing him, but they can't jump in from the high ground, too. There you go. They find them out. That means there's only one team left in this lobby that can keep this match point finals going. It is just Flat, and they're on the north side looking at Falcons. They're looking at All Gamers, ROC, all 4 teams on the north side with Furia, the least contested team on the south side of this vinyl zone once it starts closing in.
it's gonna be nearly impossible for Flat to win this one. They've got pressure from Falcons landing down on all gamers, Rock as well on the other side of it, and you just look at Furia, who are sitting pretty, watching them all fight. It wouldn't be impossible to think that it ends right now, but just as I say that, playing at Gibraltar, that's the thing that won the other game in EMEA. Can go next and Flat have the right idea at the right time. Oh, and the Watson gen as well. It's going to stop anything trying to take them out of this. Oh, just hold your horses, Vicky. Flat's still in it for now.
What year is it? It's the Watson, it's Gibby, it's a knock. Flat in trouble. Flat, the only team that can keep this going, but they're getting shot from behind. They lose out on one. It's only up to Nano, and it's looking like it may end here unless Nano can pull some miracles off, and he gets a shield swap just directly delivered to his feet. Christmas came on early. I just can't believe he's still alive. Flat get eliminated. 4 squads left.
It's ending here, Vicky. It's Falcons, it's Furia, it's All Gamers, and it's Rock to close it out and win our regional final in North America. Who can do it? Teams don't have to move quite yet. Rock on a really good spot, and Falcons, as usual, pushing up the pressure.
Oh, he wants a shield swap. He's trying to get the shield swap. He gets it right there. Fury are incredibly low. That catwall may help out Falcons, but 0 is 1. He gets taken out. Rock now moving for the dub. Rock are your winners. Your America Regional Final winners. They ended here with a total of 81 points.
And just like that, Deeds, Sorcerer, and Vaxlon lift the regional final trophy and tell the world just how good they really are and just how steady Rock is. My goodness, Vicky, congratulations to Rock coming out on top of a lobby that was so stacked with so many potential iteratives of where we could have gone for the rest of the night. We could have gone on to 13, 14 games here, it felt like, but it was destined to end. Rock with the win. Let's bring Gaskin back in as well. I want to hear his thoughts and congratulate as well Rock for that incredible victory. It feels like it was well deserved. And Dan, you look like you've been watching this game very, very closely.
In my day, we went to 11 matches. In my region, it was 11. Couldn't be done here in the Americas, but I mean, that was mental. There was that moment where I was like, all right, it's done. Then I saw the Gibby and I was like, but unless. And then when he got around that corner, I really thought there was the what if moment. But yeah, Rock taking it is kind of nuts, really, if you look at it. And I mean, what a moment that's going to be for them to secure their victory, secure their spot in mid-season playoffs as well. And I can't wait to see which other teams kind of ended up where with the qualification spots. But we go to 10 matches. That's what it took to separate this incredible region.
I get really excited thinking about the story here. I mean, you look at the redemption arc with Vaxlon, who, you know, at sometimes has been used as a scapegoat for, you know, things not working out, right? He gets to hold that over his former teammates and say that, no, there was that talent, that skill, that ability to execute that we thought. And I think the other thing for me, you know, when you look at Deeds and his story kind of coming through the challenger circuit, we interviewed him the last match day weekend, and he was talking about how he kind of came onto the scene, was actually able to qualify for EWC last year for the very first time from challenger circuit, Vicky, now doing it. Not only was he going to make it, which we had a feeling and knew he was probably standing wise, but to be able to go in as the regional final winner, that's just not only giving him an advantage, you know, talking POI draft and things, but it's just giving a huge boost of confidence as well that, hey, man, maybe you barely made it last year. Now you're going in as the champ.
Yeah, and they all did their part, by the way. They all got basically the same amount of KP leading up to that winning moment. And a lot of teams, you know, not keeping them on their radar. Vax having to step into that IGL role, testing something different here. It's not easy when you're put up against the formidable region that is Americas. That's why it goes the distance here, but that's also why we see not only these different legend bands, but this different playstyle with everybody respecting one another. Looking at the match results, 15 KP. They were riding on just straight momentum that entire 10th match.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff from Rock. 27 points. What an actual day. I mean, that is just phenomenal when you consider you know, the impact that this team had. And, you know, we can't not mention Saucerer as well. I mean, you look at, you know, that team with Stay Naughty and Chaotic Much and Shuby and the iterations of, you know, what that looked like with the previous LG, now obviously Nocturnal in there. Rock is kind of a collection of these three players who have found home with each other and found a way to be better than any of those other competitors, at least in this series. And that's just so inspiring, not only to a lot of players, but a lot of people watching to see that. As of course, now it leads us to our series results. You look at the backside of things. We talked about LG trying to make it in terms of this qualification. As you can see, it's not going to get done. Those are your series results, qualified teams. The overall standings coming up in just a moment after this. You can kind of get a clear picture, though, on who will be joining us. It's not exactly in this order because this is what happened today. But overall, here we go for North America, your qualified teams for our mid-season playoffs. It is Orchid who snuck into that 16th spot. What a story from them. And Sentinels, despite getting 20th today, have somehow gotten enough points across the season to survive. And not only that, Dan, be above Orchid here.
And most importantly, or not most importantly, but also importantly, to focus on NIP. At one point today, we're in dead first. Falcons were able to catch them up, and it looks like they win the tiebreaker and they take the 20,000 and go into mid-season playoffs at number 1. But really just an incredible end. I mean, when you looked at those series results as well, I mean, back in EMEA, the winning team, Go Next, was quite far behind first place in terms of points, and it was clear that Alliance were the best team on the day. Only 5 points behind in the end were Rock, right? It's not like they didn't deserve it. It's not like they just eked their way through. They dominated that last game, and they earned their victory, and I'm delighted for them.
I mean, you look at that team, and you know, even at the Open had the iteration of them, you know, had a really good opportunity to, I think, be a successful veteran squad. You know, obviously things shifted up, and towards the back half of the split, that's just been the case, Vicky. A lot of teams have shifted squad mates. They've shifted, you know, a lot, really. And sometimes it's worked out. Sometimes it hasn't. Certainly for Rock, it has, which is super exciting for them. And of course, that leads us to our Sony in-zone kill leader of the day, which we got to celebrate and shout out as well. It is none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Zap. And he keeps it real. I mean, this is a guy that can 1v2, 1v3. We've seen it. All Gamers had a great performance today. Vicky, it's just a level of skill. And I think when you start to look at fraggers, he doesn't get put in that conversation probably as often as he should. Zap, just one of the players you always want to have on your team when you can.
Yeah, absolutely. From AG getting 24 KP, you saw the Devo and how much of a menace the Devo was, too, throughout the course of the day. I know Peeps is absolutely cheesing at that one. From the very beginning of the day, though, Zap was putting on a performance. Let's not forget that All Gamers were one of your teams to, I believe it was this game specifically, game number 1 that they were able to win, to already put themselves in a really good boat here. All Gamers, though, after taking that dub, kind of fell off just a little bit, but it was Zap who consistently put KP on the board.
All Gamers, congratulations on your performance today. And of course, Zap, 10 kills on Storm Point with Alter. Man, I mean, that just set the tone right there. 14 kills in a normal match day. Again, we've got kind of the record being 30 or so in one match day of 6 games. But when you look at the consistency across match 7, 8, 9, and 10, this is what I like to see. You don't have any duds. You don't have someone kind of disappearing for 2 games in a row. In fact, he kind of gets better. It's really match 10 where, you know that the game's about over. You got to maybe make a run. You got to maybe make a play. That obviously you can understand. Just even 1 kill, but, maybe not the right rotation would have done it in. Sony in zone. Kill leader goes to Zap today, so congratulations to him. And Dan, I mean, there's a lot of players we highlighted today, and we probably could spend a lot of, graphics and time highlighting a lot of these a lot of these players across the day. North America it's not bereft of talent.
It is not. Sorry, that was a hard out. I thought you were still going. The Americas have been a very pleasant region to watch. I think we all know they are the most dominant region across the board. I think that's why they have so many spots for mid-season playoffs as well. And Rock is a fantastic advertisement of what hard work can look like. Even if you get dropped from a team, if it isn't going well for a team, you can build something new and you can come through like they have today.
Well, coming through and being a big part of a winning team, that's not always easy to do. But, we've seen it happen across many different orgs for this man. And he's found a way to do it now at the very, very top with Rock. And so let's bring in none other than Sorcerer here to talk to us a little bit about his victory and the team's victory. Jason, good to see you, man. Congratulations. I love the little the fan, kind of mural in the back. What is that? Tell us what that is.
That's actually a poster that my marching band section made for me when I graduated in high school.
Oh, heck yeah, man. I love it. Jason, you've been performing at such a high level for so long. You've earned $65,000 at least in your ALGS career. You've been with orgs like Cloud9. Now you're with Rock, and we've gotten to know you, but in a way we haven't had some of that isolated time to really hear from you in the same way that some of the other players that we've really kind of spent time on have just been in these positions to get these kind of interviews. So I'm excited to talk with you. I just want to know what's going through your mind right now. Rock, a team that probably people didn't have on their bingo card to win today. I know you guys probably did, but talk to me about how it felt, finishing off that game today and that series, which was just, one of the tightest, longest series we've seen in the ALGS in North America.
Yeah, to be honest, we got quite lucky with the zone pull in the last game. I thought it was going deeper into heights, and yeah, it pulled back towards us. We were in a good spot. We leveraged our cat wall pretty well in our space, and I was just shredding dudes with a devotion, to be honest. I was outputting a lot of damage, and everyone else stayed away from us. We were able to keep our space and just execute the win.
And a chance to give flowers to your teammates here, Sorcerer. I mean, Deeds and Vaxlon, two incredible players. I know them very well, but what do you feel like they bring to the team? What did they do today to get you that win?
Deeds played sturdy. He's obviously our only roller player, so he really stepped it up when we needed him in fights, outputting a lot of damage and clutching up a couple fights. And Vax is a very talented MNK player, and he brings a lot of co-IGL aspects. On my previous two teams on Cloud9 and LG, I didn't have a co-IGL, and it feels like night and day having pressure alleviated off of certain calls. So he brings a lot to our success.
So you talk about co-IGLing and actually finding that rhythm, because I believe at one point Vax was the one IGLing the team and you guys had to make those adjustments. What was it about making those changes that you guys had to bring on to be able to stay as consistent as you guys were? Because you guys were fragging out that last game too. It wasn't just the dub, but it was like 15 kills in total. So what were those changes that you guys had to make those adjustments for being so late into match point?
Honestly, we didn't change much. Vax just kind of helped me with ideas of where to play, where to go, and it just cuts down the time that I need to process and think about certain calls, and I just choose an idea that I like.
Well, it's been great. I kind of want to, pick your brain a little bit more. Ban, Jason, we got to keep expressing the personality here. I know everyone's super excited, wants to keep knowing as much about you as possible, but it is late. It has been a long tournament. I'm going to let you guys go. Any final thoughts or words for friends, family, or anybody that's been watching?
My brother and my dad were watching, so I want to say thank you for them for supporting my career. And to any fans out there that believed in me after what happened with our previous teams and continue to give support, and to Rock as a whole team, I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you.
Well, I don't know what you got him, but I'm pretty sure this is probably a good Father's Day gift for your dad who's been watching. So congratulations, man. Again, have a good rest of your evening, and we'll see you at midseason playoffs in a few weeks. Thank you. All right, Jason Lee from, I almost said Cloud9. I mean, Rock. I mean, this is just kind of a new identity for Sorcerer. He's just been a pro with us for so long, Dan. It's been really great to see it, and also kind of peel back some of the layers behind a player who's just, shows up day in, day out, gets it done, is excellent, clearly, and now finally has some of the stats to prove it here with this regional finals win going to EWC. You got to feel good.
Yeah, and I love what he said about his teammates as well. I like asking an IGL what they think of their teammates and what they add, because some IGLs might just be like, I called everything. They kind of just, you know, they shoot straight. That's all that matters. But he was very honest with the co-IGLing that comes through, how important it is as a controller player to be consistent throughout the day, and very positive about his teammates. And I think there's a bright future for these guys. And now I just hope that Vaxlon will remember my name. I was hoping he was going to come for an interview. Because when I last spoke to him, he didn't even know who I was. And I was like, bro, I've been casting you for like 6 years. What do you mean?
He's
it's a tough one.
He's going to be like, you mean the guy who keeps saying he's my friend? That guy? Yeah, I don't know. I've never talked to him before. I don't know who that is. Dan, it's been a long day, but a great day, man. Hey, Vicky, you know, wrapping things up, your thoughts. I know it's late over there in Florida. You know, you got some pizza to eat. I feel like I keep talking about what you've eaten or are going to eat soon, but I guess that's because you keep sharing that. Croissants earlier, now it's pizza. You're making everyone jealous on the broadcast. Final thoughts here to wrap it up as we end our split, but we go into our regional, we go into our midseason playoffs.
Yeah, it also feels like it just flew by, right? We are being able to see the meta shape up with legend bands coming into play. I feel like it's given us the best level of competition we've ever seen in the competitive Apex space. And it's only going to get better from here as more and more teams start figuring out how to get comfortable, literally being uncomfortable, around different map rotations, around these legend bands. I'm really happy to see where we're at currently in Apex esports in general. I just can't wait to see how that's going to iron out. Mid-season playoffs, we're seeing different looks from so many different regions, different types of legend bands, depending on the way that these regions are playing. This is all going to shake everything up once we all meet at LAN.
Absolutely. And thank you guys so much for your effort. Thank you as well, Mark, who's probably headed to bed already by now, but definitely had a great cast. It's been wonderful working with you guys. Great show. All right, let's start to wrap things up here as we kind of head towards what will be our mid-season playoffs. It's the Esports World Cup. You already know, but in case you don't, here's some tape. The midseason playoffs in Riyadh, July 10th to 13th. It'll be our second year at EWC. It was an incredible tournament. Believe it or not, it's been longer than all the games today, even in EMEA. So make sure you stay tuned for that. We're going to go on break for a few weeks until then. So get ready, grab your popcorn, plan your vacation. Tell your bosses you won't be working. Tell your significant others you might have to, back off a little bit because there's something very important going on. Our midseason playoffs. We expect you guys to be watching. I know I will be there along with so many great members of our crew watching and interacting and casting. Of course, if you guys want to stay in touch with everything that we do, make sure to follow us at Play Apex Esports on X, and of course, youtube.com/Play Apex Esports and twitch.tv/Play Apex. All your action will be held there. You'll get information on where to find it. It's been a great day. Thank you to our production. What a long one. North America, EMEA, both incredible regions, and kudos to everyone, every player, and even all of you who have continued to be a part of this community. Year 5 has brought some changes. The open in the middle of the split, the end with these regional finals all going over 10 games, and midseason playoffs in Riyadh. One thing I know, it's going to be unforgettable. So make sure that you don't forget to be there. As always, my friends, my name's been Rain Day. Remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you all at the playoffs.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Get ready to go.
Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, Wildcat, I know all the plays. Could've been
as well. Oh, what a shot.
I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at the champ.
God, I just wish I was at LOP.
Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ, hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. All I do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ, hey, all I do is win. You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep. I do not know the championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy. You won't wanna be. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Rock, now move in for the dub! Rock are your winners! Your America Regional Final winners!
All I do is win.